we are kind of going to continue that same dialogue in this session as well. Now let me introduce our distinguished panelists and session moderator. I will start with Ms. Rima Mittal, who will be moderating this session. She is currently Chief Operating Officer of IIT Kanpur Research and Technology Park Foundation, and she focuses on accelerating industry-academia collaboration in the areas critical to Indian economy. Welcome, Ms. Mittal. As a panelist, joining us is Dr. Rajesh Gopakumar, Director, International Center for Theoretical Sciences at IIFR. His love for core research is pretty long affair, as he selected to get into Physics Department of IIT Kanpur after being a topper in IIT JEE in 1987. Welcome, Dr. Gopakumar. Our next panelist is Dr. Gautam Goswami, who is Head of Foresight and Vision Division in Technology Information, Forecasting and Assessment Concept, TAPAC, which is a part of Department of Science, Government of India. Currently, he is heading the Technology Vision 2047 program, along with several other vision and policy initiatives. If you have worked on Technology Vision 2020 or 2035, you are working with him actually. So, welcome, Dr. Goswami. Our next panelist is Professor K.V. Venkatesh, who is professor at IIT Bombay's Chemical Engineering Department. His passion is to digitize healthcare ecosystem by linking different stakeholders through data and science. This has resulted into him founding MedFlux Research that offers specialized applications using system physiology models. Welcome, Professor Venkatesh. So, ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourself to be captivated by the enchanting words of science's core research and its applications. Fasten your seatbelts, or should I say, put on your thinking caps as we embark on this exhilarating intellectual journey. Handing it over to our moderator, Ms. Mittal. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Madam, just a minute, madam.
Yes.
Hi, good morning. Thanks, Kanish, and thanks to the Pan IIT alumni team for giving me this opportunity. So I think the tone for the discussions for the day has already been set. When we started, when Mr. Praveen Bhargav, that there are different factors that lead to innovation, and mindsets is what he mentioned as one of the factors that can lead to innovation. Similarly, Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan also then highlighted that how India has to lead as a global research powerhouse, then the equal focus needs to be given to applied research, or what you say, the mission mode projects in the white spaces, the research in the white spaces. So, to Professor Gopakumar, you have been a theoretical physicist all your life, and at this point of time, you are heading a very unique institute, which is the International Center for Theoretical Sciences, PIFR, where the focus is, more on the theoretical sciences, right, and the hardcore fundamental research, which is more of curiosity driven. So when we all know where India stands today, there's a lot of indigenization of products and technologies happening in the Make in India. The startup ecosystem is booming. Where do you see that the fundamental research fits into this entire framework, and the role it will play in making India a global superpower?
Thank you. And I'm happy to be here as part of this session, and I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. Ms. Mittal, let me say that I see fundamental sciences as a very essential component in the larger ecosystem, which is often overlooked. So I give an analogy usually in the real world ecosystem. Actually, my son used to watch this BBC documentary called Secrets of Our Living Planet. And each episode started with a question, like, why does the Sundarban tiger meet the crab? And then through the episode, they would show how the Sundarban, the tiger, through a very complex chain of connections, actually needs the crab, which lives in those mangrove waters, to really survive. So these hidden connections are things that we often don't see in nature, and I think in the evolution of scientific ecosystems as well. So I often try to say in our universe, there are similar hidden connections which we may not be aware of. So I ask sometimes, why does the Dirac equation help us to live a longer life? And that's because there's a whole chain of connections leading from this purely theoretical development through to the creation of the PET scan, the positron emission tomography scans, which we all use, which are an important medical diagnostic. So there is this chain of connections from our fundamental discoveries about the universe to things that then impact our social life is a historical fact. And this is something that the advanced technological powers and scientific the scientific revolutions of the 16th, 17th century, as it happened, led to these technological developments precisely because they could harness these discoveries. And so in India, we have to have this as part of our ecosystem, because otherwise we will be only following the lead. We won't be making the true discoveries which will change things completely. And I think the fundamental sciences, especially if we can think big, if our researchers are not afraid to tackle questions, challenges which are at the moment, even I think the nature of fundamental discoveries, game-changing discoveries, is such that it's not. It is not deterministic. It is not something you can predict what the outcome is. When people were trying to understand atoms, they didn't really know that they would discover quantum mechanics and therefore lead to all the things that right now 35% of the US GDP is based on quantum mechanics, the understanding of quantum mechanics. So I think this is something we need in India, and that's, I think, ICTS and institutions like that are an important part of the ecosystem. But I should add that it would be effective if there is a channel of knowledge and a channel through which this knowledge kind of flows into the rest of the ecosystem. It shouldn't be disconnected pieces of the ecosystem. So that's what I think we have to strive for in our scientific institutions as well.
So could you also could you also, because as you said, ICTS, and I also know that how ICTS is bringing the researchers and the collaborators. I mean, it's a very collaborative approach. There's a lot of discussions happening, bringing the researchers from across the globe in different sciences. So, can you, based on your experiences, also highlight some of the areas where you see India taking lead, or there can be technology breakthroughs in those areas where there is a need for the technology breakthroughs?
Yeah. No, so at ICTS, as an international center, we have several thousands of people coming through the center for collaborative workshops. These workshops are focused on specific themes, which, and the idea is to get people from different even disciplines to come together. I was just talking to Professor Venkatesh about how a recent program was on machine learning, health and disease, which brought together clinicians and also data scientists and computer scientists, so medical clinicians. So these are, I think, very fruitful interactions. An example of something at ICTS we have been focusing a lot on is the Indian monsoon and climate change, because that's a uniquely Indian problem, and at the same time it's a very challenging scientific problem, and it is something I think in India we have people with capabilities and capabilities in different, we need people with different capabilities in mathematical sciences, in partial differential equations, in physical sciences, fluid dynamics, turbulence, even from engineering, people from aeronautical and other areas. We need a combination of people from data science and mathematics. We need a lot of these combinations of people, these collaborations to form, which can attack a challenging problem that individually people may not be able to solve. So these are, so when often people try to make a dichotomy between socially impactful problems and scientifically impactful or significant problems. Often it is not there. It's just in our minds. We think that that it's these are kind of a different category, but often there problem like the Indian monsoon is a challenging problem, and learning to get to the bottom of it will teach us many things about fundamental science, at the same time make an impact.
Absolutely. I think you very correctly said, because based on my experiences also, what I see, at the research part, we are trying to, it's all about industry kind of collaborations, but I see that how it's being bracketed or categorized, in terms of research, that socially impactful or whether it is scientifically relevant. And accordingly, you can see how the industry responds or how the academicians take that. So on that note, Dr. Goswami, I would like to ask you, because you have been a part of TIFAC, which is a technology think tank of the country, and TIFAC has been, it's basically, foresighting and forecasting the future technologies, or setting the directions for the country in terms of technology developments. So what are some of the factors that you take into account, while formulating these technology roadmaps, 2020, 2035, and now you're working towards 2047 as well?
Thanks, Dean. And thank the organizer for having me here. And it's a wonderful opportunity to share my thoughts, which I have learned together in the previous 20 years service. As you mentioned, it is a technology think tank for Government of India, Department of Science and Technology, and basically we are structured to paint the future technological path of India. And 2035 is one of the examples. 2020 was an example when Dr. Kalam was chairing. And we taught many things from him. And he laid the foundation of developed India in 1996. Nobody even thought of it. And we worked on many items on that, but it's not debatable that whether we have received developed nation or not, but advancement happened quite interesting. In 2035, our narrative was totally different. Narrative was not developed nation. Narrative was how to enhance the prosperity, ensure the security and identity of every individual, and what are the technologies to do that. And technologies are identified, grouped them in 4 categories as per the readiness level. Some technologies are absolutely ready for implementation. Some group technologies which are in the laboratory stage need further work for implementation. Some are absolutely in R&D, but most interesting part is group of technologies which are in the imagination, not even R&D stuff. That time, in 25 years horizon, what imagination technologies would convert into a product, that was the narrative. In 2047, which you started about 6 months ago, narrative is totally different. In 1947, we got the freedom from British. In 2047, candidate technology leadership. That is the narrative. Because if you see the past history of India's technology development, we are always a follower. We follow the Western world, what they are doing, and we try to either nurture it in a different way or try to develop a product. How to reverse the table. That is the narrative. Now, in this process, there are 2 ways to do that. One is quality, of course, because when you design a vision for the nation, it has to be consultative. And experts' knowledge has to be zoomed into a single document. That is very interesting. Different methods for that, foresight methods for that. Another is structured quantitative techniques. So what about the board techniques we have got so far? And in fact, we're happy to know that we have interacted almost 11 IITs, where IIT faculty, IIT students, and industry came together, and they gave a lot of threads for future development. Let me share a few of them. What are the technological threads or research thread we got it? First one is in future, and maybe if we place ourselves in 20 years down the line, there will be no barrier for science and subjects. Science, physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, no why. Because everything will be governed by data. And huge data analytics will make research faster. Even physics through experimentation and physics through data modeling. So I am talking about the future trade, which you got it. How much will be actually happen, nobody knows, but that is going to happen. Second thing, already been discussed in the previous speakers in the inauguration about AI. We are moving towards singularity, competition between machine and human being, and machine will be more intelligent. That's the forecast, and that is the most dangerous thing. So whether we will allow it to happen, whether we will not allow it to happen, it is on us. So that's why research on ethical AI is another component. In terms of health, altogether different. development we are expecting. That's the research. So, doctors' role will be totally different. You know, diagnosis will be absolutely done by algorithms, huge data analytics. Because you know, genome sequencing will be done. In the next 10 years, everybody's human genome sequencing will be done. It will be cost effective, the way it is moving. Secondly, daily health parameter data can be captured through gadgets, and one even utopian thought is you can put a chip in the baby when baby is born, and that will give you continuous signal about the development. So that huge data, as well as genome sequencing data, done by quantitative technique through data analytics will predict you what type of disease will be in future. Doctor's role will be to facilitate the interpretation of that result and give you what direction your treatment should be. And you know, you all know about prediction of cancer. Because in Bangalore startup, they are working on it. You know, where there is a cancer cell happens, a lot of blood flow is more in compared to other places. So from there, through modeling technique, they're able to diagnose that this fellow may happen, get into cancer. So this is all about health. In terms of transportation, altogether different transportation models may come up. You know, we all are talking about video and vertical takeoff or landing. It will be reality in 10 to 15 years down the line. If that is to happen, then we are talking about multi-layered transport in air. One layer for drone, one layer for moving car, one layer for helicopter, one layer for. So now research is on that about to design the policy as well as design R&D methodologies. I mean, manufacturing space altogether it will be a lot of development are expecting. For example, people are talking about. I had a lot of discussion with space people. They are talking about manufacturing, 3D manufacturing in space. You can command from here, and manufacturing can be done in the space itself. Even current chairman ISRO, he also mentioned about the bioman. If that happens, then you need not to send a person in moon. You can control the robots there from here. Whatever you want, that robot can do it. Basically, application of human being there. So a lot of developments are expecting, and you know, if those things at least 80% gets through, a lot of development happen. And India has a lot. You know, actually, India's intellectual power is much more than the rest of the world. We are serving others, other nations. I discussed this with in Netherlands. There is a discussion on in diaspora. We asked them, if people are serving here, we are not. Why you are not serving in India? Because there is no ecosystem. India, everybody is possessing the knowledge to themselves. Now it will be changing, happening. The fellow is saying that here we are our one instrument or one knowledge we are extending to all similar experts so that a comprehensive development happens. India doesn't happen. India, the when instrument comes in, it will be positive to a person or particular group. So that is another changes that required for extension of knowledges and infrastructure to many similar things.
Yeah, but I would also like to say that you're rightly saying that, you know, the research infrastructure and how, that in India but also because I'm a part of the research park, and research park, academic research parks is a very new concept for Indian academia or Indian industry also. Because so far, we all are now fully aware of how the incubators work with the startups. But what these academic research parks are trying to do is bring in a much closer strategic collaboration between industry and academia. And one of the objectives, which I can very confidently say, is that we are opening up our research infrastructure for the industry to use as one of the offerings, if you are a part of the research park. But at the same time, we are also asking the industry, how about they open up their research facilities or their facilities for the researchers and for the scholars at IIT, for the academia. So that way, the duplication of the resources is also avoided. So I believe that maybe in the future, you see more of that happening. So I have one question, but I think I'll reserve it for the later, Dr. Goswami. So
just to add to that, in that front, DST already has a brought a 3-month policy. So where the infrastructure can be shared, availability can be there online. I can book my requirement to other labs.
Yes.
That is happening.
Absolutely. There are a lot of other schemes also coming in, like Sati and then. So, Professor Venkatesh, again, you are a hardcore fundamental researcher throughout your life. You have been an academician, and it is much recently that you decided to, start your own company, Netflix Research. So basically, you are taking your, and it's a perfect example if I see that how a lab to market transition is happening, or if I precisely put it, that the fundamental research being taken to the industry, to the applied. So there's this integration, right? I mean, of the fundamental research and the applied research. So one, what made you even decide to take that decision after so many years of being in academician? And the other, how has your approach towards your research undergone a change after you started working with the industry? So that's my question.
So being from, a graduate of IIT Madras, and then being a faculty at IIT Bombay from last 30 years, right? So it's always good to be associated with a pan-IIT, program. So like what Rima indicated, I've been an academician through and through, academician last 25 years. And essentially working on systems biology, modeling, hormonal dynamics, organ modeling. So this was my research with some wet lab in the microbial systems. But about 5 years back, I thought that should I continue graduating PhD students, which I'd already graduated 40 of them. Should I continue graduating PhD students and publishing, or should I consolidate the research that have been developed to a different direction? Right? So I was thinking, what is the next step? So I did take a couple of consultancy projects, which is also I was avoiding before. There was absolutely no engagement with industry in my initial phase of academic journey. So I started with some consultancy projects, and that is where I saw that it has its own challenges, right? So a company would give a consultancy project with a very well-defined objective, but it did not, disclose or give challenging problems, because they wanted a very set kind of problem statement, and there were always an issue of IP, which IIT engagement sort of brings in, and they're not very open to come up with consultancy projects as well. So a couple of things, sort of I was thinking in the marketplace. So with that, I started this company. Additionally, I saw that there are two things that are needed. So to any of these endeavors that you want to take it to the next level, and then want to create a unique scalable process for a tech, right? So you need money, right? And I think the government, to approach government for the scale and the vision that you have, again, it becomes a very narrow focus. So you need to present it as a, I'm going to solve, say, for example, AI to read X-rays. Right? So then the government can fund. But if you have a broad vision, but saying that I'm going to scale this process, I don't think so. Government would be ready to fund that kind of. So that again made me convinced that I have to go for private, right? So I have to convince and talk to industry, come to the marketplace, and try to even get funds, privately, rather than approach the government to bring these tech into the market. And the second is the manpower, right? So the manpower also has to be ready. Although we say that we have the tech, there are a lot of systems biologists who graduate now with theoretical background, modeling strategies that are there. But still, this requires a slightly more training, and that's why I'm now not surprised. I was always wondering why industry says that, okay, you graduate, but we still want to train train your people. Because now I understand that there is a gap with what is in the academic. So we need to train them to approach, right? So now I'm glad that people who have done postdoc abroad are now coming and joining Netflix with this vision. So giving an opportunity for manpower and budget to have a vision that is very unique globally and to position it. So this is a challenge I thought, and I thought that I would take this risk. It's always a risk, right? From your comfort zone, you have come out. So it's always a risk. So I just took that, and I'm glad that I did, because now I see the value that can be created.
But again, my second question was that has your approach towards your research undergone a change? And I personally would be very interested to know that Do you think industry, do you now think that industry intervention or at some point early in your career would have made a difference to your research? I hope I'm clear.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as I was telling you,
Yes.
I would also been pondering, right? So what if I had done 10 years back, right? So what I have done 5? Probably, probably it would have been a good idea also. But for everything, an ecosystem has to be created, right? So things have to come together. Probably it happened, because IITs now there is a buzz that startup, more faculties are trying to think of the tech that they're building to translate. For example, already at IIT Bombay, there are close to 50 faculty now, having companies, and I'm sure in IIT Kanpur, IIT Madras, similar things are happening. So there is this ecosystem now that has been created where academicians are not just satisfied with just published work, but they want to take that extra jump. And that will happen once you try to understand whether there is a problem to be solved economically, which gives that economic advantage. So those feedbacks have to come in, and I'm sure that my approach could have been a little different because now I'm after solving a certain academic problem, now it is making me think, right, in terms of how this can be positioned and are there market opportunity, which I wouldn't have thought before at all because just the ecosystem is not there. Additionally, also, right now, I'm seeing this opportunity in other faculty, okay, younger faculty who are just doing their research because I'm engaging with pharma companies, I'm engaging in the market. I get that feedback saying that, a colleague's research can also go into the market. So that feedback I'm now able to provide to my colleagues, saying that, you have got this has, this advantage. If you do this additional work, this can go into the marketplace. So not only my own research getting altered, I can now sort of also tell my colleagues that how some of their research can be positioned.
But I think it also, because one is, yes, having some of the areas where India can lead, in terms of technology breakthroughs, but at the same time, the strategies, to push those areas, to push the research and promote research in those areas. So when you say, and very interestingly, and it's a fact that, the fundamental versus the funding, how it changed for you when you started your company. And a similar example I can get from IIT Kanpur also, because Professor Abhishek, who has this company called Endurier, and I was listening to one of his addresses, and he said that the only reason he was doing the same work, of course now it's scalable, he was doing the same work in his lab, and he was reaching out to the industry, but he was not getting any funds, any visibility, and that is also one of the reasons that motivated him to start this company, right? So this is, I would say, but not every academician would like to do that. So I would like to ask Professor Gopal Kumar also on this, that when you were discussing that how fundamental research can be integrated well, and also as you just mentioned that there has to be a flow of information. It shouldn't be in silos. The information the knowledge has to flow. So how do you think, because that can be one of the possible startups as one of the possible strategies, I see how it can be brought to the fore. But what in your opinion can be done further, to promote research in these areas?
So firstly, I think bringing people together to open up these channels, I think we need to bring people together who have had experience in making these connections. So it's like I see them as sort of different links, different nodes, and then you have to make the links between them. And often, I mean, like someone like Professor Venkatesh, who has had one leg in academia and at the same time knows what it is like from the other side. I think having people like them interact with your academicians gives academicians an idea of what it involves. And but even a stage before that, just having new conversations about new ideas out there. And there are academicians who would probably prefer to do purely curiosity-driven research. I think there should be a space for that, like the crabs in the Sundarbans. I think, but then there should be the other people who listen to them some of the time, hear some crazy ideas out there, and try to take it from there. For instance, another example I'd like to give is recently you might have seen these pictures of the black hole at the center of our galaxy. These were done by astronomers who put together multiple telescopes, radio telescopes across the world to image that black hole. The kind of algorithms and the techniques they used to actually piece together from a very few number of pixels a fairly accurate reconstruction of the black hole is a feat, is quite a technical feat. And the ideas that went into it, while it was applied to a very wonderful thing to find the black hole, but it can be applied in any other image recognition area. So you need people who listen to that, understand that, oh, there's a potential to use these ideas that astronomers are using to maybe something else. And so I like to say, how does the black hole at the center of your galaxy make your smartphone smarter? Maybe that technology will eventually make your smartphone camera identify images in a much better way. So that's the kind of connections I think we should be looking for.
So, Dr. Goswami, I think what also Professor Venkatesh said is in terms of flexibility, for funds, the funding opportunities. So, because funding certainly is, I mean, I would like to know your opinion when it comes to funding such research, where the implications of there are no tangible deliverables as such. It's like for the curiosity-driven research, the fundamental research, which may bear or may lead to products of technology maybe 30 years down the line. So somebody, a pure academician, just wants to pursue. Do you think there are enough funding opportunities for them in India?
I will address the fund issue later, but I want to flag three core issues in terms of research. First is fear psychosis. In India, we are very much afraid of failure. That's why investment on absolutely crazy ideas is much less in compared to other countries. Even when we select a PhD topic, we try to select a topic which I'll be able to successful. I mean, even a failed thesis, nobody would like to justify. So one is fear psychosis, how to institutionalize failure. That is one approach need to be taken from top to bottom. That is one. Second thing is during even fundamental research, even for translational research, we never take mostly. I'm not generalizing it. We never take into account the user view. I mean, once we come out with some product, we'll try to go to the industry, and sometimes the industry may not need it. So, if regular interaction with industry, in the starting of the conceptual stage, periodical interaction with industry, what they need, what the society needs, that type of conceptualization, and then start research that may be more sellable. Regarding funding, yes, funding, a lot of funding scopes are available, but problem with government funding is again starting failure. If we are investing in invention, new invention, still if it is failed, we will difficult to justify in CAG. They will hang you where the fund has gone. So why it is failed? On the contrary, we are investing on R&D. We are investing on innovation, new innovation. It may fail. So that's why I'm saying funding for that. That is the reason many new invention take its own death, because we are not able to convince the funding body that yes, you will get your fund, you will able to return your fund. So these are the few issues we need to be. I'm not talking about the new thing. It's being discussed many forums, but still need to be pointed out because it needs to be settled.
Yeah, but this is very contradictory. If you do not, contradictory to what we are trying to say, that the pure research.
It has to be. It has
doesn't
to be.
have. You need to have
Absolutely.
funds. You should let the academician, the researcher pursue that.
And that's why in new NRF, NRA, 30% from government and 60% from industry. That is that funding is required because we are investing less than 0.8% in GDP in R&D. That won't give you leadership, technology leadership. You need at least 3 to 4% of investment, and that too 50% should come from 60% should come from industry. So biggest challenge, and a huge country, huge diversity. These problems will exist. We may give sermons, but the real problem is our diversity and different type of ecosystem.
So I think since looking at the time, so maybe we can open the floor for the questions. one or two questions we can take. Yes. Anybody?
Sir, my
Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for this wonderful panel discussion. My question is about how do we build talent in India? We're talking about innovation, talking about the ability to take risk. Right? How do we inculcate this culture early on into our academics? Many of us realize once we start having gray hair that oh, this is the time for me to make a change. How do we bring this change? And probably it's going to take 10 to 20 years for us to really realize what we do today in terms of impact on innovation in society.
To my mind, that very interesting question. Uh, you know, first of all, every institution, be it IIT, non-IIT, we should have a regular mechanism to identify weak signals, challenging ideas and crazy ideas. If we convince ourselves that this will give you the product, that may attract talents. And second thing is experimental basis learning, which is already started. And you know why so many startups are coming up, because the ecosystem is getting changed. And I believe that the way we are going and the way institutes are opening up and multi-sectoral research is going on, because you know engineering, then medical are working together. Many IITs are working on it. So that type of opening up will give a lot of avenues for attracting talents.
Just to add to that, one of the things is the way that education happens, even in the schools, right? So things have to sort of change. I think there is a social angle also to this, because most of the time, right, even IIT graduates, so they want to go up their social things, so they want a job. So 15 lakh job is their end goal, right, with which they start. Whereas if somebody graduates from IIT, but he already there in the upper middle class, they don't. That is not a restriction, so they can sort of take risk. So through Netflix, we are now engaging with a company in San Francisco, right? And so the founder is a 16-year-old person there. Okay, so you can imagine the ecosystem that exists there. The 16-year-old, and you can see the confidence, the way he portrays the problem statement that he's trying to solve, and he also knows that how to engage with what is the strength that they can take from Netflix, right? So I cannot imagine a 16-year-old in India to rise to that and then give that. So that means that they have done something completely different, right? And he's going to now join Berkeley, right, for his undergraduate after his 12th standard. I mean, three courses in a semester. The flexibility at Berkeley, you just look at it, right? So he has to take 3 courses, 20 courses he finishes, he gets his BTech. Right? And that is the kind of freedom and encouragement that the whole ecosystem is providing. Obviously, there are founders and people trying to put money with risk, even on a 16-year-old, right? So that is a complete different ecosystem that we need to. But I'm optimistic because I know that we are moving in the right direction, right? So maybe 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, we will be ready for it. And already I see, pointers that we are doing. I think, but this has to be encouraged, and then the system also should try to provide these problem statements so that we can do it quicker than later.
I'm tempted to share one knowledge or information which we encountered during my recent visit to Amsterdam with IITs. This is for startup guys. One startup, it is a 10 years startup, and he almost lost everything, but today he is an employer of 3,000%. So he was narrating his story, how he built up, and self-confidence, and this such type of information. If we open it up in knowledge domain, it will attract talent to invest on startups and research.
Yeah, just I completely endorse the things that were just mentioned, especially about the education system and young people. And I think we're seeing a little bit, we engage in a lot of outreach activities at ICTS, and in particular, we have something called the math circles, which we are trying to get children from class 6 to engage in open-ended explorations, not sort of competition-driven exam-like this thing, but explore mathematics and get a familiarity with it and create a culture like you have with chess clubs, etc. So I think that the new generation, I'm also optimistic. About just one last thing about in terms of the researchers, at least from my experience at ICTS, when we hire young people, and these are people who have worked at some of the best places, I often tell them that you shouldn't scale down your ambitions just because you've come back to India to do your research. On the contrary, you should feel yourself freed from some of the groupthink that does exist even in US academia. So in a way, you have a chance in India to blaze a new trail, something that you may feel much more, because the US is a very well-developed academic system, and there is a group sociology there like in any others. But Indian academics, bright people working in India, have a chance to kind of blaze a new trail. So I hope that will happen.
And I would like to add something to it that, which Professor Venkatesh also mentioned, the resources, how. So what we are trying to do, I see, and again, I have to give it to IIT Kanpur management, who has been very open about it. So what we are trying to do is that build this industry student engagement program. And I won't say, so basically the idea is that where we provide these hands-on training through industry, to the students, to work on the real problems of the industry. And again, we have varied domains of companies, from defense and aerospace to healthcare to medtech. So rather than, just going for these, and we have seen that, most of the IITs, they're going for these high pay packages, but we see that how, they're engaging with the industry and the real research problems working with them changes their attitude. At the same time, we are also trying to have more, as Professor Gopakumar said, that ICTS is doing it at a much, I would say, elementary level, like, class 6, class 7, but at least, reaching out to the IIT students to let them know that, technology, even if you are going for a startup, it has to be, a real nascent, noble idea rather than, just going for the job. So I think we are trying to work towards it, and I would just endorse what Professor Venkatesh is saying. We are very optimistic that, things will change. Thank you. Do we have time for any other questions? No? Okay. Okay. So I think, sorry, we cannot take your question. Maybe we can interact later after the session. So just the closing remark. Okay. I will just hand it over to Ganesh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for the interest. And I'm sure there are a lot of questions here. I would like to see those interactions also during the lunch hour after these couple of sessions from this one also. The great insights on different aspects of core research were given to us, and as a token of gratitude, we would like to give a small gift to our session panelists. I will request Ms. Mittal to go down. And I'm going to the honor of giving this gift to Ms. Mittal also. I will hand it over to Lakshmi for the next session. We don't have a lot of time in between, that's why we're going to start the next session just now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now we will move to the next session, demonstrate, which will convene translation of research into real-world applications. With great pleasure, I would like to welcome our distinguished panel of 5 members. Dr. Wasim, Senior Vice President, Strategy and Global Operations at Bergworks Research, a startup company. I think it's no more a startup company. So focused on developing innovative treatments to tackle drug-resistant infections and hard-to-treat cancers. Dr. Vasan brings over 20 years of experience in drug discovery and development from Novartis, AstraZeneca, and Biocom, all former giants. So now I welcome Dr. Vasan on stage to take the stage. Then,
Sir, Vasan first.
Now I welcome Dr. Dheeraj Kumar Mahajan, who's leading the Hydrogen Valley Innovation Cluster Punjab initiative at Indian Institute of Technology, Ropar, as a project director. So he's just taking care of HVICPD, which is a unique initiative of Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. So HVICPD established it is established as a non-profit hydrogen research organization at IIT Ropar with top Indian industries as partners to become one-stop shop for Indianization of hydrogen technology for the country. So now I welcome Dr. Dheeraj to take the stage. And now I welcome our third speaker, Dr. Anuradha. She's a senior scientist and academician as well. She holds a doctorate in biotechnology, and she started her career as a scientist at Dr. Reddy's, and she also worked as a senior researcher at SAMI Labs. She's founder director of Rishi Herbal Technologies, a herbal company, and she's also founder of an NGO, Rishi Foundation. So I welcome Dr. Anuradha to take the stage. Then the next speaker is Dr. Lakshmi Behra, Director of IIT Mandi, and his expertise area is AI and robotics. And now, so I welcome Muthu Swami. He's our moderator for the session. He's a co-founder and CEO of Kriti Concepts and Vijistata Man Technologies and chief mentor in Tatwai. He brings over 20 years of experience in the automotive and aerospace industry, working in product strategy, innovation management, and new product development.
So we had a nice session setting off the tone for the need for research and core research. Few cues. Do we need a market research for core research? Like Professor Venkatesh was trying to figure out, does a core research need market research? A question. Failures, that we should be garnering more of them and take that as a badge of honor. Failures need to translate into learnings rather than as outcomes. My experience in various roles that I've had, including corporate roles, I was even involved in tech scouting, interacting with a lot of startups and researchers within the institutes. And subsequently, when I started on my own and started my research, I closely associated with IPTEL of Indian Institute of Science, trying to convert their research into commercial products. Very much aware of the challenges and mindsets. So setting the tone for our conversation with eminent and experienced people on the dais here, I would love to start the discussion with Dr. Vasan. So, sir, with your professional transitions, you've been with all the big giants, from corporate research and back to research. Could you tell the need for such researches to be translated into real life outcomes in commercial products? What are the challenges?
First of all, thank you so much to the IIT group for giving me an opportunity. A great question. For example, Bugworks, I recently joined Bugworks, it's been 2 years. It's a startup with a mission to really tackle two of the big diseases which are impacting humanity. One is drug-resistant infections, second one is heart-attack cancer.
Sir.
So, what this company provides as a platform to really bring in and leverage 20 years of experience from big pharma. What could it do there in terms of decision making, process, scale up, and everything? How do we have a driving mission to really tackle these two things where many other big companies have failed or try to move away from. So to break up in terms of what is the thought process, it's all about finding a purpose, right? As a small startup, we have a mission, a purpose which has a societal value. And then comes people, the core of success in research, especially we spoke about failures. Pharma is probably the best example of how any project you start will die. It will fail. The question is how soon will it fail and how much money you spend before you know something has failed. So the collective learning of the team in terms of bringing in multidisciplinary skills, all of us have worked in big pharma, putting it all together and having a very nimble process as well as a very narrow footprint in terms of how do we innovate inside and execute outside. So that's the mantra of the company. Uh, so ideation, right? He also spoke about ideas, right? So ideas come from different forms. Everyone in the company can throw up an idea. We create platforms, opportunities in terms of taking an idea, discussing it, debating it, and really seeing does it have the legs, the line of sight to make it into a product. And our end customer here is a patient. So what does the patient need? What is the current standard of care? How do we ensure that the product we're going to develop is compliant? So taking into consideration what the customer needs, that gets baked in very early on. And also it's a multidisciplinary effort which takes anywhere from 8 to 12 years, depending on how nimble and how quick you are, how lucky you are. So it requires a lot of iteration and also ability to decide very quickly on how do we identify clear winners and drop the ones which we think don't have the legs to go forward.
Thank you, Dr. Vasan. So that is with a person coming from a drug-resistant infection study and challenges there. From him, I'd like to ask Dr. Anuradha, who works on plant cell tissue culture. Madam, could you say these challenges that you had faced while translating your researches and you had successes? So probably you should tell our audience your story. And I'm very much curious that you share about the garlic side.
Thank you, all of you. When you asked about the challenges, I always see every challenge as an opportunity like this. COVID is the best example. Overnight, all textile companies turned into mask making companies, and all detergents and hand washes have to reach richer and richer. So, if there is a challenge, definitely there is an opportunity. My experience as in a corporate sector moved into again a proprietary, which is outside a public limited or private limited, which is there in 25 different countries, and then started my own startup. And being an academician and getting into an NGO, I've seen 360 degrees of the researcher. Everywhere the problem is same. Whether you are in corporate or in wherever you are, it is very tough to demonstrate your idea because always you are working for others' dream. When you are working for others' dream, definitely your steps will go wrong. That is first problem. Second thing is when you are having a demonstratable thing, at that time you will have first challenge is scaling up. People don't think about scale up, and a technologist, a researcher will always be very, very confident about his own research. When he is confident about his own research, it sometimes turns into overconfidence and sometimes lack of funds. Apart from this, when market is not ready, I want to give you an example of cold coffee instead of my garlic, because this is released into the market when market is not ready. We South Indians would love to have hot coffee, even in hot summer, that too, Amma made filter coffee. In such a scenario, when market is not ready, you are releasing the product. Same thing is with the case in online commerce, e-commerce. When market is not ready, a lot of products are not there, but thanks to COVID, it has picked up. Now people got addicted to it. If they don't shop online, they cannot live with it. That is the scenario. In such a scenario, always challenges, you need to identify first a challenge, then try to convert your idea into a scalable thing. That's what happened in my garlic thing also. And in one line, I will end it. I was working in a company, they gave me a challenge of increasing some nutrient content in garlic. That nutrient content, people were trying, they were cultivating, they were, as soon as you say biofortification, people think that which gene will fix that. And we always think about complicated solutions. And where we can go for CRISPR technology, complicated solutions are the ones which strike our mind. But sometimes, very simple solution will be lying before us. We don't think about that simple solution, and convincing people with simple solution is the biggest challenge of all the things. Finally I could able to convince DST and could able to get very big funding for the same product, and I won a US patent and 5 Indian patents for that simple solution.
Thank you, ma'am. So that you reiterate the need for basics, core basics to be strong, fundamental, start with the fundamentals and basics. Talking about academics, how it helped. We'll move to Professor Dheeraj, who's from the academics. So would you like to say, how do you lead projects, and what are those things that you do to commercialize? Because I understand you are heading one of the Hydrogen Valley projects and one of the lead there. What are the things that you do to collaborate? And how do you bring in and foster and support from the surroundings? And this is surrounding also meaning industry, academia, and partners who are going to be direct efforts. How would you do it?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you, PAN IIT, for giving me this opportunity. And looking at the requirement, the new age requirement for India to grow is, of course, doing some applied research in the academia environment. So when I am in a position where I can deliver to the industry, I have to reach out and first find the problem. So every industry, for example, in Indian industry, want to reduce the cost of manufacturing and then how to increase the production and all these things. But also the new age mandates that are coming on industries like sustainable development goals, they have to qualify and they have to reduce their emission and all. So that thing kind of came out of syllabus for the industry. They are not ready. They are still struggling. Indian industry is still struggling with production, reducing the cost and all those things. And I suddenly felt that academia is now leading industry to help them reach there. So then the solution, the new age solutions like hydrogen and all those things, everything for industry is new. So that solution, and I was lucky that industry has a requirement because they have to reach that objective, how to reduce the emission and all those things. And the solution was already there in academic environment. Of course, we have to scale up and all. So there was a direct correlation. But now coming out, whether our academic environment is fit or is ready to take up these challenges, that's the second question. So that requires different way of working, and with government changing the way they are throwing projects, big projects. Like I'll just give an example. We at IIT Rupert also have our this like agriculture and water technology center, which was given under the national cyber physical system. It was 3,600 crore project, and there were 23 centers made out of it. So that first center that came, being a new IIT, that was a big first center that came from DST funding. And that really changed the way we do research and academia. Suddenly, one of a colleague of mine was project director at a young age, and he had a freedom to implement things fast. Because a Section 8 company where we can hire quickly, fire quickly, and then bring technology where we are making hardware IoT devices inside the lab. Like we have all PCB manufacturing inside the lab. So and suddenly IIT Rupert is now giving technology to agriculture sector. We are Moon Farm is one of the major startup in the domain of cattle management and all. So we developed a band for the cattle where the band can, like IoT sensor, it is now telling whether the cow is under some disease or and all those things. So the same thing we are trying to get under the hydrogen value also, where we as a sector, IIT Rupert has been very generous. The rector has allocated 10 acres of land just to set up these things. So 3 acres of land purely for setting up high pressure hydrogen research center here. So industry see value in that because for industry setting up these facilities is not possible. And getting quality people to do research is also another problem for the industry. So suddenly academia become eligible to meet that requirement. And this kind of environment we need to create for academia to be front runner to be available for the industry to deliver.
A quick follow-up on the same line. Your opinion on POCs, proof of concept centers.
Yeah. So proof of concept center, I think it's a wonderful idea to have it. And I feel we have everything in the academic environment, but the recipe nobody knows. Why I'm saying because I as a I'm 10 years into the system IIT environment, so I see that I want to do a test, certain characterization in certain lab. I have to not only I have money, I have the material, I have to fight somebody's ego to get that test done. Are we ready to crush those things, make one lab, one institute? That seamless transition from one lab to other lab, just for characterization. My idea get killed in the paper processes. I'm just saying within the institute, I'm saying. It's not my issue, it's a common thing. Every issue, it's a problem. Can the administration have a will to create an environment where everyone, whenever they want to, रात में 12 बजे, 1 बजे कुछ करना है, let's go. That environment need to be created. Proof of concept, there are things like, for example, in Germany, you have Fraunhofer institutes, where 20% fund government is giving, 70% industry is giving. But their mandate is purely to deliver. They may not be able to, of course, they are doing cutting edge, they are developing the technology and waiting for someone to buy them. And they are a profitable organization. And similar thing, probably we also have similar thing like CSIR labs or are there. But that connection with industry and faith building somewhere got lost. I think New India need new faith building exercises and government is trying to enable that. But also institute administration need to think out of box. Help
Your
it
voice
happen.
and change in mindset like our previous analysts also spoke. Thank you. So moving on, I'd like to ask this follow-up question about resources to Professor Lakshmida. So, based on there's a lot of research on resource-based. We've been discussing on research, resource-based view. The need for research and implementation, like POCs, is multidisciplinary and people who are willing to literally hustle in the technology space. So, in view of that, how do you see, being yourself the director and head of an institution, how do you see that you would facilitate such a system, which is a very popular thing, like we talk about the proof of concept centers in the West, in the developed nations. So, do you think that do we have the capacity? What is the need? How are we going to handle the human resource issues?
You see that I'll give you two examples. One is at the head of the institute. We initiated a program called Quantum Science Center. And I called the interested faculty members and said that can we build a computer, quantum computer in 2 years? And that too in IIT Mandi. So discussion went ahead. There is a quantum mission that is being supported by the government of India. I took my team, we visited NIMS, National Institute of Material Science in Japan, created a consortium, and we are almost ready to start work. I think whenever you want to focus, a targeted focus, and you get a team enthused, things can be done if everybody's married to the idea that we have to build it. Just like today, Kiran Kumarji was telling about mission. I think mission mode is something that have to be brought in Indian institution. Like I was a guest professor in Hangzhou in China. There was a university, Zhejiang University. The university has been given a mandate by the Chinese government to build all control standards, whatever ABB is doing, whatever Honeywell is doing. So it's mission. So because you asked me as a head of the institute, I'm just telling you, if you make a mission mode, things will work. Because it is just within 6 months, we have a center, we have PhD students, we have a group of faculties who are working, we have a timeline, how do we achieve, and we want to achieve a quantum computer in room temperature. That means a possible talent. I don't think resource is really an issue if things are in mission. And that's what I see how we can achieve certain things, and why China actually went. They really involved the academics into developing things that NASA needs, which I think we have not done. And this is where, I went to this Hangzhou Tianjin University. They have been given a mission mode program on developing all electronic gadgets. So I think similar things, if mission mode wise, those who are premier institutes are given. Here some of the point that came up. You see, in academy, you have the students. They want to learn. They don't know. Nowadays, students are not interested. You teach them in blackboard all these, bombastic formulas and this and that, and then they will theories. This really doesn't work. You have to give them practical work, and then you have to generate an interest in them. And this is also first hand I learned because I was a consultant to DJI RoboMaster Challenge, where I saw what DJI does. It selects 100 best students from schools all over China. China is a huge country, selecting 100 students, and then put them in Shenzhen University. For 1 month, they are given a training, and then they are given a problem, open problem that they have to solve in the next 1 year. The faculty mentors are there. 100 students are being converted into 6 teams, and finally there is a competition. People come to watch. They have to pay money to watch this competition. And when I interacted with these students, they are 11th grader, 12th grader, and they're telling me they have used extended Kalman filter based state estimation. They have used model predictive control. Can you imagine? 11th grader, 12th grader? Because they were given first-hand experience, hands-on experience, now they went to the deep into the topic, what they need. I think we have to change the ecosystem, how we have to impact training, we have to upscale our skilling. I think India, as far as the human resources are concerned, enough potential is there. That's where the real resource. And at the top hierarchy, we have to really make a proper planning where what kind of technology having societal impact must be targeted. Thank you.
Yeah, that is interesting to see how resource can be trained and honed them by moving to mission mode. Taking cue from that, assuming that we're going into mission mode and trying to translate research. Question to Dr. Vasan again. Do you see the need and importance to have a systematic ideation or a phase of idea generation? We had a discussion. You are a very strong proponent of having that as a necessity, so that we fail fast and quick and move on to the next one. So I'd like you to add your opinion on that.
Again, a great question. So this is about how do you generate ideas in a biotech space, which has a very long incubation period, involves millions of dollars, if you go by whatever estimate, to discover and deliver a novel drug. It can take anywhere from $1 million to $3 billion. depending on whose report you believe in. So it's a lot of money, a lot of resource, time, and a lot of failure. So what becomes the critical component of any biotech is idea. How good is this idea? How relevant it is in a global platform? And can you also make in a local context to it? Because it's very important that as part of a business mode, it's important that there is a context to what you're pursuing. So definitely idea generation is critical. There are different ways of doing it. Again, the question is how can you create a culture which is open, which invites idea from anyone in the organization? Idea can come from within, from outside. How do you percolate that as practice? And no hierarchy, right? Any ideas can be shot on by anyone and anything can be taken up for action. So in an industry like this, I think idea becomes the core. And again, there is also a cultural sensitivity, right? Having worked overseas and also working in India, the way ideas are nurtured in each country or in each culture is very different. So you have to be very conscious of the nuances of culture in terms of bringing it in. And again, it's all about bringing in the right people, giving them an opportunity, giving them a whiteboard to go about asking questions, and provide all the enablers that are needed to translate ideas into products.
I can see that you resonate along with what Peter said. The right people, put them together, give them the free hand, and things start to take shape.
Absolutely.
Thanks for that. Now that you said that we need, in any sector where there's research, you need to have some applied ideation and ideas to commercialize them. Now, when I'm talking about commercialization, the first thing that comes to my mind is, should I go for market or protect my Dr. Anurag? What is your opinion? Which is the right strategy? Should I protect my intellectual property or go to market? What's the sequence?
Again, I say that it depends upon the company, product, and the individual process, whether you are working on the process or you are working on the product or copyright or design, it depends upon that. Whether you need to immediately go for protecting your IP or you need to postpone it, because in pharma sector it might take 10 years to come out with one clinical trial out, one drug discovery, one molecule out. But still, many pharma people, they have a process of doing it, protecting it first and then working on it. And in case of any startup here, if they want to know about it, I always suggest them to go ahead with provisional patent and then try to demonstrate, do the proof of concept, and then go ahead. That's what.
That's a good piece of advice to all the startups if they are here. Certainly, a proof of concept will give you an idea about how to implement, and that's where you start to file a patent. So, need of the hour is also that we need to increase our IPRs. Like most of the developed nations, the way we are measured is by an index. It's called the innovation index. I think the parallel track is running out there on innovations. So we need to contribute to them by upping our IPR, and I think that is a good thing.
I just want to add one more point. If there are policymakers here in India, protecting IP takes long time. Examination takes, and my patent was ended up in atomic research, stating that it relates to atomic research when it is nowhere connected to that. To dig it on, to get it, it took me. I filed it in 2013. I got it in 2021. So something need to be done. I think this is a platform where you need to give the feedback, and in Japan and other places you can online file it. Patenting is the process of patenting itself. No one understood that. They file it and they say that I have a patent. They don't even think that granting is needed for that. Examination is needed for that.
I think we will have to take the cue from our not so friendly neighbor, China, like you said. There, things move faster. On the mission mode, probably there is some hint that we should probably translate that. Now, I'll move to Professor Dheeraj. So, while demonstrating, you are in the process. What are those challenges that you have? And for research, core research like the life sciences and such as yours, which is physics, and I think we even have Dr. Rupa Kumar here, who is very theoretical and on in approach. when that translates into an outcome, do we measure its progress through TR, or is there a need that we move away from TRLs to innovation readiness levels? Because TRL is for technologies which exist, and it's about integrating and how you can translate them further. So when it comes to code research, especially in deep techs, I don't think, it's my opinion, I ask, you may share your opinion. Should we move from TRL to IRL measurements so that it enables and it provides the necessary policies are made based on our measurements?
So in this again, I will say that comparing it with my research or the project that I've been implementing. So there are two wings to this. One is implementation side, and other is research and development side. And recently, I just want to share an experience. Recently, I became batch member of one of the highest committee to select projects by academia. Like I was invited. So there for the first time, I saw that how projects are sanctioned. I was amazed with the rigor that our scientists team, the core team, the top leadership selects which project need to be funded and which are not going to get funded or they are unlucky or not, whatever. So the gap between those who got funded and those who didn't get funded, I think it was like somebody who is developing technology, somebody who is doing science, which will find application next 20 years, will get funded. Like I came outside, I'm from engineering background, I studied in the sciences background, this project selection. And something which is applied, which is very close to get implemented and get some quick result, that based on what is the science behind it, I personally felt that it was not funded. So, but if that has been funded, because applications come from throughout India, from various pockets of academia, like various universities. Had that been funded, that university, that professor, that young guy who's trying to set up his lab may have got great encouragement to set up lab. That because funding crunch, if you go to universities, most of the faculty members, other than IITs, actually 90% of the science funding goes to IITs or ISC. Among 10%, rest of the institutes are fighting for that. So what I want to say means I am no one to recommend the plan, but somewhere I felt that we need to really smoothen out things so that somebody who is trying for the first time get an encouragement to get things started. So now recently from SERV is now getting changed, like scientific science and energy research board is now getting changed to National Research Foundation, which we just discussed in the last session. So there the mandate is like 30% government is going to fund, 70% it is going to get funded from industry through various routes that are already there, like their CSR funds will be diverted to these things. I believe there we should have these two-tier things. One is applied, and there they are also focusing on making these funds reach to the non-IIT universities more. So what I want to say, TRL and non-TRL, I think they are a good concept, but we need more TRL right now for India to get started. Innovation is there. See, academia is such a pure thing, we should not touch it. Whatever way it is going on. We, as an administration, we need to enable good things. But the purity of a maths guy who is trying to solve certain problem should not be compared with somebody like me who is trying to develop some 700 bar tanks or something cylinders. So he has his own role. I have my own role. But again, then everything boils down to in the promotion, how many publication, how many patent, how many. So I think as an academy or administration need to change the way we gauge people. Or somebody is fighting. Respect that. Yeah, so I believe that TRL is important, that other thing is also important. We need to make a balance and somebody has to find that magic formula.
Thank you, Professor. Dheeraj, I can see that pain that you're going through. Taking a cue from that, I think I'll wind up with a final question to Professor Lakshmidhar. Sir, you've heard our Professor Dheeraj talking about the need for these. As a head of an institution, how are you facilitating beyond research papers, journal publication articles, that research within the institute is moving on? This is very obvious reason here.
Yes, see, as the head of the institute, you see that IITs, as of now, the government mandate is we should be primarily a research university. And of course, the visibility of an institute is dependent on how much we contribute to the knowledge body of knowledge. We cannot dilute it because and we take the very high quality people and we try to see who can think 50 years ahead, 100 years ahead. But that's the nature of university. But along with that, we have to create an ecosystem where translational research can be given. And we, just like Dheeraj is working in TIH in IIT Ropar, IIT Mandi also has, and so many other IITs they have in different areas. And we have catalyst also, say incubators within every IIT. So all these things, steps are taken. But you see that as an university or a teaching institute, we cannot dilute this principle of contributing the body of knowledge. Otherwise, we are not university.
Thank you, sir. I think with that, we are hoping more of Dr. Ventesh or Professor Venkatesh's do come from universities. Thank you.
Thank you, all the panelists, for the insightful discussion. And I would request Muthu Kumar Swamiji to do the honors.
Thank you. Thanks.
So, due to the paucity of time, please just have to stay the
Sir,
QA.
photo.
Yeah. Please. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm sure you had a lot of questions, but as Lakshmi said, due to the time constraints, and in fact, in the lunch hour, we can have much more time to have those questions. So, thank you very much. And we are moving on to the next session. I will hand the mic over to Dr.
Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon.
Sir, please come, sir. Sir, please sit down, sir.
So we have actually a session on commercialization strategy for innovation. We have all been talking since morning how industry can come together. So we have a panel of 5 people who have done it. And there are some case studies also which will be presented from diverse fields. We have Dr. Vikram Kumar. He's alumnus of IIT Bombay in chemical engineering. And he has over 3 decades of industrial experience. He's currently working as global technology leader in formulation specialties. Then we have Mr. Akshay Agarwal, again alumnus from IIT Bombay, over 2 decades of experience in semiconductor, wireless, and currently he's senior director. Of MediaTek. Then we have Mr. Rohit Pundlik, director Indigence. He has been doing a lot of research on the pharma sector, especially US-based pharma, and developing new molecules, etc., which we have also heard in the morning. Then we have Mr. Praveen Gali. He worked extensively in GE, I think in 3 areas: GE Digital, GE Global Research, GE Power and Water. Now he is into his own startup, which is very innovative, and he's actually converting a lot of business also in the Indian Army. I was just discussing with him. So he's founder and CEO of Voltex EV Private Limited. The session will be moderated by Juby Jose. She's director products in Intel, and she has a lot of experience in software engineering, product development, road safety, NLP, video analytics, and she's MBA from IIT. May I request all the panelists to please come on the dais?
Good afternoon, everybody. Energy levels are low. Trust me, this is one session where we will learn about making money out of your invention or technology, so it's going to be worth your while. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. So I'll start with a small story. Some of you may know Ajay Bhatt, who is widely known as the inventor of USB. He and his team invented USB while working at Intel. And while his team was defining the spec of USB, his wild estimate was that the technology would be worth around $40 million in the best case. Mr. Bhatt was obviously wrong by a big margin. USB is a prominent technology today, first and foremost because of the simplicity and flexibility of the technology, but in no measure can we deny the role of the decision to commercialize USB as an open standard. And the millions of dollars that went into developing the ecosystem around USB, that's what helped to extract the economic value out of the technology. So this small story was to motivate the rationale for this session. This is where we will talk about commercializing innovation. Once the technology is developed, conceptualized, there are 50 other things that need to fall in place to extract economic value from that invention. And that's what we will talk about with our expert panel here. We have a diverse panelist here coming from different industries. You already heard about their background, so I will not ask them to repeat that. I will request each one of my panelists today to start off with a quick introduction. First of all, introducing their domain. So you get an idea of what is a typical product life cycle from launch to end of life in their respective domains. And also to share a small story about one new product introduction that they were a part of themselves and what is one big learning that they had coming out of that exercise. So we'll start with Vikram.
So thanks a lot for everybody to be here. I appreciate it. I think that we are standing in between you and lunch, so really appreciate your patience. So I think my domain expertise is in material science. So the company I work for, we develop materials for multiple and very diverse end-use applications. And we follow mega trends such as automotive, autonomous driving, EVs, digitization, IoTs, healthcare, revolution, aerospace, and so on. And I think the life cycle to a large extent depends, it's not rate limited by materials that we can develop. We have a pretty talented team, global teams can develop. It's more limited by the qualification time at our customers and and liability come into play. So if there are applications in healthcare, they've given the qualification time in the launch, from concept to launch, could take up to 5+ years. But in certain areas like in the 5G base stations, for instance, the digitization era, so it's less than 2 years. So it kind of depends on which subsegment we are playing in. One example that I was asked to talk about is, I think one learning for us is I was involved in developing, if you look at 5G base stations, just because of complex information flow, the circuit density is becoming increasingly high. And as a result, when these stations are installed, a lot of heat generated. And if you don't account for that, it can lead to failures of devices. I was involved in developing a material which could help dissipate the heat very quickly. And I think what learning was, we are typically about 2 value chain steps removed from the end user. And this space, a lot of learning, our customers and their customers are learning a lot. And they were not able to give us right from the gate a set of materials requirements that they needed. So we had to work very closely with the customer
to translate their device performances to material requirements. And that itself just defines the problem to provide. And so customer proximity in these mega trend and very, very fast evolving areas. One learning for me in that project was customer proximity and learning what they need and how it translates to what you can deliver. The critical step, and it's non-trivial.
Thanks. More to Akshay. Please share your the product. You come from the semiconductor domain as I do. So please share a quick overview of the product life cycle and one learning from an important product introduction that you are part of.
Hi, I'm Akshay Agarwal. I'm Director of Engineering at MediaTek. So for those of you who are not familiar with MediaTek, we are one of the top fabless semiconductor IC design companies in the world. And by fabless semiconductor company, we mean that we design, we architect and design chips which go into consumer electronics like your mobile phones, TVs, Wi-Fi, etc. But we don't manufacture them. Okay, just to give you an example, we hold about 40% market share worldwide for mobile products, whether it's 3G, 4G, 5G, any of those products. So just to give you challenges in our industry, specifically for our company, we target about $3 to $4 million revenue per person. Okay, we're about 50,000 people company and we have a revenue about $20 million. So which means it's very, very important that every product decision that we are making, it has to be, you can't be ultra conservative because then you won't be able to get somewhere, but you also have to hedge your bets to make sure that you're able to do a product which has high commercial success or high chance of commercial success. So typically in our industry, every product that is going to see commercial success is going to go through something called tape outs, which is the manufacturing process, of course, extensive R&D, and it can cost about $10 to $15 million of cost to get it commercialized. So the biggest thing is we have to first of all make sure that the standards for that product are well defined, so that it can be very universally adopted, and that's the biggest part of the life cycle. Once the standards are adopted or when defined by some industries like 3GPP, you would start designing the product, and it goes from architecture to design to actual implementation, which could be about 1 year or so. So that's the typical life cycle of a particular product once the standards are defined. Okay. Now, giving one example of where I've been personally involved is 5G projects or 5G products. Our Bangalore Design Center was involved in the development of the first 5G IC, which went into mobile products, and that was a very proud moment to be. And the challenge over there was, as a company and as a center, we had to make a decision. 5G had two standards. One is below 6 gigahertz, and the other is millimeter wave, which is about 30 gigahertz, 40 gigahertz. Which standard to adopt? And depending on where you actually hedge your bets or where you put your money, the investment could be very different. And so, as a company, we decided to go towards the 5G sub 6 gigahertz, and it was a good decision. We had to make, it was a tough decision also because our competitor was going towards the second technology, but we decided that it's a hype cycle right now. It's not very technologically safe to do that. There are a lot of risks over there. And after doing all the market study, we decided to go with the first kind of product, and we had good success over there. So I think we had to make decisions, but in this case, things worked for our favor. So.
Thanks, Akshay. Rohit, in addition to introducing the life cycle in your domain, can I also request you to address common pitfalls that come about in opportunity sizing, which is a critical step when taking an innovation to the market. It's important to understand the size of the opportunity that you're going after. And especially in the sector that Rohit comes from, healthcare, it is prone to a lot of vanity metrics. Healthcare data is worth $6 trillion. What does that mean to you? So can you address some of the common pitfalls when sizing the opportunity for an innovation?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I think pharma industry or healthcare industry is something that we are all familiar with. I think not very intimate with, but we are familiar with a lot of happenings in the pharma industry, right? And it does get a lot of headlines, it does get a lot of buzzwords. But what I have been involved in over the last few years, and I'll briefly mention that, is we've been working with all the top pharma companies across the globe in commercializing their innovation. And over the last 5 years, I've been involved in almost close to about 50 products, many of them that you use on a very frequent basis. Commercializing them across their life cycle, understanding what it takes to make them profitable, and understanding how do you best ensure that these products reach the desired patients. Because at the core of all pharma decisions are the patient care. So profitability, and that does get a lot of buzzword, but how do you basically help the patients in their day-to-day lives, either through cure or the maintenance of their conditions? And that's something that we work on very closely. Now, talking about the pitfalls, right? I think one of the key elements of any pharma launch or any pharma commercialization is the forecasting process. And there's something called as epidemiology, which is basically understanding the patient burden of a disease. This is a very research-oriented activity, and where we are looking through a lot of publications, we are looking through a lot of surveys to understand how prevalent a particular disease is. How many patients typically get diagnosed year over year? Is the diagnosis increasing? Is it decreasing? How do you best ensure that the patients that are diagnosed do get the treatment? And then once they do get the treatment, do they continue to remain on the treatment till they either get cured or they progress on to something that can be managed by another product? Right? So this element becomes a very critical part of a drug evaluation. So the forecasting and the epidemiology forecast especially is something that is also close to my heart. I kind of did that for quite a number of years before deciding to broaden out a little bit and then understand how that forecast is being consumed by the end users at the pharma companies. So critical element here is, of course, the forecasting being data driven, but at the same time being able to understand what are the nuances that might impact this forecast going into the future. Because a lot of this forecast is based on historical data, right? And how do you account for the market events that are going to influence this in the future? Typically, when we're talking about a US market, for example, a lot of drug launches or the success of a drug launch depends on how the insurance is reimbursing, right? So are you able to show the benefits of a drug during the clinical trial that the insurance will later reimburse during the launch phase? So as an innovator, you have to think about designing clinical trials, keeping in mind what the insurance companies are looking for. Now that becomes an important element, and a lot of really wonderful drugs have not been able to hit their full potential because insurance simply did not cover it and it became too costly for the patients to afford. So that is something that I really look forward to and understand when we are discussing this with different pharma companies, their innovators, their medical research teams along with.
Okay, thank you. So opportunity sizing is one area where you're brought down to earth after the initial fancy analysis about what your technology is worth. And it's important to have a realistic estimate of what is the opportunity that you're going after. Now, the second phase where you will again be brought down, you'll be met with humility, is the phase called the product market fit. You come into the market with a product, you try to address a particular market segment, and then you realize that there is maybe a little bit more correction that is required to your opportunity assessment. So I'd request Praveen. Praveen, you're in the EV space, which meets with a lot of hype of late. So can you cite some examples of where you were attacked with this problem, that you went in with an assessment of the opportunity of the market, but once inside, you had to rationalize your assumptions about the opportunity?
Yeah, thanks for having me on the panel. Thanks for sharing the mic. So, yeah, I think the product market fit, this EV space is, as you know, it's evolving and not much is well established. Everything a lot of things come from China or other countries. We talk about many things, but most of the things are import. So I took a chance to say, okay, what do we do here indigenously? The government has put so many norms and all these things. Then I said, let me start with a humble beginning. Let's do a 250 watt motor, BLDC motor, set up a plant. I was very naive. I'm coming from engineering side, no business, economics background. So some reality checks. So you make some assumptions, and unless you validate those assumptions, you will run into challenges. So we started small. So what is the product fit? Right? Yeah, we know people are importing motors, BLDC motors. Nobody's making in India. Uh, and we got a 250 watt power. We said we'll size this motor for electric bicycles. Maybe we can use for two-wheelers, but for low speed application. Because it doesn't go more than 25 speed and weight. So yeah, we took that, but the one is we had to compete with China, which has already been doing this for 15 years, and the quality and the reliability and the cost are very difficult for me to source the parts and build it and compete at scale, which I'm not there at scale. Even the 250 watt motor fit in our cycles, but if you go to Northeast, there are Desi cycles. It has different number of spokes, like a large population in West Bengal, Assam, all the Northeast, they use a heavy or the typical class cycles. So the product doesn't fit into that. Luckily, we realized that and we changed that so that we could adapt into that market. So that was another, we learned from the market that we need to adapt to that. Now, if I go to Kerala and other places, hilly areas, the 250 size, people are complaining, hey, I have to pedal to give that extra power. I'm not able to use this motor, I need much more bigger motor. Now the government rule says 250, but people are selling 350 and getting away with it. Two-wheeler scooters, they said, okay, give me ARI, I don't need the certification. Just give me that thing 250, I can use it. But then they come back and complain that this is not fast enough or doesn't take more than 2 people. So these were the challenges, and we finally had come to a certain solution with the voltage and the right sizing motor. And there is a lot of pull from the market. We're in the process of scaling it. And similarly, there are other applications companies. I was just aware, sorry, I started to step out from Flipkart. They're motorizing their trolleys in their warehouses. So we did 50 of them. Now they want 2,000. But there were a lot of product fit because just putting on an existing trolley and a motor, yeah, you can put under a chair and make it run. But how people use it and handle it was a huge learning for us. So we had to make many adaptations. We've been trying for two years, but we took 2 months to get to the right product fit. So that was a lot.
That's okay. Thanks, Ravi. Now, I want to touch upon the innovation pipeline management. Innovation pipeline typically tends to be a funnel. There are a lot of ideas going in, but very few ideas should come out of the other end of the funnel. So I want to pose this question to Dr. Vikram, that how do you decide to qualify an innovation, come out of the pipeline and get funded? And what should be a healthy success rate for you to assess the quality of your innovation pipeline?
Yeah, so I think the way we assess is each project. Firstly, step one is there's a metrics called DFV, desirability, feasibility, and viability. Desirability is why does the customer need it? What is the unmet need? And the customers have solutions in the marketplace, but if you want to introduce something new, what is it that they're not getting today? Define that with F, which is feasibility, is why do you think our company, why do we think we can satisfy that unmet need of the product, material product? And why do we think that we can create differentiation versus competitors? Because I think in our space, we are competing with 10 plus people in the material space who are going after very similar opportunities. So step two, which is feasibility, is why do we think as a company we can develop a material which will provide us differentiation over our competition? And viability, the last step is why do we think we can make money? And in the end, it's a business. We have to make money. So as you look at programs across all the market mega trends that I talked about earlier, automotive, digitization, aerospace, aviation, healthcare, we start to map these opportunities in that framework, the three. Why do our customers need it? Unmet need. Why do we think we can do it with differentiation? And see how do we think we can make money? And we start to rank opportunities around these three dimensions. that appear to be very simple, but if you dig deeper, you need a pretty extensive, knowledgeable, cross-functional team to start mapping these out. And you start doing that across opportunities, and you start developing a metrics of how your pipeline looks like. And when you start off, the deviation, the accuracy of this DFE is maybe plus minus 30-40%, because you're just stepping in, there's still quite a bit unknowns. But as you go through the funnel, and we do have a toll gate management process, as you go through that, the expectation is the error bar in these dimensions goes from 30-40% to 15-20, and then as you go down further, it's plus minus 5-10%. So that's how we map opportunities, and through toll gates we manage that, and through toll gates expect more and more deeper information and accurate information as we go along. That's how we make decisions. It's not a one-time process. What may at starting you may have these 10 opportunities ranked with error bars, but as you go through the toll gate process, you reconvene with a multifunctional team, let's say 3-4 months later, with new information. That ranking may change. So you need agility. You need agility to handle that, and it's never a static. It's never a static pipeline. It evolves, especially if you're chasing mega trends that we are. It evolves because there are, as a lot of my colleagues here, peers have mentioned, a lot of unknowns. Our customers and their customers are learning these spaces, and so we have knowledge to start with, which has to be refined and be made more accurate as we go along. So it's a dynamic process.
One another point I feel it's important for innovators to consider that when we talk about innovation, new technology, we think about things that don't exist today, something novel, and we want to be first to the market. Now, commercially, if you think about it, there is merit in being second to the market as well. So I would like Akshay to shine light upon this topic, that fast follower, especially in your industry, semiconductor industry, it takes a lot of money for a stepping. So is fast follower a good commercialization strategy?
I think that's an excellent question, because there's always a debate of whether you want to be the fast follower or you want to be the risk taker and go and do something which is not there out as yet. So at MediaTek, we've had both approaches, and luckily we've been successful in both the approaches. So as a fast follower, I think the approach is, hey, a particular product has already got commercial success. Now, how can we do it better, faster, and at a cheaper price point? So that's what we call as democratizing the technology. So one of the success factors for MediaTek has been, when we started the company back in 2000, was there were many mobile chip makers out there who were making these mobile phones, Nokia's and Ericsson's and Motorola, etc. And MediaTek was coming up. So just being a component supplier for a mobile phone would not be something a differentiator. So now you know that mobile phone is a success factor, but what do you do differently? So we were trying to be a fast follower, but with a twist. And what was the twist? We noticed that the people who are making the mobile phones are all these Nokia's and Ericsson's and Motorola's, who were thousands and thousands and thousands of engineers who can pump money into making a new mobile phone. How about we, as MediaTek, not just being a component supplier, we give the entire reference board, or the board that is there in your mobile phone, with all the components pre-tested out there, so that a no-name customer, or a customer with minimum R&D could quickly, test the phone, slap some ID around it, and sell it. Which means, the time to actually market that particular phone is much reduced, and the phone maker could now actually focus on marketing the product rather than testing this component from this guy, this component from this guy, and doing all that stuff. Because of which we got so much success, that we were able to get into the smartphone market much faster, and we were able to unseat some of the players who were already out there. So this was an example of fast following. And one quick thing, and then we changed the strategy for 5G. We said, fast follow is good, but can we actually also be innovators and doing something first? And we were one of the first ones to launch 5G, and that was a big commercial success. Thank you.
Thanks for that. We're running short of time, but I want to pose this question to Praveen. I'm sure he is Yeah, you're a little bit in trouble. So as I got into product management, my first learning was that engineering is, of course, the core of the success, but that's not enough. That's a necessary condition, not a sufficient condition. There are other business functions that come into play when you have to successfully commercialize a technology. What are those business functions? Sales, marketing, customer support. These are, at some point, these become even more important than engineering itself. So I'm sure that as a founder, Praveen has met that experience. So can you share something about how you realize the importance of sales, marketing, customer support?
I think she is sitting on something which I miserably failed. So she caught me my earlier conversation today morning. But like I've been always on the advanced technology side of things, not even in regular engineering, more out there kind of thing. And philosophically and also with passion, I used to always argue why doesn't the business leaders consider these ideas? Why can't they take risks? And you frequently quote Steve Jobs and how they took risks. Well, I did all those words when I became an entrepreneur and started doing it. And as I said, one of the biggest, and unless you are in that, no matter how much we talk about it, you would not realize it. But the moment I started with it, the first thing is, oh, we can do this, we can do that, we can do this. So every part like e-brakes, throttle, and I'm going after trying to build products. Little I was thinking about the supply chain. Is the supply chain in the country ready to provide me all these small little parts? Then the cost, the expertise that you need in order to do these things. Then the scaling factors. And do you have a manufacturing setup to scale them? Yeah, conceptually you can build all these things and make it work and get very excited. The next step, the scaling part is, I was falling flat on, and I always downgrading, not downgrading, this thing like marketing, sales. Yeah, we'll do it. Don't worry. My website also was not that great to even somebody to go and check. But later we saw the sales coming down, and the supply chain relationships, the quality of after sales support. We are doing a lot of those things, but I was predominantly the lion's share of my attention was going into the product development. Big mistake, because you develop a product, you need to mature it, you need to really, and many customers came to my place and said, I don't know about your product. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. Then even my wife kept saying simple things like, put it on the newspaper, send it to them. People know that you exist. So that was a big blind spot, to be honest, because I'm overridden with the development side of things.
It tends to be a blind spot for a lot of founders who come from the engineering background, and it's important to shine the spotlight on that. Rohit, I'll give you the last word. You come from healthcare, which sees a lot of attention from startups, new technologies coming up every other day. Can you list 3 technologies in your line of sight, and how? And can you put a categorization that is that technology right for a short-term, medium-term, long-term commercialization opportunity? And we'll close with that.
Sure, thank you so much. So I think yes. So there are, yes, it does get that eyeballs, and it is very profitable from a short term as well as a long term perspective. You have to stay in the business to be. And for biotechs or for innovators in this space, right? So I think there are 3 key areas. I was kind of thinking about this, walking into this room. Is first is of course on the innovation side of drug discovery, right? So can we get to market faster? There's a lot of time. So typically, if a drug spends about 21 years from pre-clinical to launch and to commercialization and in life cycle, 14 years are in the clinical stages, right? Can you get to market faster? We saw this with the vaccines. When there was a need, the drugs came out, the vaccines came out really quickly, right? And people were willing to, kind of soften the regulation. So can we get to market faster? What is the technology? And we're talking about Gen AI, we're talking about a lot of good computational skills now. Can we get to market faster? So that's on the innovation side of the actual drug discovery. Second comes in terms of the manufacturing of the drugs. It is very cost intensive, and it is very difficult to maintain that supply chain.
and I'll take a little bit of time. So there was a particular drug in the US that faced a severe crunch because of cyclones hitting their manufacturing plants, and there were only 3 factories in the Western Hemisphere that was manufacturing it. One factory completely was destroyed. So the drug, it was a cancer drug. It faced a severe shortage in the US because one of the factories was completely destroyed. So can we democratize it and can we decentralize it and have smaller manufacturing at scale to get to the market faster, and can that be the innovation? And the third, which is probably closest to our hearts, is how can we help the patients, right? So we're talking about telehealth, and probably this is going to be the most important and the short-term benefits that we're going to see is how do we improve the telehealth part of it, right? So remote health, telehealth, faster diagnosis, faster treatments, and more continuous management and monitoring of the health. India sees a lot of diabetes patients. We're going to be we have the largest load of diabetic patients across the world. How do we manage it? Are we going to get into a situation where insulin becomes a norm and half the population has to be on insulin as a result? I don't think that's the future that we want to look forward to. So how do we diagnose it? How do we treat it? How do we raise that awareness? And how do we make sure that India in general becomes more healthy as we go? So those are the 3 spaces that I think are really ripe for innovation and commercialization.
Okay, thanks, Rohit. That's all from my arsenal of questions. If there are any pressing questions in the room, we can take 1 or 2. Go ahead, we do have one. Remember, you're standing in between us and lunch.
One question for one panelist, and lunch is a little bit fast.
Thank you very much for the wonderful discussion here. Being a fellow material scientist here, so I see there is this concept called design for manufacturability that's there in the industry. So I work in the healthcare industry as well. So I earned my PhD in material science. So I know there is a gap between doing things in the lab and doing things for production. So could you, any of the panelists, comment on how to fill that gap?
May I suggest, this is a very broad question.
Okay.
Do you mind if we take this offline? I think you can chat with any of the panelists. It would be a better discussion if we do it longer term and not a 1 minute answer.
No problem.
My personal recommendation.
Yes, definitely.
Sir, mic, sir.
Would that sort of industry also?
Do you want me to take that?
Yeah.
You mean on the the litigation challenges? Don't know exactly what is the one-to-one match there, but I think there are challenges in terms of the speeds, the safety protocols and all that. So there we are yet to learn.
So my personal opinion, coming from semiconductor, any industry which is super tech heavy, you need to build an arsenal of IP for yourself.
I think that on the EV, on the material side, to answer your question, on the material side, I think I talked about multiple people going to the same space. I think a lot of companies in material science, as the industry moved from IC to EV, they started working on that over a number of years. And to get to the end point of what is needed material-wise, everybody knows what the target is. And look at the solution space, it's a box. Like everybody is staying in that box. And everybody is thinking, I want to build barriers for others to enter. Everybody's patenting what is available. So white space is fast disappearing. So even though you don't see it now, but I think 5-10 years from now, you would have a lot of litigation. Everybody is playing the same box to satisfy the unmet need.
Thanks. With that, we'll close the session. Thank you for your attention.
In fact, I'd like to open up.
Sir. Thank you. Madam, photo, sir. Sir, photo. Please. Yes, ma'am. Sir, just a minute, sir. Wait, sir. Wait, sir. Wait, sir. Wait, sir. Okay, wait, sir. Wait, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, all. I know we are getting ready, we are getting late for lunch. Thank you, Jubi ma'am, once again.
Madam, please come this side.
Thank you, Jubi ma'am, for a wonderful discussion on research commercialization strategies. We are now on to finally our final session in research track on the role of collaboration and partnerships in advancing research. The topic of industry-academia collaboration has existed since the time immemorial. However, there are many new actors who have now come into the picture in the form of startups, investors, and an increasing interest and participation of government has been observed. A healthy collaboration between the key players of the ecosystem can substantially accelerate translatable research and in return benefit each of them. To discuss on the topic further, let me invite first on stage Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, the founding Vice Chancellor of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, Vadodara. Prior to the academia, he has been in industry in the Senior Director of Samsung for quite long. Sir, please be on stage. Our next panelist is Dr. Anuradha Ganesh, who recently retired from Cummins India as a Chief Technical Advisor, where she advised senior leadership on technology innovation, regulatory trends, and policy. She also makes recommendations on collaborations and strategic partnerships with universities and governments. She is also an adjunct faculty at IIT Madras. She is also an independent consultant in the areas of sustainability, decarbonization, bioenergy, and waste to energy.
Madam? Madam?
Yeah, already seated.
Madam?
Yeah.
Sir, Manoj, sir, first.
Next, I invite on stage Dr. Taslima Arif Said, CEO and Director of Center for Cellular and Molecular Platforms, in short, CCAP, an initiative of Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. Dr. Taslima Arif holds a PhD in Neurosciences from Max Planck Institute of Brain Research, Germany, which he followed up with postdoctoral training at University of California, San Diego. At CCAM, he currently heads the Discovery of Innovation Accelerator Program in Life Science Healthcare by supporting translation of discoveries to application, entrepreneurship, and technology of development. And also we have Kavita ma'am joining with us. She is from the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. She is a skilled professional with a 5+ years of experience in multiple areas, strategic communication, collaboration, and all the relevant areas of our discussion today. And last but not the least, we invite on stage our moderator for the session, Soujanya Shetty. Soujanya ma'am has 25 years of experience in innovation and leadership across Microsoft, GE and HP in various roles spanning from chipset design to product management to chief of staff. She is also an entrepreneur and currently the founder of Attitude Makeover, which is a platform for transformative stories, empowering others in their quest for personal and professional growth. I hope everyone is looking forward to an engaging discussion on the role that collaboration between industry, academia, government, and startups can play in addressing the challenges in this translatable research. Over to you, Soujanya.
This works. May I request all of you to come in front? I think it's less than 10, so it's better when you're closer.
Thank you, first of all, for being there. We are outnumbering the audience. So we can actually almost do a round discussion rather than a panel. I think that is much more than giving us too much of knowledge.
Thank you so much. May I request you to please come in front so that we'll get started. But thank you so much. Thank you. This is a very interesting topic, and I firmly believe that collaboration has exponential impact. And I think it's one of the areas that's like not vastly understood. Only the ones who go through it really feel the pain of it. The others feel it when they go through it, I guess. So I want to start the first conversation with the old traditional way of how organizations used to function is primarily around focus on productivity or focus on new revenue avenues or cost optimization, and that's where collaboration used to come in. But today, I think there's a huge need for collaboration that goes beyond this to really create an impact which is societal, which is economic growth, which is upskilling, and a whole lot of innovation. So Manoj, I want to start with you. Having been in this space for such a long time, and both from an academia industry as well as working with the government, can you paint a picture of what an impact could be when you have this collaboration between these entities so well oiled?
Thank you. Firstly, let me begin by saying that in my 2 decades in industry, I had more than 10 different formal academic collaboration projects with different IITs or ISC. In my last 2 years working in academic, I had equally a large number of collaborations formally with industry. And therefore, I can talk from 2 decades at least what has been changing. First thing, in the beginning of 2000s, whenever industry and academia, it's not that there was no desire. Whenever industry and academia wanted to work together, I think it was more a transactional approach in the sense that institutes looked at how they can get additional revenues. The intention was never that they will work on the problems that will eventually solve the problems of the industry, and those solutions will be deployed in the industry. Therefore, the outcomes were not clearly defined. As far as academia was considered, they would have gotten funding from industry under some joint projects. They will do research, will publish, but those outcomes, those results will never, possibly rarely, I do not remember any instance that anyone done in any IIT, I'm talking of till 2010, maybe up to 15, was ever taken by industry for its commercial usage. Therefore, because the model was giver-taker model, industry gives money, academia takes money. Industry gives a problem, academia looks at the problem and so on. One fundamental change that has been happening in the last 5-6 years, I can talk, is that today the model, or a successful model, if we were to evolve that, has to become more like a co-creator, co-development model. And government is significantly enforcing it. I'll just give 1 or 2 examples. I know we will come back. Many of the funding schemes these days, if you look at the government, I will take 1 or 2 examples. For example, I'm a co-chair of one of the telecom-related scheme that where government gives funding to startups, academia, and MSME sector. Telecom Technology Development Fund is the name of the scheme, or another scheme that is also there, that also I'm doing, Digital Communication University. So what government is trying to do? Government is trying to practically force, it cannot literally force, practically force that if there are individual proposals coming from academia, whose outcome cannot be used anywhere, they will not be funded under those schemes. I'm talking about big schemes of 500 crore and more. That means academia has been forced to make joint collaboration efforts along with industry, so they have to define, they will develop this algorithm, XYZ industry partner will utilize it, XYZ will put as a system, then as a solution, and ultimately some value can be delivered. I think that change is beginning to happen in India. I think there is a welcome change. Why welcome change is, even from academia point of view, we all know, if somebody asks us to develop any algorithm, we can develop any algorithm. Right? The question is, when you put that algorithm in a realistic situation, when you have the constraints of memory, compute power, whatnot, realize whether that will work or not work. Academia never used to consider that, and that is why that research was purely in libraries. I would like to stop in this first round here by saying that there is a model shift that is happening and must happen in the nature of the industry-academia relation, from a giver-taker approach to a co-creator to co-developer.
Thank you so much. I think I want to leave that conversation to you, Taslim. he spoke about the shift in the mindset, the shift in the policies, the shift in how the collaboration is happening. You've been in the heart of this, looking at this shift, working with the core members of it. How is it changing? What kind of impact have you been seeing?
So thanks, Sajani, and hello everyone, and thanks actually to be here in the room, at least. But just to share with you, so I come from biotech sector, from an organization called CCAM, Center for Cellular Molecular Platform, which is largely a biotech technology and innovation organization based out of North Bangalore in a larger campus, what we call as the Bangalore Life Science Cluster. And I think there is a tremendous, if you look back, at the over years, collaboration is a phenomenal catalyst, which actually makes things possible, which seemingly are impossible to begin with. I'll give you two quick backgrounds, considering that we are against time. We'll give you two quick case studies, or one if I don't get to the other one. One of the work that we did at CCAM, but largely across India, was during the COVID times. COVID times showed us, when our backs were to the wall, how it was important for all of us to work together. Taking away the curtains that we have put it for many years, knowingly or unknowingly. And when you actually do that, how real magic happens, the impossible that looks impossible happens. I'll give you an example. So COVID times started and we were about to get into the lockdown and all that. This is last week of March 2020 we are talking about. We started suddenly realizing, we were hoping in January and February that India will not have an impact. Italy was going through a rough patch, China was already there. We were hoping because of many reasons. One of the reasons because we all have taken BCG vaccine, we will not have it. No, I was also hoping, right? You never knew that what actually would impact. Come March, we realized that we are now getting to lockdown. One of the largest reason we went to a lockdown because we were not prepared. As a country, we were not prepared to take the mammoth challenge that the COVID-19 could bring. So the idea was to just buy some time, if I may say so that create an environment which doesn't really go out of hand, buy some time and build resources. What was one of the main important resource that was required in COVID time? The centerpiece of it, as the WHO said at that time, was diagnostic testing. Because unless you test, you do not know what's going around, right? You cannot prevent the further infection and so on. It was the centerpiece to that. Where did we stand at the time? We did not have a single diagnostics in India. We were actually requesting formally through the government to Abbots of the world, Thermos of the world, please send one plane of 5 lakh kits for the month of April. This is a formal request. And our needs on the ground was around 10 lakhs per day, right? If you remember, you had to have general physicians request to do testing because there was no supply of it. So now, a country of 1.4 million people or whatever, we didn't have that. Now, this is at that time where, under the guidance of Professor K.V. Jaragan, who was the PSA at that time, largely we built a capacity program where we said that while we are going to borrow and, of course, take the resources, can we do something from our own backyards? Are there any diagnostic players who can eventually rise up and actually deliver what we need? Now, that is where it started. So we understood what are the problems. So there were players who are apparently diagnostic players, but they were never in the top rank of developing something of high quality, high sensitivity diagnostic kits. They're always doing something which is a lower, specificity, lower quantity, just so that they were playing on that. Because doing that requires significant investment in terms of personnel, expertise, infrastructure. And idea was that they will play the second fiddle and let the global north, dictate or rather they dominate the development sector. But because now our backs are the challenge, we actually identified a way where can we create a consortium? I'm trying to be fast. Can we create a consortium where we can work? So what we did, let me not go to philosophy of it. What we did is we worked with 250 organizations, companies, who had different capabilities of out of RT-PCR cocktail, 1, 2, 3, 4, different people had different capabilities. Idea was to take them each and every region and work now with academics who had infrastructure, who had expertise to develop it to the highest level of quality and scalability. So we work with 250 organizations. They all were working on, some was A, some was B, some was C, some was everything together. Brought them in, sent them to the center of excellences in academia, like I said, Pune, Hyderabad, couple of places, in Bangalore, couple of places, and so on. And this consortium and collaboration within a year resulted in few things, and this is the outcome. I fast forwarded 1 year of work. What happened is that within a year, we started with before the year, we started with a laughable mission called, 1 million test productivity per day. The mission million, we called it. It was very laughable. We were zero and we are saying 1 million tests per day we manufacture from India. 1 year, we achieved it, we went beyond it, we got to a 1.3 million tests per day from India. Not only that, we actually had 41 RT-PCR kits from that effort approved by ICMR CDSU. This not only increased the accessibility so everyone could get tested, more than that, it also brought down the prices, which was 4,500 rupees on day one when we started the RT-PCR test. It is now 225 rupees today, which is world's most cost-effective RT-PCR test. This, in a nutshell, is a power of collaboration. But different expertise in startup, industry, government, international foundation, which funded, Rockefeller Foundation funded this program, all the academia like IIT Pune, CCMB, NCPS, ISC, INSTEM, CCAM, all those came together, and then this was the outcome of it. And I don't think, for me, I find a better, strong example of convergence, which can give you seemingly impossible thing, which can become possible when the power of collaboration happens. I think that is something we should celebrate. But do not let it go away when the crisis go away. How do we continue to build on it? So good thing is that we have now continued this platform beyond COVID. Now Rockefeller Foundation, Gates Foundation, and FIND is funding it. And we have taken 5 more pathogens, 5 more infectious diseases, which we are going to build the same way and hope that their access and their affordability also can come down. That would be my larger picture.
That's where I think, to connect with what Manoj said and what you're saying, there's a need for agility, there's a need for understanding scale, and very India-centered behavioral patterns to be grounded, and then sustainability of it so that it actually reaches everybody. And I think that's what I'm understanding. Kavita, for you, being part of the government, like what Manoj said, government has to be a catalyst. They cannot be an enforcer of, here's how I want to do it and this is what I want to do it, but more a catalyst for the state. Can you talk about some of the initiatives as well as opportunities and challenges you guys face in the whole collaboration process?
Sure, definitely. So I would actually take from where Dr. Taslim left the story. It is, the story comes from the COVID tenure. Basically, the first testing kit that we are aware of, my lab, it actually came to us first, like the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, which requires some kind of support. So we connected it to NCL Pune, and it was actually backed up by industries. And that's where we realized the power of industry and academia collaboration, and that is how we were having our first testing kit for COVID. And similarly, we did it for reagents, ventilators, and the result was so wonderful that we started actually exporting to outside countries, especially the African countries. So this is the kind of potential that we have realized, that once the industry or academia collaboration goes on, we'll get good results, and we can actually make India a global innovation hub. So what Office of Principal Scientific Advisor does is, since being the highest advising body to Prime Minister and Cabinet Ministers, it has various verticals under it, which works around various missions and innovation things to promote R&D and facilitate industry-academia collaboration. So the first vertical which comes here is the Prime Minister's Science and Technology Advisory Council, which works for all the missions that we all are hearing about, maybe quantum mission, hydrogen mission, etc. The second is the Empower Technology Group, which works with the line ministries to implement those missions. And third is the Strategic Alliances Division that I am representing here today and is led by Dr. Sapna Modi. So here the main role is to facilitate collaboration between industry and academia. And we have developed a platform that's currently run by Office of PSA, and it's a free platform which is basically a single point of contact for the engagement with pan-India research ecosystem. Currently, we have all premium institutes, including Tier 2 and Tier 3 institutes registered on that. We have both the stakeholders, both side stakeholders on that, maybe demand side stakeholder or supply side stakeholder. So demand side are people from industries, philanthropists, international government who has funds in some kinds of problem. And to provide the solution, we have the supply side, which are the academic institutes, research institutes, startups, and innovators. And it's a completely free platform. Anybody can use it. So whosoever wants to use it can actually use it. So this is the kind of initiatives that currently government is doing. Apart from that, there are several other initiatives going on. For example, establishment of research parks are there. Various schemes are there which promotes research and innovation, who are actually funding researchers and grassroots innovators. There are various kinds of fellowships and grants that are supporting STEM courses, especially to women. And things like that are going on currently on the government side. Talking about the challenges, so what we face is because we have currently the situation from both the sides, from the academia perspective also and from the industry perspective also. So what challenges we hear is, the first one comes about the infrastructure constraints that's there. So that's the one major challenge that we are currently facing on, because there is a huge supply from industry, but actually because of the infrastructure constraints, academia is unable to fulfill it, because there's a lot of load coming on only IITs. We are missing these things into Tier 2 and Tier 3 organizations and institutes. So that's one. Secondly, there are challenges on the IPR and regulatory parts that needs to be actually fixed out, both from academia and industry perspective. So these are overall the broad challenges that one faces.
I think what you are also talking about is, again, going back to what both Manoj and Tasleem talked about, inclusion of a larger sector is when the impact is really felt, and that's when sustainability also happens. Anuradha, you've been in the academia, you've moved to the business, now you're back again. What's your perspective of what's really the challenge when it comes to a business really stepping forward to bring in this collaboration?
I think I'll give you, I have to give a story, otherwise I cannot.
We have a lot of storytellers, and there's a time constraint that I'm working on.
I think I worked at the time, that cusp time that he was talking about, which you were talking about 2010. And that's a time when I was, industries had just started coming to the academia. So we had, one of these sponsors who was a distinguished alumni award, he got Ravi Venkatesh. He said, I want to give a lab. And we pitched for it, and that's when the Cummins Engine Research Facility was established. So the mandate was to develop an engine. Now this mandate came from the industry. Said you develop an engine for alternate fuel, conforming to the then existing emissions. But the main mandate was capability building. Okay, you have to have so many MTech projects, you have to, all that was okay. So we did that, and it was regular reviews and all. It was a lot of excitement. Now that was done. Then what? So that's the next question of now what do you do? Because how does the industry react? We don't know, and I didn't know, and I had no one to guide me. So I thought, okay, the project is over, it's going to be over. So I just happened to ask. I said, now what are you going to do with this? So they said, you want to commercialize it? I said, why not? They said, okay, but you'll have to do a lot of other things. Let's do a pilot project. So it was very interesting at that point that the industry came forward, understanding that I do not know, because there was no precedence, at least in IIT at that time. that, and especially going to a village. See, this was something for a rural application. So they didn't even expect me to say yes. And then we went ahead, to cut the long story short, we went ahead to we identified a village, we put up this. And only when you go there and you start doing it, did we realize we need to collect the oil seeds and we need a decoder. And then we need something to filter the oil. So they were in the process of developing one technology, I ended up developing 3 or 4 technologies. Probably if I had done it now, in the process of IP and IP sharing, I would have lost, I wouldn't have done anything. At that time, it was just coming up, so I wasn't really bothered. Plus the fact that it was for rural application, I wanted it to be in the open domain. Fortunately for me, it worked, and they not only commercialized it, but they asked me to join. Now, that was the time when, for me, industry was new. My father was a professor, my grandfather was a professor, the whole lot were professors, so I had never seen. So for me, it was like, okay, maybe before I die, I will see what is something in the industry, and that's how I joined. And I thought 2-3 years, I'll just join, do something, and come back. But 2-3 years went by to only understand how an industry works, and I think that's a very important thing. Every faculty to know how an industry thinks, it's very important for you to go there. It took me 3 to 4 years only to understand that you need to learn to stop research if it is not going to be easy to commercialize it. As a faculty, you are not ready to accept it. You want to go on doing it. You can never accept that your research is going to be of no use, right? You must know when to stop and start the next path. That is, I think, one of the biggest lessons that I learned from there. And secondly, I think if we can accept that this is my research, which can be applied, but I need support for the peripheral. That is another thing which faculty find it difficult to address, because we are made like that. We are the experts. Let's accept it. I mean, it's very hard. I'm sure you will accept. But yes, it's very hard for us to accept that, oh, we don't know this. We are the experts, right? So to come out of that and accept that collaboration is required for ensuring that the project is successful and commercializable, I think we also need to step ahead, and as the industry also needs to understand that she can't do everything herself. We need to support. I think that was my learning experience through this, and today I feel, there is a lot of synergy. Both understand, but there is no funding for that middle part of TR4 to TR6. If that was it, even with all the understanding, if that's not there, it's not going to happen. So now that we have started understanding, and if there is some funding in between, I think things will move. I think we are in a very, very good position now, is what I'm saying.
Love it, love it. It takes me back to my early years at HP as a product manager. I used to work with printers, and none of us had printers at home. And we had to think like a customer. I have no idea how to think like a customer without using that product, and it was like a nightmare. And then to put a proposal to Meg Whitman at that time, she wanted cost of goods, she wanted scalability, she wanted which tier it fits in, which industries, use cases, and here we are, a bunch of people who have no sense of what a home printer looks like. That's what you're also talking about. Create that awareness, understand the ecospace that you're in, the users, the holistic thing, and keep in mind the cost as well as the revenue model. That's when the rubber hits the road. I want to, how much time I have, sweetheart?
You can speak for 10 minutes.
Okay, beautiful. This is a common question because so far we've talked about the academia, the industry, and the government. As an individual, irrespective of where I'm coming from, if I have to think collaboration, it's not an authoritative space. It's a very influential space. What are some things I need to sort of hone internally and look inwards and probably have a mindset makeover for me to be ready for that kind of a collaboration when it happens? I think when you have a mindset, then opportunities automatically come together. So I want to start with you, Manoj, to see if you can give some tips of the trade.
Yeah. First, I will come to an important point that always runs in mind. Collaboration happens between two parties when both of them have a select and focus strategy and both of them have directed goals. If one party has a directed goals and other has an undirected approach in whatever, things will not happen because you cannot have a tangible outcome. Unless tangible outcome is defined, I as an individual will worry to collaborate with anybody else because it is all about resources that we are spending. I just want to give one very small, very small, it's not a story, it's a reality. Perhaps the single biggest forced collaboration by the government of India, post-independence. That is also the genesis of our university, by the way. In October 2021, Prime Minister Gati Shakti National Master Plan was launched. That is of the tune of 100 lakh crore, that is $1.2 trillion. When we consider our GDP around 4 trillion, even now, right, that's 30% of GDP. That means single biggest plan ever. Why it was done? Because we know in infrastructure, government is spending significantly. Even this year's budget is 10 lakh crore. What is happening? You look in the past, you construct a road, you don't know next day whether fiber will be laid and for what reasons will be cut. You start a rail line, after some years, it will not be completed, possibly because the rail was supposed to pass through a forest land and environmental clearance was not obtained. The Gati Shakti plan, in spirit, is to force integrated planning and coordinated approach between 16 different ministries and 42 departments of the government of India. Today, any project more than 500 crore cannot be approved if it is not consented to by all the 16 ministries. How does that help? That helps because once a plan, you can think that, okay, plan approval may take maybe 1 month more, 2 months more, 3 months more. Once a plan is approved, you are reasonably certain that there will not be cost overruns, there will not be schedule overruns. This is one of the approach of the integrated planning. Coming to the university, I want to come back to universities, particularly to the comment made by PSA. Today, one challenge I see is that every institute, every university wants to do everything. In India, if we were to succeed, we have to have cluster-based approach. That means only few best people should work on quantum mission, only few best universities or institutes should work on hydrogen mission, or so on. If everybody tries to do everything, and we are limited by resources and paucity, that is what I call undirected approach. If we have to really make outcome, then we have to have a directed approach and a focus. That is, when we are spending 500 crore or 10,000 crore, we should get an outcome from it. So, in terms of spirit, whether individual level, organizational level, country level, I believe that this focus versus allowing everybody to do on their free will. Academics are used to do free will, that they want to do whatever they like to do. That's fine. But there is a difference between fundamental research and undirected research. Fundamental research also, we have to really, as a country, we have to progress to have fundamental contributions. I will stop here.
No, I like that. I think one of the advices I had received very early on is be very aware of where you're going to depth and where you're a generalist. And it's very important to understand when that shift has to happen. And that's a balance. And that's when true innovation really comes together. And it's brought together by the value and the larger goal that you're actually going after. Anuradha?
Okay, I'll just continue from there. So when I went to Cummins, what was the next thing which came into my mind was to establish an industry-academia interaction within Cummins and ensure that there are more such projects. And to my dismay, everything was rejected. Okay, and that's when I said, thinking, what is it? I mean, I went on telling them, you brought me here and I'm doing so much for you, you are acknowledging it. Then I realized it was fit for market. Therefore, it was very good. The moment it is advanced research, we have to convince them that Indian academia can do it. So it's a very, there are very few Chris Copalan sort of people who will fund those sort of researchers. We don't have too many. Everywhere we have to prove ourselves, and academia has to prove. And that's a time when we had to do a detailed analysis. And what we realized is what he's saying, and I'll just pick up from there. So the industry, why would industry go to an academia for collaboration? Okay, what does industry gain out of it? One, to leverage expertise, and that happens through solving short-term solutions of consultancy, or they would have sponsored MTech, sponsored PhDs or courses or something like that. Okay, so leveraging the expertise and capability development. And the third thing is visibility and advocacy, right? So they will give chair professor, they will give tech fest sponsorship, conference sponsorship, but that's all that they're looking for. If you look at the academia, what are they looking for? Sponsorship for the conferences. They're looking at facilities, establishing some labs or something, and income generation through the small consultancies. But if the gap is, I want something delivered, I want to deliver something that is not coming in between. And to do that, baby steps have to be taken, and that's what we took. And today, in 1 year, we have brought it to a stage that we went through everything. We gave chair professor, I also got them to join an energy pre-competitive consortium, and sponsored everything we started. We've also started working on, the collaborative research. So I think if you ask me individually how I could impact, it was deep analysis of what's happening, but the time is very important. The same thing I couldn't have done earlier. Now the government is very supportive. There is a lot of push on the industry-academia interactions. There is professor by practice, which is really very helpful for the academia to understand from their own colleague on what the industry needs, and for the industry person to bring it to the industry colleagues to say, okay, how does an academia behave, or what is their psychology, what is their requirement? If someone goes and transfers a technology, is it going to be there in that Excel sheet for the promotion? Is it a tick or not a tick? It's very important. At my time, village electrification was not a tick. I was asked on 1 year you spent on developing and went, did you publish a paper? No, there was nothing to publish a paper. It was actually an electrification. For me, that was my biggest success, but for IIT, it was not. It took time for me to convince. I got the promotion, but it was tough. Okay, so I think my contribution was to understand, and I would expect, I'm happy to share my experiences, but to have impact on this collaboration, it's very important to understand every aspect of the motive and the incentive. If we can approach that, I think we can do it. This is the right time to do it. Everything, the entire ecosystem, or I would say everything is, that's what is happening. The wind is blowing the right direction.
If I can actually stitch the two pieces, one was actually having clarity on that goal and the big picture. The second is really going to understand what segment are we going after, what fitment are we talking about, what's the value proposition one needs to cater to over here. That's the second part that you're talking about. Tasleem, what else as an individual should I be looking at when I'm thinking of enabling collaboration wherever I am, whether it's in an industry, academia, or in the government?
Thanks, sir. I have a very, 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 very brief answer. But before that, I just wanted to add that the translation component that you talked about from TRL 3 to 6, actually I must acknowledge that Chris has actually funded that at CPAN, which attempts to take academic discoveries and make it into industrial-ready technologies. We call it Discovery to Innovation Accelerator.
That's why I said that we need more, Chris.
Correct. So it has been funded in collaboration, or rather largely funded by the Office of PSA. So PSA office has co-funded philanthropically by Chris through his Pratiksha Trust. It's an acknowledgement that such centers are definitely much needed. We have built it, and it has been running for a few years and has been phenomenally productive because of people like Atif, who is my colleague here, who is an IIT Kanpur PhD and contributing significantly to efforts of DIA and many other things. Coming back, what is needed? I'll have 2 words answer. Ability to trust people. I don't think there is a bigger point than in collaboration where you can trust people. You might fail, but I think if you lose the ability to trust, I think you can't collaborate. You are always, suspicious of and more careful I think larger pictures requires larger leap of faith, and that is ability to trust. I think that's very, very important. That was my answer.
I want to go a little more into that because I think it's a very important part because collaboration, like I said, from what I have experienced, it's not an authoritative thing. So I cannot come and say, hey, today I want this. It'll never happen. It's a very influencing thing, which always starts with trust. How does one go about? Like, if I'm coming, I don't know you, you don't know me, I don't know what's in it for you, I know what's in it for me. How do I build that trust? What's that basic thing I need to be looking at inwards to say, hey, this is what I'm going to put my first foot forward with?
I think that actually it's a readiness of as an individual that you talked about is about as you become much more confident about your work, your ability to trust comes. When you are not confident about your work, you are unable to also trust the larger ecosystem, and that's where the challenge comes. So I think empowering that capability is a very important component.
And I think that goes back to the foundations that they both spoke about. And I also think what you're also saying is you would then pick and choose the partnerships because you already done your groundwork, and so you exactly know who are the right folks that I could be collaborating with. And that's where the trust starts building.
Thank you.
Kavita?
Well, I think most of the answers are already covered, but still just to add on two important points. One is basically adaptability to the changing norms is one important thing that I think as an industry or academia or government should actually focus on. Second is about we can have learnings and analysis from a few of the successful models from other countries that are working very well and that can actually work in our nation also. And third is moreover of an individual thing because as an individual, if we understand our work and we understand that whatever we are doing is going to impact the society and going to help the society and resolve the societal challenges, then I think this is something that motivates you internally and can bring a huge success.
I think I want to tell a story here, a quick one. When I was in HP, in printers, we have this ink density, right? The drop of ink. There's a lot of science that goes behind that. And one of my research friends who was in HP Labs moved to Xerox, and Xerox shut down that business. And she was very passionately interested in that density drop and the heat map view that you get from that. And she went and bought the patent from Xerox while they were shutting down. Today, she runs a company called Niramai, which actually does breast cancer predictive analytics using, yes, Geeta. And it's beautiful how when you've got that clarity of the larger picture, the value proposition, the fitment, the collaboration, the agility and the flexibility, how things can really come together. And I think it's very important to understand that the world is moving very fast, technology is moving very fast, and therein lies our own change that is required as well to become more collaborative. But thank you so much. Any questions? I know we are between you and the lunch. All right, it was a beautiful conversation, I think. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you for staying here.
As every good thing comes to an end, so we are ending it here. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm just giving a small token of appreciation. Yeah.
Sir, on photo, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir, ready. Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honestly, there's a lot of inspiring things I've learned in the last couple of months of research in this area, and we are going to bring some of that to you today. And I hope this inspires you to build more and really see the growth in the Indian industry. So without further delay, let me get started with our program today. So today's this track will start with a keynote from Mr. Sanjay Nayak. Thank you for being with us today. Mr. Sanjay Nayak is the co-founder of Tejas Networks and served as the founding CEO and MD from 2000 to 2023 till his retirement. Tejas Networks is India's largest R&D-driven telecom and networking products company. It's also the first Indian deep technology product company that successfully grew from being a startup to a publicly listed company, and now it's part of the Tata Group. We are really looking to learn from his insights on how his success story can be replicated across the manufacturing sector in India to boost manufacturing. So a big round of applause for Mr. Sanjay Nayak. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. So first of all, always difficult to have a session after lunch, but I'll try to keep it exciting. So the topic I was given was boosting high-tech manufacturing. So by definition, it means that if we continue to do what we did in the past in the country in terms of high-tech manufacturing, we're not going to be accomplishing much. So I will actually focus more on what do we need to do different going forward if we really need to be really a manufacturing powerhouse in the coming days. Can someone just flip the slides, please? I won't bore you with the slides, but they're just a prop to get the bigger picture. So basically, one thing I feel is that so far in the high-tech manufacturing, we've always been worried about doing what I think is the low end of the whole process. So if you think about mobile manufacturing, which is happening in the country, the amount of value addition is happening is only less than 5%. So instead of importing $100 worth of mobile, now we're importing $95 worth of components, and you're putting $5 worth of manufacturing into it in the country. So when you're only going to do $5 of value addition, that is what you will be distributing in terms of economic wealth or whatever to the country back. So I think this is really the core problem that I wanted to highlight. So coming back to what we really need to do is to transform India more into like a product nation in terms of developing products, which we then of course manufacture as well. And why do we need to do that? Because first of all, if we want to be a developed economy by 2047, which is the stated intent, we have to have, I would say, technology sovereignty. What I mean by that is all the critical pieces of technology that go into building a country, whether it's telecommunication, whether it's space, whether it's automobiles, or pharmaceuticals, medtech, or whatever it is, you have to have control on the technology. And look at what's happening in China. For so many years, they had a free run. And once, certain countries decided that they're getting uncomfortably powerful, they cut off a lot of pieces of the technology, whether it's semiconductors and so on and so forth. I don't think we should make the same mistake. So that's number one, that we have to become a nation which has technology sovereignty. The second thing is the economic value addition. If you're going to talk about manufacturing as a sector which has to come up in the country, it has to come from high-tech manufacturing. And by the way, I'm not talking about the traditional manufacturing of garments and leathers and all the other stuff. That's something for other people to figure out. But in high-tech manufacturing, we have to go for what I call value addition. And if you don't do value addition, as I gave the example of the mobile phone, we're not going to be accomplishing much. So if we have to have a significant growth, if you're going to talk about 7 to 8% economic growth over the next 25 years, you have to plan for much more than that. You have to plan for leapfrogging in certain sectors, because linear growth never happens. There will be some road bumps. Only when you think of leapfrogging, then you will be able to at least get to the 7 to 8% over a compounded period of that time. So I think the value addition with manufacturing is very, very crucial. And then the last part is it's a great opportunity. World is looking for a trusted manufacturing partner, and people are weaning away from China. So there's a huge amount of what I call customer push coming to India as a country to buy a lot of stuff from India which never had before. So where do we focus on? Do we spray the bullets and try to do everything for everybody? I really don't think so. We should look at things which are strategically important, as I said, things which are India-specific use cases where we understand the problem better than anybody in the world. For example, a guy sitting in the Silicon Valley should not even be able to figure out why do you need to do this stuff, versus we are glaring at the problem in India. So I think we need to pick such kind of problems and pick things which are into sweet spot. For example, India's sweet spot today is not infrastructure, it's not speed of everything, it's not logistics, not so many things. But design is our sweet spot. Half the world's chips are actually designed in Bangalore in terms of the number of people who work on it. So why are we going to be following the classical model of China or Taiwan or Vietnam or Malaysia, where they're focusing on the low end of the problem because they don't have the capabilities where we do have the design capabilities? And really, I think we should be looking at things which are big enough problems. We have to look at 5 or 6 or 7 verticals which are $100 billion in size, so that if even 3 or 4 of them succeed over the next 10 years, we at least have an industry which is going to play out to the right level. So that's what I think we should be doing. Can you keep please flipping the slide so that we don't have to pause? And one other important thing I've learned again from Tejas' experience is that we started telecom equipment and we built the stuff in India, for India first. And the good news is, unlike what was considered in the past, that if you build something and you sell in India, you will say, okay, that's not quote unquote export quality. But in technology and manufacturing, India is the world's toughest market to win. So if you can win in India, if you can make in India at the cost point which the thing sells, you have to have the highest quality. Nobody buys stuff that is not quality. You have to have the latest technology, because technology will give you the cost. And of course, you have to be cost competitive. So if you can win in India, you can make a lot of margins in US and Europe in terms of selling the same product at a much higher price. And the Africans will love it because they have similar needs like India. So I think that's really what I think we have an advantage. So in terms of the value chain that we should try to capture in manufacturing, I've given an example for electronics or telecom. I'm pretty sure it is very similar to any other system, whether it's electric vehicle, whether it's entertainment, electronics, or whatever. The real money gets made by the guys who own the product, the guys who design the product, who have the architecture, the brand, and all of that stuff. And that's around 30 to 65% of the product value goes into that. The components, which is the stuff that you buy, you put it all together, probably goes around 30 to 50%. And the actual manufacturing is only about 5 to 15, depending on what kind of products you're doing. For example, in an iPhone, only $7 out of a $699 iPhone is actually going into manufacturing, where the rest of the stuff goes up. So 350 goes into this bucket, and another 200 odd goes into this bucket, and 5 or 7 goes into this. So I think as India, we've had a good start in electronics in terms of the EMS, which is the contract manufacturing, which is low end. But we very quickly need to pick up a lot more components. For example, why should we be not building bare PCBs in India? Why can't we set a global scale factory? Why can't we do motors, for example, precision motors, which will be needed in electric vehicles, or needed in drones, or needed in anything else? Why can't we build a world scale capacity out of that? Why can't we build displays? Don't try to build all kinds of semiconductors. Pick a few semiconductor chips and say, why don't we build fabless semiconductors there? So that's the way we will increase the value addition in the country. And most importantly, you have to move on from this, low end thing straight away to the products, because that's our sweet spot, and then go down. So we should first build the systems, buying whatever components are available from wherever in the world, then pick and choose which one we should quote unquote indigenize, and then go down. So the traditional model what the Chinese did it, they went from contract manufacturing to white labeling to products. Taiwan is stuck at white labeling. I mean, they did, at least in the electronics, I'm not talking semiconductors. They were contract manufacturers, they got stuck at white labeling. There's no need for India to follow the same path, because our sweet spot is different. Next, please. So really, the way it will work out, I think there was one slide before this also, I think. But yeah. So the way I wanted to say is that when we talk about products in the manufacturing and technology, There's a lot, I mean, since I've been facing that as an industry who came up despite a lot of reservations, the first thing which comes is, oh, we can't do this in India, where are products company in India, where are the success stories? So I just want to say that there are enough success stories. If you look at two verticals, if you look at the software side, the India stack is a success story worldwide, which is now, between the Aadhaar foundational software to all the apps that got built on top. And we're calling this whole thing as a digital public infrastructure because in India, at the best scale in the world and at the lowest cost, we've been able to build a network which is built on completely indigenous equipment. For example, Tejas has supplied all the 4G and 5G equipment which is going to get rolled out into a national network. All the backbones in the country are on our equipment. A lot of the GPON and fiber to the home that you get at your homes are all running on our equipment. So I think there's enough telecom equipment available which is end-to-end, and Tejas is one of the 4 companies in the world. We are Nokia, Huawei, ZTE, which has end-to-end products in telecom from wireless, 4G, 5G to optical to GPON to whatever else. So I think it is possible to do all this stuff at global scale. We are exporting to more than 70 countries around the world. I think the combination of software products and the hardware products, India can go to a country in Africa or whatever and say, you know what? We know what it takes to translate your traditional economy to a digital economy. We'll build a network, we'll give you the whole thing, and we can, the bill for this could, any country, if they're going to do it by themselves, will be anywhere between $500 million to $5 billion. So just look at the kind of export potential we have with products that are available shipping today. And I'm very happy to say that the government of India, including the Prime Minister and the telecom minister, they are all seeing this picture and they are the biggest proponents of saying India is ready to export around the world. And this is what I wanted to kind of give a confidence building to a lot of people who said that they wanted to get into manufacturing but are not there, that it is possible and it is doable. Next slide, please. So really, what does it take to now take all the learning and put it into a structured format so that it can be repeated across sectors and across different technology areas? So really, I think two sides have to play a role. The industry, of course, has to be the prime mover. Now, from the industry point of view, what I see is that the mindset among entrepreneurs and investors at large has to change from a quote-unquote safe services mindset to a relatively but not actually risky product mindset. You have to think of investing ahead in technology, building the product, taking the call on what problem to solve, how to solve, etc., etc., and then go ahead and invest into R&D and build this stuff. And I can say with a lot of confidence that, contrary to what people think that building the product and all that is very difficult, to me, given the kind of technology firepower that exists in the country, we can build whatever products needs to be built. We have enough smart engineers, we have enough ways to do all of that. We can manufacture whatever needs to be manufactured. That's also not the problem. The real problem is selling, because especially in electronics and in products, it's all about economies of scale. You build something and you sell hundreds of it, it costs you X. You build 1 million of that, it costs you 1/10 of X. But the problem is, how do you go from 1 to 1/10 or 100 unless you get the volumes? This is really where the second power of India comes into picture. Our large home market. We are one of the largest consumers of technology products in the world. And we've got to have an ecosystem where we build products which should be world-class on global standard. We use the domestic market as a way to kickstart those companies and give them enough businesses that they can scale up and then go global. That has to be the recipe for us to go. Because if you don't do that, it's not going to happen. The second thing I think we should do in terms of building products is that today all industries are a part of a global supply chain. No country or no company can say that everything that I need is completely in my control. So the way we have to be is play very, very smart. As I said earlier, pick and choose the critical areas of technology that we should build. And even in that, if it's a solved problem, for example, and the way the world works, especially the Western world works, every 10 years, for some reasons or the other, it's a very Darwinian culture where a lot of companies, a lot of technology gets created, but they do some kind of a self-code. A lot of companies and businesses are available at almost throwaway prices for us to acquire. And I don't know if many of you may be aware, after the 2007-8 crisis, the Indian auto sector went ahead and acquired tons and tons of OEMs or auto component suppliers in Europe and US who are supplying to the Mercedes and the BMWs and the Audis of the world. And at that stage, you could buy a company in Europe for $10 million, $20 million. Now, that stage, all the investment that the Indian auto component guys did, today, that company which was selling $10 million, $20 million worth of stuff is selling $100 million or $500 million because you had the customer access, you had the incumbency, you had the relationship, and you could bring in all the stuff that you're producing in India and pump into those. Versus the biggest problem I can tell you from a country perspective for products is, as a country, we are not known in the world as a product nation. We are known as a services nation. You go to any company in the world and say, I'm an IT service company, I can give you the best services, no questions asked, people will do it for you. You say, I have an Indian product. Where is an Indian product of any kind which is known in the world? Any sector. It's not there. So I think as government, as a country, we need to build that brand that India is known for products. Like if you see Koreans, LG, Samsung, those are two brands that come to your mind. You look at China, you look at US. We have to have brands from India which are global, because without that you can't sell. Customers will give you small businesses, but if you want to build a $1 billion deal, it's not going to happen. Part of, for example, why we got Tata Sons as an investor in Tejas is the best brand of India outside of India is Tata's. And if you go to a large customer, a large telecom carrier in US or Europe and say, we are a Tata company, we can, aspire to win a $500 million or $1 billion business. Versus if I were to say Tejas, a good company in India, it would be a very, very hard problem to solve. So that's one part I want to say, that the building of brand is very crucial. Second thing, government has a lot of good policy. Government is moving in the right direction, but those policies need to be fine-tuned. For example, one policy is there which is preference to make in India. And if you ask a lot of startups, what is the number one, number two, and number three problem? All of it is, I built this great product. There's a big procurement from the government because government is a large buyer for a lot of technologies. Unfortunately, I can't sell because the eligibility conditions are set up such that they are stacked against me and are in favor of quote-unquote proven products from larger companies. I think we want to solve that problem. A lot of those tweaks have been put in, a lot of inputs have gone, government is intent. So that's one problem. The second problem is this PLI policy, the production linked incentive. Now, production linked incentive should be linked to the amount of value addition that you do in the country. So, two companies, let's say one is doing 5% value addition and you give 4% production linked incentive. Someone is doing 25% value addition, you still give 4%. I think the motivation to do more value addition has to be there, and that's how those policies need to be doing. So I just put some example. R&D funding is very crucial. There's a lot of R&D funding available in the country from different departments, government, and so on and so forth, which goes to academic institutes, to research labs. I think all that needs to be aggregated, and we need to pick a few battles which you want to fight hard and put deep funding. You cannot build something very complex over a 2-year, 5-year period. Sometimes require 10 years, 20 years commitment. I don't think we have the scientific mindset or investment mindset in the country to do that. Whereas China comes up with a policy for 15 years, 25 years. So I think we need to have that long-term funding thing. And that's again something which I think the government is getting sensitive to. And the last part is very important. Standards. See, standards is the way you play in the global world. So for example, 5G is already a standard. 6G is going to be a standard which will come out by 2030. So there's still another 7 years to go, right? Now, one thing, thanks to a lot of the stuff that we work from the industry side, now India is playing a very big role in defining what the global 6G standard should be. And because India as a market itself has enough power to say that these are my requirements, why should I take a standard which is defined by the US and the Europeans and adapt it on a suboptimal way for India? I would rather have it saying that Indian standard or Indian rate should be a part of the global standard. For example, even in the context of space, NAVIC was put as a requirement that all cell phones should support NAVIC, standard which is from the Indian satellite. So I really feel that standards game results into patents, results into early adoption, results into a market leadership. And I think at least in few sectors we are there. Telecom, we are there. Drones is a new sector which is coming up where the global standards have not yet come up. I think great opportunity for India. Two-wheeler electrical vehicles, India's specific problem, which we are seeing it much more clearly than others in the world. Opportunity to come up with new standards, whether it's for automating how the stability of the vehicle can be increased using different kind of technology or whatever else it may be. So I think there are enough problems of the right kind which are visible to us. There's enough large market. There's enough intent by the government. Unless we do all of this, I don't think we can boost manufacturing. But the point is, all of this is known. There's enough success stories, and I'm very confident that we've been engaging with a lot of folks in the government and industry, and everything which I said here has been received very favorably, and the things are moving in the right direction. So that's really where I'll stop. But I'm very confident that going forward, we'll have a lot of product companies from India over the next 10, 20 years, and we look forward to making sure that all the roadblocks that at least we faced for 23 years are not faced by others, and we can fast forward all that into a much better way. Maybe we'll have time for a couple of questions and then we can pause.
What to start?
With this, we'll start for questions. You can raise your hands, introduce yourself, and your questions.
Yeah, hi, I'm Satarish. I work for a startup
Madam.
machine learning. Very energetic talk. So you mentioned a lot of things, but in addition to investment infrastructure, raw materials, I assume, are a very crucial component. Where does India stand in the raw material business for the high-tech manufacturing, semiconductors, and so on?
So it depends on what you're talking about. Let's talk the electronics, semiconductors as a one bucket, because telecom is also subsumed into that. So we don't manufacture any components. So we don't do any semiconductor chips in the country. So the recipe for that is, don't wait for a fab to come out, it will take 5 or 10 years. We should start with fabless semiconductor chips, which are important. And again, as I said, Government of India, actually I was chairing one of the committees, we've recommended 6 chips which are going to be used in very high volumes in the country. And government is willing to fund up to 75% of the development cost of those chips. And they can be done in a fabless semiconductor way. And why I say fabless is very useful. The entire semiconductor industry is about $600 billion per year. Out of which the semiconductor manufacturing, which is what TSMCs and the others do, aggregates about $120 billion. Which means you have another $500 billion worth of fabless, which is what India can easily do. So that's one thing. The second and third aspect of the component supply chain, I feel, is doable in the next 24 months. Which is, for example, if we just take the aggregate demand of printed circuit boards, the bare PCBs, which goes into everything, anything electronics requires PCB. We still import a majority of those PCBs from abroad. There's no reason why someone can't set up a factory of global scale with 60 layers, 32 layers, whatever you need. And at least if you just cater to the demand in India, your raw material part can be addressed. And then the last part which comes in is what I call electromechanical, because if you look at power industry, you'll have transformers, you'll have some motors, you have all of that stuff. That's not very complicated stuff to do, right? So, I mean, the raw material for that is very, not that complicated. I think it's just a question of intent from people to see that this is something I can build, and there's a large domestic market to get integrated. So I would say some aspects of the supply chain are there, some aren't, but we have enough to still do 50% value addition is what I can say.
Thank you. I would like to ask the next question. So, as you rightly said, innovation truly is the backbone of what impact our product makes in the market. So, at Tejas, and also you mentioned later on that once you have that innovation, you've figured out, according to price-sensitive market in India, then there's an opportunity to go ahead and expand globally. But at Tejas, when you started, when you innovated, and from there when you scale, so how was your journey from 1 to 10?
So I think for a systems or product startup, there are 3 steps or 4 steps I think in the journey which are very crucial. 0 to $10 million, 10 to 100, 100 to 300, and 300 to $1 billion. I think these are 4 you have to transform yourself many, many times. So in the 0 to 10 billion, or 0 to 10 billion size, I think it's all about thinking of cleverly solving an existing problem in a very different way. So for example, what Tejas did was, when new standards came in, this is 2001 when, I don't know, many of you may remember, we used to buy bandwidth in multiples of 64 kbps, right? So we came up with a technology where you could take, or you had to go to a very big pipe which was 2 Mbps or 128 Mbps, whatever. We came up with a technology where you could map all of this onto an Ethernet port, and then you could take whatever multiples of 64, but on an Ethernet. That was called whatever, And there was no chips available in the world at that stage for that because it was brand new standard. So we built all that technology on FPGA, which is programmable devices. So we were first in the world in terms of coming with something new. Why that was important for 0 to 10? Because unless you had something very differentiated, why would the customer even give you a chance? You could buy from Nortel, Cisco, Huawei, whatever. So that was one part. Then we went from 10 to 100 million. Then you have to think of how can we actually become more competitive compared to the bigger global guys. So we had 2 competition: Huawei and ZTE from the east, which is government of China. And you have the traditional vendors, the Nortel, the Ciscos, and all these things from the west. So how do you win against both? The customers will ask this question: is your product cheaper than Huawei? And what does your product have that Cisco doesn't have? I mean, I know there's a rocket scientist here, but we're not rocket scientists. I mean, how can you do something which is cheaper than Huawei and better than Cisco with 1/100th or 1,000th of an R&D, right? But you still had to come up with something very unique in that. So we came up with a product architecture, which we call software-defined hardware, where the hardware remained same based on a lot of the programmable devices, but you could migrate from one standard to the second standard to the third standard because a lot of the internet was evolving between 2000 to 2010. If you really think of the evolution in terms of the user internet experience when 2G happened, 3G happened, 4G, a lot of technology got evolved. So could you have a product that you buy and put it in your network for the next 10 years and it keeps evolving as the technology evolves because you could literally print new hardware on it by using a program. So that took us from 10 to 100 million. 100 to 300 million, you had to go abroad, and that's where we said, where can we go? So we said, let's look at India-like market. So let's look at Africa, because whatever we solved the problem in India, Africa was, or Southeast Asia or other Latin American countries were 2 years behind. So our view of the world of the problems was very similar to the world view that they saw. So it was very easy versus when a US guy would come in such a technology, they couldn't even understand what, for example, I'll give you a very simple thing in Africa or in India, the ruggedness of the equipment has to be very good because it has to be almost idiot-proof, because somewhere in the village, because our equipment goes up all across the country, right? It's deployed in every village, town, wherever. So the guy who operates that equipment is not very skilled. It has to be idiot-proof, literally. So how do you simplify the technology, dumb it down to the level that a low-level operator can operate it was what took us from 100 to 300 in the emerging market. Then we got stuck at $300 million, somewhere in that range, right? Now, what we figured out is every country or every telecom equipment industry in the world, no matter where you are, you're from China, you're from US, you're from Europe, unless your home country supports you big time, there's no way you can go. Same is true in aerospace, same is true in defense, same is true in many other technology areas, that your home country has to be a large enough market for you. So then, for us, luckily, we didn't plan for it, but things happen. So the Galwan skirmish happened in 2020, I think, or somewhere around that time, right? And then the Prime Minister decided that telecom is an infrastructure which is so critical for the country, and half of the Indian networks, or more than half, are running on Chinese equipment. So what war are we going to fight when the equipment is controlled by someone else and it can easily stupid? So there was a quote-unquote mission call that can someone build 4G, 5G equipment, because Tejas was so far only in the wireline side of the equipment. So can someone build, someone they pointed to us, can you guys build up 4G, 5G equipment? I said, yes, we can build whatever, but if I build all this stuff, quote unquote, I want business, because we were a listed company by then. So we are kind of assured that if your stuff works, we'll buy. So in 18 months, and that's why I said with confidence that we can build whatever, 18 months we built from scratch a brand new 4G base station and 5G upgradable. We deployed it in the network of BSNL on the same city, 2 cities or 3 cities in North India. In the same sites, 30-40 sites, Nokia equipment was there, ZTE equipment was there, they put our equipment. And like everything in India, they want everything that works for everybody else has to work for our equipment, which we made it work. And once we made it work, we got about $1.5 billion order from BSNL, right, for rolling it out. Now that propels us from 300 to $1 billion, which becomes one of the largest orders. Now, once that happened, and I was at Mobile World Congress earlier this year, customers are coming to us and saying, you know what? The Europeans are saying that they got the Chinese equipment into European networks because the incumbents, which was Nokia, Ericsson, had become too lazy to innovate aggressively, and they were very expensive. And by Chinese coming into those markets, the equipment prices went down, the technological innovation went better. US doesn't have any wireless company left anyway. So now we suddenly had that the customers want us saying, you know what, you are kind of the best of both worlds. You are as competitive as Chinese because you can win in India. You're as innovative as the US guys because, compared to their stuff, you work. So we would like your equipment as an alternate vendor to whatever. And there are programs in the US called Rip and Replace where all the Chinese equipment has to be replaced out with something which is trusted. So India as a trusted source of products suddenly comes into the limelight. And with that, I feel personally that, company can scale up to global level because in any industry of our kind, if you're not in the top 5 take 80-90% market share. And I think they have a very good shot to getting into the top 5 in the world. But that's how I know it's a long answer, but hopefully useful for others as well.
That is one impressive journey. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to hand over the mic.
Madam, question.
If I can make out it is a very successful company. Why it was given to Tata? What have taken them head on? What was the reason?
Okay, so first of all, Let me clarify, it's not given to Tata. We are a publicly listed company since 2017. We are still a publicly listed company. Tata Sons, I mean, any investor has the right to take any amount of equity share that you can buy. So Tata Sons is 54% investor. But I think it's a very important, and that's another thing I want to kind of articulate since you asked the question pointedly. After getting publicly listed, so what happens with entrepreneurs? We say, you know what, IPO is the thing. Once you're listed, you'll have enough cash, you can do whatever, you can scale up. We tried going international, in a big way. The reason we could not be that successful, although our equipment is being sold in 70 countries, is because the brand of India is missing. The balance sheet is missing. When you're trying to win an order which is the $1 billion size and your balance sheet says you're $300 million, the customer is hesitant to give you that business. So once Tata is the investor and we become a Tata company, automatically the brand recognition happens. Customer access is there because companies like TCS, which is a Tata Group company, has access to all the telecom operators in the world. They are doing about $4-5 billion of business with them anyways. We get instant credibility, market access, and most importantly, nobody doubts our balance sheet and nobody thinks we'll be around 5 years from today because Tata companies live for 100 years. So I think it's a great thing. So what my advice, in fact, would be, it's always important to see what is the critical success factor. Where are you going to get stuck for the next 5-10 years? And as entrepreneurs, we should not be hung up about holding to everything. It's much better to make the pie much bigger and hopefully have a success around it rather than thinking too internal. So I know it's a different thinking, but it's very important to understand why strategically it's important, because in these critical sectors, you have to have, if you see Boeing, there's only 2 companies in the world which make big aircraft, Boeing and Airbus. So if you don't have and you're going to compete with them, you better have some muscle. So that's the answer to your question.
And in fact, I want to take your opinion on. So as you know, India lost the semiconductor first mainly because of not having a world-class fab. Right? So what is your opinion on how we can fill the gap? Is it really important to fill the gap? And we hear a debate saying that we are too late, even to catch up to build a world-class fab, as like the Intels. It's what's your opinion?
So first of all, it is super critical. It's almost mandatory that India has control on semiconductors, because semiconductors are going to be in everything forever, whatever we can see. Unfortunately for India, in 2010, I was a part of a high-level committee. We recommended that India should set up a fab, and all the policies are set up. The problem with India as a country, I'm sorry, is that we always look what can be done in the next 3 to 5 years, because that's the duration of the government. Unfortunately, nothing can be done in 3 to 5 years in deep tech. You take 10 years, maybe 15 years. So for whatever it's worth, the fab didn't come up then. But with all the stuff that the government is doing, now we're taking 2 calibrated moves as a country. So the answer is we absolutely have to have semiconductor fab, but there's enough intermediate steps. And the 3 intermediate steps are the following. Number 1 is and you have to run the race in all the 3. So please start getting that big fab. So I think we started with one in Gujarat. I think more will come. So that's one part. Second, start with fabless semiconductors, because that is far more valuable. It is India's sweet spot. I feel confident in the next 18 to 24 months we can create critical chips that are needed for India, get them printed at TSMC or whatever else. No problem at all. It can be done, and we can still own 500 out of the 600 worth of value. And then the third part is, even in the fab thing, there are 2 kinds of fab. You can have a silicon fab, which are more expensive, especially when you go to the, what I call the more latest nodes. Or you can go to the compound semiconductor fab, which are used in power electronics. That doesn't cost you tens of billions of dollars. Between 100 to 200, $300 million, you can set up fab for power electronics things. And if you look at, if you just pick that as a vertical, which is what I mentioned, power electronics will be needed in electric vehicles, chargers, telecom equipment, LED lighting, solar, whatever you need it, right? So if you just build a fab for that, so the design for those power electronics is very easy. It's not a complicated thing. Fab is a simpler problem. Start with that. So I think if you fire on all these 3 fuses at the same time, you'll have some results in 24 months, some results in maybe 36 to 48 months, and hopefully a lot more results after 60 months. So I think this time around, hopefully we'll get it right and we'll not miss the bus.
So probably $1 billion idea for next 3 years. So we don't have time to take more questions, but you can certainly connect with Mr. Sanjay offline. And I would like to invite Ravi to hand over the gift hampers. Thank you so much. Next in line, we have Industry 4.0 and the future of manufacturing. We have a panel of four. The moderator for the talk is going to be Sujata Vishnuraj. I invite you, ma'am, to kindly join us on the stage. Sujata is the editor at the Manufacturing Today magazine. With 20 years in B2B journalism, she has covered architecture, construction, chemical engineering, healthcare, pharma, biopharma, and manufacturing. Pleasure to have you here, ma'am. Next, we have Mr. Sai Prasad. Mr. Sai is Unit CEO, IIT and Digital Engineering at TCS. And Mr. Sai has over 30 years of experience in working with various technologies in digital engineering and IoT. Pleasure to have you, sir. Next, we have Dr. Naga Humania.
No, Sujata, this place.
So Naga Humania is the director of the Central Manufacturing Technology Institute, and he was honored with We Think for India Award by the Prime Minister of India for his role in shaping the Indian manufacturing policy draft in 2003. Next, we have Dr. Pratap Nair. Dr. Pratap is the founder CEO of Ingenro, where he's led the company to develop a pioneering high-tech engineering solutions for the process industry over 2 decades. We're excited for the discussion today.
Madam, place is
Before we
misplaced.
start, request you, ma'am,
Everyone.
as per the pictures in the background. Thank you so much.
She's the one who designed car. That is Ramakripa Anandan.
I'm really sorry for this.
Very good evening to everyone. So we have a very broad topic today, that is Industry 4.0 and the future of manufacturing. Can everyone hear me? So Industry 4.0, it's the biggest structural change that has happened in the past 250 years. A transformation of scale, scope, and complexity, unlike anything the humankind has experienced before. Now, the organizations understand the benefits and the promise that Industry 4.0 offers. It's faster, smarter, and sustainable productivity. But what is hard is making this promise come true. Now, the Industry 4.0 is about creating the next generation of operational excellence with smart automation, connectivity, and operational alignment. What will come out of all this are connected ecosystems. We are seeing that already, and the companies that take advantage of them will gain a competitive edge. The father of Industry 4.0, Henrik Van Schiel, describes 3 key drivers for the success. Think value, not tech. Think people, not tools. And set clear targets right from the start. The impact of Industry 4.0 in the Indian manufacturing context has been transformative and really revolutionizing manufacturing and the technology industry sectors. However, the challenges like skill gaps, infrastructure limitations, and cybersecurity concerns still persist. So what we need are strategic solutions for sustainable adoption and maximize benefits. So in this panel today, we will be discussing and we will aim to explore the implications, challenges, and boundless opportunities that Industry 4.0 presents to the manufacturing sector, and we would attempt to decipher the roadmap for harnessing Industry 4.0 to craft a more efficient,
agile and sustainable future of manufacturing. So to start with Dr. Naga, from your vantage point at the Central Manufacturing Technology Institute, could you shed light on the role of emerging technologies like AI, IoT, and automation in shaping India's manufacturing landscape?
Good evening. You may be knowing about CMTI. CMTI is a only national R&D lab focused on manufacturing technology, that to machine tools. Last 61 years, we built more than 500 machines designed, developed in the country first time. While doing this, naturally, we expanded our activity to cover some of the aspects related to process technology, then the automation system, and now on the smart manufacturing, sensor development law. What I perceived in Industry 4 is not a technology, it is kind of a mindset. If you look at Indian companies, mostly the MSME companies, even today, shop floor is managed by the so-called expert, somebody, some Sharma, somebody you can take. If anything goes wrong on the machine, there is an operator is first correct to him, and by sitting in his office at his chamber, you say, okay, do it something like this. So that is one context. But if you look at the Western developed countries, the manufacturing is entirely different kind of paradigm shift. You can easily look into this. So now the contest is, does it Industry 4 is the white elephant for an Indian company, or is there an opportunity for us to encash that benefits? Industry 4, essentially what I understood, I'm sure everybody knows by this time, has 4 fundamental components. One is that the overall purpose is to understand what you do. That is the reason Industry 4 is implemented even in cake manufacturing. How do you understand the process? You collect the data from the real source and digitize and share to the respective stakeholder. Stakeholders may be the owner of the company, or the maintenance in charge, or maybe the immediate supervisor. And then once you do the stakeholders will do some analytics, whatever the analytics, simple regression analysis to big data analysis, AI, ML driven solutions. So that finally predicts something. So these predictions are always should be an objective oriented. Everything cannot be done at one data, or otherwise data is wasted, right? Then whatever the prediction findings you have, then you can bring back to the source where the data was generated to automate or to facilitate autonomous decision. So all these were happening because of one so-called expert. That dependency is gradually reducing. But if you look at an Industry 4 implementation, because you may be aware, our Ministry of Heavy Industry has supported to create 4 summer centers, one at CMTI, one at IISc, another at Pune, and then at IIT Delhi. The advantage, this was the first initiative came up from the ministry, and the idea was to develop the technology and then make industry's awareness to do this, convey what is the benefits and what to be done, what not to be done. What is our learning while doing this is, yes, we established the smart factory, so one can always come and visit, have a look at, so you feel it what is smart factory. But end of the day, whatever you do, it is ROI. Even today, the Industry 4, the Indian context, MSME context, ROI is not assured. There are limitations to this. Globally, Industry 4 is quite successfully implemented for process industry, but for discrete manufacturing, still it leaves a lot. So, for example, I will tell you. So, I am a job shop, I operate lathe. So, all mechanical engineer would appreciate if just you wanted to have achieve the known surface finish of RA of some value. Operator has only one of parameters to his success. But if you look at a mechanical engineer, at least mechanical engineer having 5 years experience, he can list at least 10 parameters that attributes to surface finish. So the challenge is that now currently whatever the solutions available in the commercial market are only limited to connectivity, then cloud computing, all those things. But process knowledge, process modeling is missing. So that is why this ROI is still not visible. I think that is where we, being a manufacturing domain expert, CMT is working hard to develop such solutions, to integrate with the IIT, so that the net benefit of connected manufacturing could be realized.
Thank you. So, Mr. Prasad, how is the integration of IoT and digital engineering transforming the engineering manufacturing sector, both in India as well as in the global context?
Yeah, good afternoon all. Thank you for this opportunity for PIWOT to actually give us this talking platform. I guess predominantly if you look at the industry today, I would like to break that into process industry and having different challenges. If you go predominantly on the discrete side and you look at the kind of products that are being made today, a lot has moved out of, I would not say completely mechanical engineering, it has gone a lot of software driven electronics is also very heavily embedded into these products. So if I roll back like 20 years ago, we used to do a lot of CAD, CAM, CAE analysis and things like that. The overall digital side of the engineering now, when you look at it, it's more software driven. I think Sanjay's speech earlier was talking about how you make the software defined networks. How do you actually move the hardware dependency more into the software side? So what people used to manufacture earlier is not going to be the same, or it's not the same at this point in time. So if you take any of the manufacturing sector, especially, I'll take an auto example. So a guy like Tesla is actually a software kind of driven company. The way they're structured, the way they're organized is software driven. Whereas if you go to a very traditional GM and Fords of this world, they're very mechanical oriented. So even right from their organization structure point of view to redefine IoT and digital engineering being the core, actually has to change from those perspectives. So a lot of the discrete companies and discrete manufacturing is actually looking at it from there. And so everything would become digital, everything would be with IoT. And you get to the process side, again, we have very similar challenges, some slightly different again. If I'm looking for a brownfield opportunity, moving more or getting all the data in the process industry, doing the optimizations on existing equipment also becomes an existing is a very existential problem. The only way they can actually do better is to optimize what they're currently doing, right, using IoT and digital engineering. But if you get to a green field, I think the biggest problem most of them facing, sometimes even in the discrete, is how to get a golden batch. So getting a golden batch, making sure that that golden batch is repeatable, and so you have to have, and so that is where problems start creeping up, because you think that everything can be done, and predominantly we miss the core engineering and core engineering science. Everything comes with more Python and data scientists. So you need to mix how the data science and the digital engineering, the core engineering, not leaving out core of mechanical electronics and chemistry, physics, bringing that together becomes extremely important for you to actually join. So IoT and digital engineering predominantly becomes a fundamental piece. From the Indian context, if you take, for example, some of the established industries where we see, and I think Dr. Naga talked about it, we have legacy tools. So if you go to a shop floor, you can actually see legacy machine tools working in conjunction with latest state-of-the-art CNCs and robots. So how do I actually create a smart manufacturing setup that links something from a legacy on, integrated into the CNC programming with data science and IoT becomes another challenge. So these are some of the kind of typical challenges that we face in India, but all this becomes like an enabler for us to see how we can actually work. Everybody talks about the leapfrog, so how do we leapfrog with this kind of constraints would be a big challenge.
That's very true. Coming to you, Dr. Nair, how do you perceive the impact of data analytics and AI on optimizing manufacturing processes? Could you share some examples of where these technologies have driven efficiency and innovation within the industry?
Certainly. Good afternoon, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity PIWOT has given us. Analytics and optimizing, we come more from the process manufacturing side. Enginero as a company has been, ever since we started it in 2001, we have been doing analytics, deep analytics, advanced analytics for companies in the process industry, refineries, petrochemical plants, chemical plants. So there's semi-batch and continuous. And our whole business was based on taking data, sitting remotely and actually doing the deep analysis. And this was something people in the process industry do a lot of analysis and so on, but the depth of analysis on an operating plant was never really done to that level, which we were doing for the last, and we have continued to do that. Type of benefits that came from that were tremendous. I mean, increases in production, 5 to 10%, depending on the type of facility and where they were. Being able to identify pinhole leaks sitting halfway across the world, being able to detect something like that, tremendously improving the reliability, safety, reducing emissions, increasing energy usage. Now, what Industry 4.0 has done, it's taken it to another level. So this was done on a shift-by-shift basis. So with the current AI systems and so on, which we started really implementing as end-to-end real-time solutions. We've been doing that now for the last 8 to 10 years. It was a natural, but it had a lot of other things that had to be integrated, co-enabling technologies and so on. And there was another step jump in type of benefits, very similar areas. And that's kind of what we've seen so far, the benefits of optimizing and analytics on manufacturing.
Dr. Naga, in your experience, what are the key challenges and opportunities that we as Indian manufacturers have when we adopt in Industry 4.0? And how can an institute like yours help them and support, more than help, support the industry in overcoming these challenges?
I think the key challenge which I understood from last 5-6 years while working with the customers of MSME as well as a big company, one is the mindset. I think first is that there's also like now if you look at Industry 4 and all, either people will ask with these buzzwords or there are a lot of things happened in parallel and nothing is mature. As such, there is no universal solution. Industry 4 to be done, it can be implemented to a machine, to a shop floor, to a factory, or a complete operation, distributed manufacturing. So what we need to do is, I will give you a specific example. We have developed some solutions. That solutions are implemented to a MSME which has only 4 machines and is operating by father and son. And we also implemented similar solutions to a big company, OEM, right? Which has about like one shop floor we implemented for the maintenance, which has about 64 machines. Each machine we capture about 17 parameters, and we then do the analytics and complete solutions we have developed. The question is, if you go to MSME, the major challenge is how to acquire the data. Earlier, if you look at maybe when we were kids or when we started our career, the data was recorded by operators' logbook. They used to record what was the process conditions when we start operation or what was the. I think now the digitization happened, but still MSME, we don't have that skill set. So that is the first point. And second point, if you go to many MSME, so still even not they are industry too. They don't have a computer. They take shop floor, they don't have a computer. And that we works on some Excel or some accounting there. I think that is another challenge where we need to address when we look at MSME. And third one, the MSME faces the retaining the intellectual manpower. The reason is after 6 months, if someone has even stood like that, we face the problem. After 6 months, he works on some solutions, so absorbed by somebody else. This is always challenge for MSME. So naturally, a lot of trust has to go on skilling and reskilling. That is one. And second one is, particularly the guys who I'm focusing on MSME, because that is what our experience. When you look at a MSME who does the shop, why you will implement Industry 4? Definitely, still Indian manpower is not that expensive. Only you will be looking for a kind of a solution. This is one example. Say, for example, if I go with a lot of solutions and say I want to do Industry 4, you will not bother what Industry 4, 5G, 4G, whatever you call. But what he is interested is, say, for example, if my actual cutting time of milling machine is 35%, do you have a solution which could enhance to 45%, if not 60%? So then, I think that is the kind of solution basically MSME looks for. With respect to this, so still not much solutions are available. The reason is, as I said, my turning example, similarly was still process modeling. I think Sanjay was clearly saying we are not focused on developing a knowledge base which is originated to my company, from my company, or to my country, or from my company. I think we need to focus a lot on that. Industry 4 would be implemented in the different levels. So I think one major challenge is the mindset. If we decided to do it implementation, you just have a solution. Your legacy machine could be made a smart machine just by investment of 4,000 rupees. I think there's an opportunity. One has to look into that. And second is, as I said, can you solve my 10 problems of 4,000 rupees investment? No, answer is no. I think we need to figure out where we should and what we wanted, and definitely there are solutions.
So, following on that, what you said, has your institute or the government, are there any feasible strategies or frameworks that are helping SMEs and MSMEs in
Yeah,
this
that's true. So what I mentioned in the previous, that is the summer center. In fact, the summer center was started with that. The idea is developing a technology. Yes, technology, again, creating an IP is a major focus for us. But at the same time, all the summer centers, including the CMTI, we have created a facility. So I will stick to my discussion on our. We have 8 laboratories we have created. These are all hands-on laboratories. So these are meant for training. So if anybody wanted to migrate into your company or your shop floor into a smart, CMTI today can help in multiple ways. One is that, okay, without changing your legacy machines, we can convert your factory into smart, which we already did for MSME and also the big company. The second is you want to train a manpower. I have 8 different aspects of Industry 4 technology, hands-on experience. We will conduct you training program as you required customized training program. The third one is, okay, I have this problem. As I said, say for example, milling machine, I said just now. So you are looking for, that is an objective, set objective. So we are being a scientist, so we study your problems, develop the process knowledge, and we will demonstrate and implement the customized solutions. The third one is, there are some startups, you are developing some solutions, but you are not getting a test bed to prove it. So then you can use our test bed, CMT test bed. I think these are the 4 avenues with the CMT.
Okay, thank you. Coming to you, Mr. Sai, when we were talking, you spoke about the upskilling and reskilling of the manufacturing workforce. So, what are the specific training programs or what are the methodologies that we need to upskill and train the current manufacturing force to adapt to the Industry 4.0, not just Industry 4.0, but the upcoming technologies like 5.0 and rest of it?
Yeah, thanks. So I will try to take this question in 2 halves. One is what we need to do for the workforce or for our customers. How do we educate them? And so there, there's a whole lot of change management that comes into picture. Predominantly, when you get into any of these IoT and digital engineering, you need to garner about 3 to 4 very strong departments in the company. One is the IT, of course, the shop floor and the manufacturing head. and then the enterprise business group. All three have to kind of come together. It becomes a big challenge sometimes to get all of them to have the same vision in terms of what they need, because everybody comes with their own set of constraints in terms of how do we implement some of these things. And in addition to that, you go a few notches lower into the operators, who are actually using those machines. So they also need to undergo this change management to figure out how things need to work. And there again, I would like to break them into half. One is a very senior, experienced person. He doesn't believe in many of these things. He says, how can you actually automate or autonomously run some of these machines? Some of these machines are extremely critical or not allow you to have data science and AI and things like that to touch it. And the second one is all the younger workforce who likes, we're all used to the gadgets and stuff like that. When they see these legacy machines, they kind of get put off. And let me give you one example of what I actually faced when this was about 6, 7, 8 years ago in Japan, when I actually went to digitally transform one of their shop floor. And we bought all these big monitors where they can completely monitor what is happening in the shop floor, which was not there earlier, but the MES with integration with ERP and the PLM systems, they could actually get the whole data through. And what we are trying to do is give them electronic work instructions. So how do you give electronic work instructions to the operator to actually start using? We said, let's use tablets. And immediately I got pushback saying that, my hands are greasy, I can't touch the tablet, it doesn't work. And then you said, no, look, you can actually use clouds, which has this, specific touch points that you can actually monitor them. And they said, no, I will use a human, between the foreman and the operator every morning they exchange drawings. And they said these electronic work instructions won't work for me. All this, whatever TCS is trying to push, it looks like they're trying to ITify things and remove human touch. So we had to create videos and educate them to say how you hand over. In fact, we created a thing where the tablet was handed over instead of a drawing. So we have to do some gimmicks, but actually educating them at every level becomes extremely important. When it comes to people like us who are actually SIs and trying to upskill our people, there again, like I said earlier, you get a lot of data scientists, but understanding core engineering mixed with data science is an extremely important skill. So sometimes we kind of train a traditional engineer into data science or a data science person into traditional engineering. We have actually set up courses at IIT Madras where we educate them on an MTech program to reskill many of our associates, but it's a very, very small number. You get one batch now, the next batch will come out the first week of by end of next quarter. So all I'm trying to say is, upskilling them, getting this data science and, mixing them with core engineering becomes an extremely important piece. But there's a lot that we can actually do in terms of scaling this up and bringing that, skilling our people to understand, how these problems get solved.
Thank you. Coming to Dr. Nair, you are an expert in the applied AI solutions part. So what are the typical challenges that you have faced when implementing applied AI solutions in process manufacturing?
Yeah, that's a good question, because none of these applications are without challenges. And, we have, over the last 10 years, implemented what today is called applied AI, end-to-end, taking data, then going for a real-time solution with deep analytics, using machine learning as well as hybridized traditional knowledge. So some of the challenges we've seen, actually, several of the customers we work with, they actually came to us after 2 or 3 failures. So just like Dr. Naga was saying, the discrete manufacturing, there have been, same thing is true in the process. There have been a lot of failures. And why? It's never really the technology that's the interesting part. You almost always have to determine what your objective is. What are you trying to solve? There's no point ripping apart something that is already being solved if you're not going to be able to get more value out of it. So a lot of times there's this, what I call the allure of dazzling technology. There are announcements that come and say, hey, we need that. Or you have a data science group that's freshly minted, wants to implement all the latest and greatest algorithms. but that may not be appropriate for the end use that you're trying to achieve. So this kind of slows down the pace of actually implementing things, and it becomes very iterative. The third part is, in all this, data is the fuel to all this. And so a lot of the times that is undermined. There is a misconception that you throw all this, what they call big data, into a black box and voila, you get a great looking solution. No, I mean, it doesn't work that way. There's a, like Sai was saying, there's a strong need for domain expertise, even at the data engineering stage. Being able to curate that to some extent. And then, yes, there's a lot of automated things for handling data and so on. So that's the third challenge. Oftentimes, not really recognized. And then there are pitfalls to that. The other thing to recognize that in manufacturing, unlike in internet software where you can have one or two models and they'll serve billions of use cases, in manufacturing, each model has to be kind of customized. So the customization part is very important. You can build up, automate up to a certain level in these solutions, but there's a certain level of customization, which is very important, where again, domain and the data science experience, the fusion of that becomes very important. And the last part that we found is all of these things work best in manufacturing when it's done on purpose. So if you have an on-purpose implementation, you know what you're trying to achieve, and then you work towards it and take it all the way. And there's a lot of hand-holding that has to happen. Like Sai was also mentioning, trust has to be built in the system, and that doesn't happen overnight. So there's a lot of pre-training, laying the groundwork on the people side of things, which oftentimes doesn't happen. And the technology solution is built and crossed over, very likely that it may not see the light of day. So these are kind of the typical challenges that we've seen, which has to be addressed for you to have a successful solution.
To follow up on that, one of the use case for applied AI will be the predictive maintenance strategies that where you can apply AI. So, how do you suggest that integration of applied AI in manufacturing processes enhance predictive maintenance strategies and optimize overall efficiency?
Yes, so these applied AI solutions, firstly, the core is going to be the model. Whether it's a data-driven model or a data-driven model infused with some pre-knowledge. What it does, there's several applications to this. Predictive maintenance is one of them, because what you're really now able to do is on the real time, you're able to track and monitor and automatically get flagged anomalies that are happening in the system. So you identify deviations way ahead that otherwise you may have not caught. It is there very much, but a human being by himself or herself will not be able to notice that a lot of times. And so that is where this helps with being able to do proactive maintenance. Of course, there are several other applications being able to improve efficiency. So just having the knowledge, the insights, the prescriptions or the predictions that are able to be generated from this, you're just able to operate a lot more efficiently. Not just maintenance, even your energy efficiencies, the emissions profile, a lot of things you can juggle at the end of the day and come out much ahead.
Dr. Naga, coming to you, how is your institute fostering collaboration between academia, industry, and government to facilitate the integration of digital technologies into manufacturing process?
Yeah. So, being a national lab, we are open to collaborate with any irrespective of size of operation or background. The reason is the machines which we build a machines which is of small tabletop, and we build a largest machine, have a footprint of like the biggest machine which CMT ever built was about having a footprint of 12.8 meters square. That is how basically we connect. We will never say no to any machine requirement. So let us know the process. We build a machine, and you want a smart machine, we build a smart machine. It's complete autonomous machines we build, and at the same time, yes, machines as I said, as you require for the specific customer. Then, while doing this, as I said in my first comment, you have developed 500 plus solutions. We never developed solutions at lower TR level. Many times we went to the particularly the IIT setup, IIT where already something has been demonstrated. So we start from there, then we took up to TR level 8, 9. But similarly, if any industry or academia, you have something you already demonstrated, you need to scale up. There are also government platforms, government opportunities. At least I will tell you one opportunity in our ministry. We have a capital goods scheme, particularly meant for machining. So where you can build the machines which are not available off the shelf within the country with 25%, 20% contribution from the industry and 80% from the government. Now I'm CMTI, we are having an industry accelerator. We are developing 16 machines. None is built at commercial in the country with 13 industry partners. Right? So there are several schemes there. Another scheme, even I'm chair of DST, Advanced Manufacturing Technology. I will tell you because this may be a little pain, but it is true. That is where I think we need to believe each other. Last call, we had a call of 4 categories. The first category was the basic research, which is primarily meant to academicians who could be able to demonstrate some concept. There was 389 proposals. 389 proposals. Then there was a second category where industry could collaborate, but need not necessarily to bring in the money. But there should be a concept which is either demonstrated by academics or at the industry, but they came together. The industry has a responsibility of taking that to together. We had 23 proposals. The fourth one, we have a COE. There was about, again, same 12 proposals for them. But the third category was something is already demonstrated, like IIT, but industry has to come with 30% investment. That too, monetary investment. So believe me, there was not a single proposal. Single proposal. Then what it indicates? There are two. One is there is a set of industries who never care for technology development in the country. They have money, they go and acquire somewhere. There is another set of maybe is that whatever is done at the research labs or the academic levels have no meaning to business, which is good at my research lab, but it may not be good at the industry side. Or we never believed each other. Right? I think that is where the challenge lies. I think if you really want to if you really wanted to be kind of leader in the manufacturing, we have to believe ourselves, as I fully kind of second what Sanjay was saying. We need to develop domestic IP. Unless you develop an IP, people will not look at us. We cannot remain as a service center. And at the same time, there is nothing we can't do it. Maybe I and you alone may not be able to do anything, but we together can do everything. That's what I think we need to focus. I'm sure we can able to do.
That was from the institute perspective. Coming to you, how can collaboration be a pivotal thing in driving innovation?
Yeah, thank you so much. So basically, what we are trying to do, at least in PCS, we have something called a co-innovation network. So if I look at the customer as the center, the customer's problem, we kind of put about 3 or 4 blocks. One is TCS research, of course. Then we have academia, then startups, and the industry partners. Industry partners, all the large ones, Google, Microsoft, AWS, SAP, and stuff. So we we believe that solution is somewhere in the center. We may not know all the answers to it. Now, what we are trying to do in some of these cases is, especially academia, if I just talk about all the IITs and IISc, we are actually co-locating along with them in the research park. So at IIT Madras, we are all just like last month we voted to IIT Kharagpur. We are centers in IIT Kanpur. IIT Delhi, we are actually doing something called the continuous biopharma manufacturing, which we have set up a small lab where we are trying to move things into a continuous biopharma. So all whatever comes from academia is predominantly put under the TRL 1 to 3 bucket. We don't take anything beyond that. But the next part is to actually industrialize what comes from the academia, which becomes a very hard part from a core engineering perspective on 4 to 6 TRLs. So there, most of the things we do it in-house, or sometimes we engage with startups and industry partners, not so much from the academia perspective. So that we leave the academia out and start moving it out. So anything that we get out of the lab, then the whole engineering needs to happen. And so that's the way we are moving things along. But yes, there's a lot of things that we can do jointly, and I don't think the problems that we are trying to solve today, not one person has all the answers, and that's our firm belief that we need the ecosystem, we need everybody to work together to actually get this thing going.
So, Mr. Nair, with the convergence with physical and the digital system in manufacturing, how can companies ensure a balance between automation and retaining human-centric approach to operations rather? And what are the implications? What implication does this have on the working dynamics?
So if you look at these AI or applied AI-based solutions, you can broadly have two categories. One is where you try and automate rote tasks where the machine can do it faster, whether it's software computation-based or robotics-based. And there's another portion which is very important and significant today is it provides augmented intelligence to the human, the workforce. So either way, and the one that provides the augmented intelligence is where you're able to take that, make better decisions, and also there are things that sometimes you don't know what you don't know, but it actually brings that to the front. So sometimes you say the best analysis is where you're able to ask better questions. So it drives you to do that. So in the former case where there's certainly the change that has to happen is there is a process. You can't just slap it on. There's a slimming and shifting, upskilling or reskilling, call it whatever, that has to be done. So you cannot just drop it in there and expect it to work, because there's always a lot of pushback to change. You take examples from the past when Xerox first came with their machine. At that time, everyone used to use these carbon copies. And actually, they did a poll before they introduced it to the market. And the conclusion was the Xerox machine will never work because we have carbon copies. So initially, the initial thought with the population is that, no, I mean, this is the way we've always done it. Likewise, the smartphones, more recent example, right? If you see, it took, there's some who adopted it immediately, started using it. There's some who it took some time to get onto the smartphones. So there's always that transition, and that has to be, so the people aspect is very important when doing that. Some of these augmented intelligence pieces, eventually they will also slowly evolve into getting automated. So the same slimming and shifting will have to happen. But if the whole people aspect is not taken care of, yes, I mean, these things could be very tricky.
One final question, because without which I think we cannot move forward. we are talking about connected, this is for society, connected ecosystem. When it is connected ecosystem, we are also talking about security matters. So it remains a critical concern for, for an increasingly connected manufacturing system. So what are the measures that can be taken by the manufacturing sector to avoid this or curtail it?
It's a great question. Actually, I have an optimistic view and a pessimistic view. So, pardon me for that. Because if you really look at what the shop floor has been, I mean, over the years, everything has been a closed door. Nothing has been exposed on the internet. But predominantly now with IoT and digital engineering, most of the information which is within the shop floor is now exposed, right? But if I take every layer of IoT, be it right from sensing, the OT systems to the networking layer to the cloud layer, or maybe doing analytics on the edge, as well as the AI, all these layers are actually opening up new threat vectors for somebody to come and hack into the system. Right? So now what we're trying to do in most of these things is how much can we prevent the information that is not needed to go upwards into the network, or how do we prevent that anything coming down into the system. So at every layer, right from hardware security to software security systems that you have to employ, including on the networks, becomes extremely important. Let me give you one example of what we try to do. For example, in one of the postal industries in Europe, it's not just security, I'm also adding privacy into this whole thing. So essentially, we are trying to figure out how much of a truck is utilized when they start loading parcels into the truck. We are using a regular security camera that is put to just monitor it from a security perspective. But incidentally, the camera that we are using from a partner is also redacting the face of the worker, because as per GDPR compliance, you really can't have a person and identifiable person being put into the system, into their networks and software. So we have actually removed that, so that network doesn't even get anything out of the camera itself. So there are places where you can prevent, and there are frameworks like that we use in, like, for example, Microsoft Stride. If you look at the Stride framework for security, or the Linda framework from privacy perspective, these are controls that you can do. So if I take every single point of where the data is in rest versus data is in motion, every single area, we can actually target that. And we put it on a matrix, you will get a picture about where the security loopholes can actually occur. Put that on, and then you can actually get some kind of framework. So cybersecurity becomes extremely important. So of course, with a lot of AI and other things coming into picture, especially with Gen AI, people talk a lot of those. The documents that you do, and you must have, in every industry, we force the industry to actually have some Gen AI strategy. And number two is to have a proper guideline. Because if I start putting documents on knowledge basis, because I can get things very fast, you're actually exposing certain things which are very core to that industry, which is core IP, into something that you probably are not aware of. So being extremely aware of what the Gen AI model does, and how you can actually utilize that becomes also a very important piece. And that's where I think probably the industry needs to look at in terms of guidelines and where the future is.
Thank you everyone. Do we have time for questions?
Unfortunately, we don't have time.
Okay, so we are just the start, and already the industry is beginning to be reshaped beyond recognition. The most important thing that we can do is, for any manufacturer today, is to just start with the adoption of technology, so that we are not behind. Thank you everyone.
That concludes one very interesting panel discussion for us. I would like to call Mr. Praveen on stage to please present for this.
Sir, photo, sir. Yes.
The next lineup that we have for today
is electronics and semiconductor manufacturing. And for that, we call on stage Mr. Satya Gupta, who is going to moderate the talk. Mr. Satya is president of VLSI Society of India. Dr. Gupta is known for his visionary leadership in the electronics and semiconductor industry and has played a pivotal role in promoting the advancement of VLSI technology in India. Mr. Satya, can we please have you on stage?
Sir, please sit down, sir.
Next, we have Rahul Sharma, co-founder at ZWork. Rahul is leading ZWork into the consumer electronics and IT hardware manufacturing space.
Sir.
Pleasure to have you here. Next, we have Sangeet Kumar. Sangeet is ZWork CEO and brings 2 decades of automation expertise, playing a role in establishing some of the world's most automated factories producing industrial robots. Next, I would like to call on stage Malini Narayan Murthy. Malini is country head and senior director of engineering at Renesas India, and she is a leader in the semiconductor industry with experience in IPs for data center, server, storage, networking, and consumer products. I would like to call the last panel member, Hitesh Garg. Hitesh is country manager, NXP Semiconductor, with over 25 years of experience in the field, and he has made significant contributions to the sector, particularly leading NXP's growth and innovation in India. We are excited for the talk ahead. I request you to kindly take this.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the audience. We are towards the end of the day. We'll try to make it as interesting as possible. So the topic is basically electronics and semiconductor manufacturing. As probably all of you know that electronics is becoming the backbone of our daily life, economic progress, strategic progress, any field basically of the economy or day-to-day life we take, we cannot basically have it without electronics.
Live
so when we
YouTube live.
talk about electronics and semiconductor manufacturing, actually what we want to talk about electronics, product and manufacturing, including the semiconductors, right? Because manufacturing is like a factory. The factory has to be filled, it has to build some products, right? And the products have to be basically designed by the manufacturer itself or somebody to put the products, right? So just about 1 minute of context setting. Today, India consumes about $200 billion of electronics, give and take few billions here and there, and probably about 60 to 70% of that basically is being manufactured in India. But if you look at the products, out of the $200 billion products, only about 8 to 10% products are basically which are domestic. Rest of the basically products which are being manufactured in India or consumed in India are by the global brands. Basically, I think none of the people in audience will have a Indian branded cell phone, for example, right? Which is probably the biggest segment, right? So we are going to talk about both the things. We have Sandeep, who basically Sangeet, who brings the expertise in the electronics manufacturing, electronics product development and manufacturing. Hitesh is from one of the largest semiconductor companies in the world who design and manufacture semiconductor products. Malini is from Renesas, another big semiconductor giant out of Japan, basically designing and manufacturing various semiconductor products. And Rahul is our champion manufacturer here, which I call it basically new age manufacturing guys, because most of our manufacturing large companies are traditionally 20, 25, 30 years old, right? And JetWorks is one of the basically the new kid on the block, which is doing very well in the manufacturing, right? So maybe I'll start with Rahul. So we say about a lot of manufacturing progress has happened. PLI schemes, other incentive for the manufacturing given in the given by the government. How do you see overall manufacturing industry, and what is the basically percentage of the domestic players in the manufacturing versus the global players in the manufacturing, and how does it affect overall development of the electronics manufacturing industry?
So generally the sentiment in the country around manufacturing is often being gung-ho and a high exuberance. That sentiment, of course, in some shape and form translates into manufacturing as well. One classic example is the PLI scheme for mobile, where almost all mobiles in the country today get made in the country. Now, when we say it gets made, it's mostly the assembly job that's happening. But that's how all economies start. You have to start somewhere, and that's what's happening in the electronic domain. It's a great push by the government and also by the policy making stalwarts in aligning the manufacturing ecosystem towards assembly by moving assembly from China to India. And with time, we've seen in different supply chains, the manufacturing moves from assembly to components as well. Classic example is air conditioners and even mobiles, where PCBA, for example, now it's made in the country for almost all the mobile phones that get assembled in the country. In terms of who are the large players who are doing it, majority of them are either Chinese or the global players like Flex, Jabil, and Foxconn. There are probably only 4 or 5 electronic manufacturing services companies in the country who would have a revenue of upwards of thousands. So there's a long way for Indian champions to come and foray into it and become big. One reason is that we did not have the incentive in the past, and second is the experience. But considering the government's push towards domestic players, I'm pretty sure it will change probably in the next 4 to 5 years.
Thank you, Rahul. Moving on to Sangeet, right? So Sangeet company AdWorks basically makes the robots of different type. One of the basically few large product companies out of India. We have companies like Tejas Networks. In robotics space, we have companies like Ray, Orange, and Hayes. And Krishnan is sitting here, Gentron, and basically some other companies. But we have very few domestic product companies. So, what has been your experience over last basically 5 to 7 years since you started AdWorks in building a electronics product company out of India? Challenges and good, bad, or basically your experience.
So I used to work for Asian Paints, and we were users of this technology. And most of this technology used to come from Europe or Japan. And every time I used to feel we can make it in India, why is it that we don't have any player, etc. So after some time, after crying for so many years, I decided, okay, I'll stop crying and try to make some change. And we started this firm AdWorks. Initially, when we started doing it, we did face a lot of problems because one, the volume was not there, and therefore, even when the ecosystem is there, there are good players who can manufacture parts for you. And because for them, the volume is not there, they would not be that keen. And so we realized it very soon. And we said, okay, then we will do it on our own. We will do everything on our own. Robotics is a multidisciplinary engineering product. You have mechanical, electrical, electronics, software at the edge, software on the cloud, etc. So it was a difficult product which we chose. We realized it later. Okay, as a user, you feel it is very simple. When you start creating it, you face a lot of problems. So we realized it, but we also kept on learning quickly. We kept on getting expertise from India and elsewhere. so that we could solve this problem for ourselves. And we have now a team of 800 engineers working multidisciplinary engineering team. We have 2 big factories, one of them world's largest factory as far as capacity is concerned. We don't sell that much at a single location for mobile robots. And our products now with control on electronics, mechanical, we start with CNC, VNC, etc., with SMT lines and everything coming together and making it work for B2B clients gives extreme pride and extreme happiness personally. And I think we are, not only as there are other companies also which are coming up in this space, and with the opportunity which is available and the fact that it is it is a new field for everyone. Everyone has to start. Okay, robotics has been there from 1976, 77, etc. But the robots which were there in 1976 and the robots which we get or which gets used today in 2022, 23 is very different, and everyone has to start. Maybe someone is has started something 2 years ago or 3 years ago, but everyone is at the start, and the technology is changing rapidly. So having control on everything in the value chain will help us, and we think we are betting on the right thing, and we will make ourselves proud, we'll make India proud someday.
Thanks again. Before we move to semiconductor, one question for Rahul, right? Typically, the thesis behind manufacturing incentives are that as the domestic manufacturing increases, the product also will increase. But if we look at the data for mobiles, right? In 2015, Indian mobile brands had about basically 15% share, right? And Chinese mobile brands had basically less than 1% share. Now, manufacturing grew substantially in basically last 8 years, and so has the dominance of the Chinese brands in the market. Today, they have gone from 1% to 76% of the basically total mobile consumed, right? Do you think in the future, as the manufacturing grows more, this type of the trends, not just for mobile, for other products also will keep on going this way, or if there are things which will make it go in the other direction?
I'm more of an operator than a venture capitalist who can talk about how markets will behave. But generally, in the journey of how things work, you become a trader, then you become an assembler, then you become a manufacturer, then you become a design house. And that's a journey because the investment required in time and money to do each thing increases. Now, if I can't solve for today, I'm not going to invest for 2 years from now. That's what happened with the Indian brands in the mobile sector. They invested by buying things from China and selling it in India. They were traders.
They were traders, they remain traders, right? So this whole thesis will go from traders to product, right? Did not go right in the case of the early mobile manufacturers, right?
The investment did not happen from the traders. They enjoyed the capital which they made, which is great.
It will not happen today also, right? Why will it happen today? Let's make it little interesting.
What you're saying is absolutely right. So brands who do not innovate will not survive in the market. They have to compete with the global supply chain from global brands. The consumer is not going to buy a product which is inferior just because it is made in India. They're going to buy the product which is best and made in India. Right? So anyone who wants to compete for the consumer's mind space and the spend, they have to innovate. If Indian brands do not innovate, they will go out of business. That's the biggest fear which exists in electronics investment from EC and EE side. Their biggest fear is, will you be the next mobile company which did not exist after making so much money? So yeah, innovation is key to success. However, manufacturing can still survive. Apple might innovate in US and give demand in India. So manufacturers still have a great job to do. But we can't be the world powerhouse if we don't innovate and bring product to the country.
Now moving on to semiconductor, which is basically behind all the products which Sangeet and JetWorks and everybody brings, right? Part of that basically electronics is primarily semiconductor, and we have two global basically representative here, Hitesh and Malini. So Hitesh, how semiconductor companies like NXP can help basically bridging this gap, right? Basically to move the traders and manufacturers to basically product creators, right? Because certainly it requires the help from the semiconductor guys, whether it's commodity devices in mobile, wearables, or electrical vehicles and robotics or other things, right? It requires significant support from basically semiconductor global players. Still, we have our own semiconductor basically manufacturing and product industry. So, your vision is how we can basically leverage almost every semiconductor company being in India to help basically create electronics product companies out of India.
No, thank you, Satya. I think this is what I see is a great opportunity in front of all of us. I think we in the semiconductor world, how do we take decisions as semiconductor companies? We look at mega trends. So no customer tells us that okay, what is that he needs 5 year or 10 year down the line. So we look at that how the industry or how the ecosystem is going. What are the top 10 mega trends? And looking at those mega trends, we come up with our technologies. And our technologies are, you can say, agnostic to sectors. So if I'm creating a radar technology, it can go in automotive world, it can go in IoT world, or it can go industrial world. So it can be into multiple markets. So I think we think, okay, if these are the mega trends, for example, AI. So then, yeah, that's the technology which is going to create. But then, so then we come up with the right products, with the right technologies, which can serve multiple markets. And that's exactly that we are doing. We are bringing the latest and greatest technologies, I would say, to our ecosystem partners. And I call these product manufacturers as our partners. And I think India also has great opportunity because if you see last 3 decades, so if I color the decade of 2000 to 2010, that was the decade when the compute companies like Intel, AMD, I think they were making big dividends out of this wave. The 10 years, 2010 to 2020, it was more of a mobile wave. And from 2020 to 2030, we call it as a edge computing or edge kind of a wave. So we will have by end of 2030, so when the semiconductor market is going to touch 1 trillion, so there will be 75 billion connected devices. And so 75 billion connected devices that can be in the industrial space, that can be in automotive space, communication space, IoT. So those are the various sectors. So what we are doing is we are working closely with the partners, with the ecosystem, with academia, with the startups to see how can they build solutions for India. And again, we need not to follow the same trajectory which has been followed in US or Europe. So there can be, we can bypass. For example, we talk about EVs, right? And there can be a complete fresh approach for two-wheelers, for three-wheelers, or even for the cars. So again, there is an opportunity to do a fresh start, build completely brand new solution in terms of battery management, in terms of connectivity, in terms of sensing, radars. So I think the answer to you, Satya, is that we are working with the partners. We are looking for these sparks like Sangeet and Rahul, so who can help us. But we more or less bring our technology and work very closely with the partners to build solutions for them.
Thank you. Malini, I think we all talk about EV and Renaissance is putting a lot of basically effort in powered semiconductors like silicon carbide, and they signed a very large deal with Wolfspeed for basically developing. How do you see Renaissance basically helping Indian EV manufacturers, especially two-wheelers, to transition from regular silicon to compound semiconductors?
We won't, I guess, talk specifically about Nemesis, but I'll have a generic pitch to this whole thing. See, I think, just as Rahul said earlier, everything starts in pieces, right? Hello? Okay. Just as Rahul said earlier, everything starts in bits, right? You start, so for instance, when the semiconductor industry started in India, we started off with, say, augmenting a little bit from other global designs. And slowly, we're starting to think, okay, no, we shouldn't just augment, we should build products. So that transition has happened and it's continuing to happen. And slowly, as we go through that transition, we're starting to realize, okay, just products is not enough. Let's look at markets that are also meaningful to India, right? With the whole let's be a little bit more self-sufficient in India. So I think in that scheme of thought, we start thinking, okay, autos are very unique to India, and why not look at EV charging for a three-wheeler? That would be such a unique market to India. And so I think trends like this will kind of navigate us from depending on chips designed in a global market to starting to design it for our own market.
Thank you. I think there might be a lot of interest in the story about the semiconductor fab. We'll take it basically a little later. Does anybody from audience can tell how much incentive government has given for manufacturing in terms of PLI? Anybody? I think let's get involved, right? Basically, we don't want to talk among ourselves. Ballpark, how much incentive so far government has given for electronics manufacturing in terms of PLI? Do you know what is PLI? Production linked incentives. About how much incentives government would have given to manufacturing in terms of PLI?
You could guess $4 billion.
Okay. Anybody else? Too less, Krishnan? You are too low.
25,000 crores.
How much?
25,000 crores.
Okay. Anybody else? Now you can give the actual number, right?
25 billion. I'm not getting anything, but even for it, it's fine. I think I'm loud enough. I've been told. I'm not getting anything at all. But it's 17,000 crores for IT hardware. That's what we know of.
17,000, yeah.
For IT hardware, and then there is probably equivalent amount for mobile as well. And there is equivalent amount for auto, but that's a different segment altogether.
Approximately, basically, $10 billion, 70,000 crores have been basically allocated for incentives for manufacturing, which Rahul said mostly right now at the basically SMT and assembly level, right? How much incentive the government has given for product development?
2,000 crores. 2,000 crores.
Okay. That's more for semiconductor, electronics product development. I think it's close to zero. If there is no particular incentive scheme by government of India to directly incentivize somebody like Sangeet or somebody else who is trying to develop basically product and take it to the market, right? So do basically my fellow panelists think that basically it's time for the government to start thinking that we have been following this bottom-up approach, right? We'll do assembly, then SMT. Let's start working the top-down also, where we start incentivizing the product, this thing. So, if I'm giving $100 incentive for manufacturing, what could be the incentive should be given for the product development companies if the government has to basically take some initiative in that direction. First from audience, then we will ask the question to the panelists. 10 times, okay. Anybody else? Somebody who is in the product development, Krishnan?
1:1.
Sangeet?
Yeah, I have a contrarian view. I believe any incentive makes you lazy, does not allow you to innovate, and I compete with Chinese companies, Chinese robotic companies in US, and they have 25% subsidy on every robot which gets exported outside China. Okay, it is another fact that there is a countervailing duty from US which compensates, but in Europe it is not like that. But it does challenges us to think differently, and that was one reason why we decided to have control on everything, every component. I cannot be competitive if I continue to buy from Siemens or ABB. Yeah, they are large industrial product, but they also build their product buying products from NXP or Intel. So why not? And India, we were discussing this fact. So I realized one of the great thing about India today is there is a lot of, all these MNCs have great number of people, 5,000, 10,000 designers, testers, etc. They also need application companies to test their products perfectly. And if they need application companies, we can be those companies which can work really closely with the R&D team which is serving globally from India and make products which are much better, much more reliable than any other product. When we have to succeed outside India, we have this tag made in India. Now that made in India tag is not comparable to maybe made in Germany and made in Japan tag, but that will be comparable only if my product is more innovative, my product is better than the best which is available in the world today, my product is reliable, and people associate with quality with my product, and that is how I can compete. Indian manufacturers, mostly product companies, they cannot and they should not, according to me, build products only for India. They have to build products which is world class, which is for the world market, and it has to be successful in India as well. And there you have advantage of being close to the market, etc., knowing the market better. But the products and product quality has to be different. It has to be more innovative, and that can happen only if there is no subsidy.
Sure. So you think basically product industry does not need subsidy, but basically manufacturing industry need for 5% PLI. Okay. First the number and then the comments. What kind of the incentive should be provided? Because whenever we talk to manufacturing companies, they say if we need to basically become ODM and this thing, we need basically R&D funding from the government. Sangeet might be different because he had a different idea, but most of the manufacturers are not moving up because they are not finding the enough R&D dollars, right? So, what if I am spending $100 on manufacturing incentive? What should be the incentive given for product development companies? First the number, then the comments.
I think I agree with the gentleman who mentioned that 1:1.
minimum it should be equivalent to what we are giving to the manufacturing team. So see, because again, of course, you can start from scratch, but it always helps if you have some initial, you can say, see, because some of the investment you need to have large investments, right, in your equipment, in building, and other things. But I think more than the incentive, I think what we also have a huge wealth of knowledge, which I just would like to say. I think we are talking about so there are fantastic brains in the country who are sitting in this room. So I think more and more what we need to have system thinking. So of course I come from a semiconductor company where I have more than 4,000 engineers, as Sangeet was mentioning. So they are doing quite a lot of innovation, thinking, okay, how do we do best kind of processors? How are we doing best of sensors? But I think more and more we need to develop also the people who are thinking or kind of devising how the systems should look like. Even if you see in the automotive world, right, the OEMs like Audis and BMWs of this world, they come to us to NXP. They say, okay, dear NXP, please tell me how my cars 10 years down the line should look like, how the car architecture should look like. So I think they are asking us because we are not a component provider, but we are also kind of giving a view of the system. So more and more, if we can develop this system thinking, right, we have system engineers who can define and design products. Again, fully agree with him, not only for India, but for the world. I think that I see a huge opportunity. And I think that's where we should also start innovating in our institutes, especially in IITs, which has the best talent. So a lot of time the research is in the core, I would say very, very small, deep topics. Like people are developing, maybe 15 people developing a data converter, for sure, that's very, very valuable. But we need to also enhance our research, or at least focus some spending toward research in the system area.
I think Hitesh. Okay. I tend to agree a lot with Hitesh. He actually stole some of my ideas before I could say them. But what I wanted to say was, so I spent many years as an applications person. And all this was not in India, but when I was living in North America. So when I tried to make the shift back to India a year and a half ago, people came and told me, you were doing applications, we don't do any of that in India, right? And that was appalling to me because complete lack of system focus. And I think just not having even the knowledge that you should be looking at problem system. So as soon as I came, people were like, are you verification? Are you design? What are you? I said, I'm all of that, I'm system. So I think in India, I think we have really ways to go on the system side and on the customer focus side. So the other aspect I found that was really missing is, while we design products for the global market, all the customer conversations happen outside of India. But unless you talk to your customers, you're not really going to know what you need to build. So I think bringing some of those conversations into India will really help us develop the India products. And the reason I say 1:1 is not necessarily just the focus on product, but on education as well, on education, knowledge transfer on the product side, to be able to bring up a next generation of very product-focused engineers.
So I feel it probably starting with a lower number in percentage of 10-20 works, because it's very tricky if you look at it from the government side. How do you know whether the product is designed in India or not is very tricky. You don't know what goes inside your phone. What you care about is the body. The body is the least of the design that you can bring. And the consumer cannot be forced to buy something and people start buying it because it's made in India. The government does incentivize design-led manufacturing in aerospace and defense, where they are actually the buyers. They ensure that you buy it from the party, you design it from the party who is the one who is from India. We are in aerospace and defense, and we feel that sometimes there is no competition at all because the government has only ensured that the Indian parties are the one who are designing for it. It's very tricky. Also for the folks who are designing, if they don't know the manufacturing system exists in the country or not. You can design a product for the consumer, but without being cost competitive, you'll not be able to sell it. So this is a complex problem to be solved. Even the government is trying to figure out. I think we require folks like you who can solve it. People like me are not operators. We grab on to what government would do.
No, I think all of us are basically part of the same problem or solution space, right? Any questions from the audience we should take before we discuss few more topics? If nobody raises hand, then we'll start picking people from the audience. Right? Yes, sir.
First of all,
That's one.
First of all, thank you for the very engaging session. So thanks to all the panelists. So by hearing the views from all of you, one thought which comes to my mind is what the advice you all give to Indian manufacturing companies to come on a global stage, to compete with the global brands in India, continue to innovate, because it's too much to ask from them. But that's the reality, that's the hard fact. So what are the key advices you can give to the Indian, like Sangeet and similar companies, that they should really come to the global? Thank you.
One is scale. I think bringing it to compete, it's very important that you can scale. You can't bring cost if you don't have economic scale. That's one of the biggest problems. Another aspect is, very behavioral. A lot of the global brands, I'm not talking manufacturing, I'm not talking design, I'm not talking about anything else. For example, the global brands are all non-Indian. You won't buy a Micromax phone if you get Samsung at the same price. You won't buy, a brand called Rahul if you are getting Lenovo or HP at the same price. So you need to collaborate with these guys. You need to be there with the expectation that they have, because they are your customer and customers are God in business. So one is scale, and second is behavior in terms of what they expect, transparency, law, following the rule of the country, the law, and everything around it. These become important parameters for them to work. And once they set in, they bring you to standard of the world, and then you can work with anyone else. And classic example is Foxconn. Foxconn has been a Taiwanese or a Chinese company for donkey years. And probably they are more important to Apple than Apple is important to them. When they come to India, Foxconn is brought to India by Apple. They are not able to find folks who can bring in that scale and efficiency which Foxconn brings them. So we need to be there and competing with them who are already out there. They're 20-30 years ahead of us. So we need to figure out, and that's the reason we get the incentives. Because they are 30 years ahead of us, how do we compete with them? It takes time to be efficient, it takes time to create systems, it takes time to train your labor. While you take all the time, the customer is not going to pay extra for it. And that's why government is subsidizing that time frame. And after that, we are left to compete. And that's what everyone is questioning, what will happen after the mobile phone PI goes away. Will the manufacturing go back to China? We'll figure it out, but unlikely, because we have become as efficient as China. So, yeah.
Anybody else?
No, I think one of the things which I see is that India is seen differently by the world. So if there are any people who are thinking to be manufacturing from India, one thing is you have to position yourself right? Whether you are a tier 1, tier 2, or want to become an OEM. Have the positioning right. Then second thing is find your right partners. So companies like us, which are component manufacturers, so we are there to support not only the big players, but also, I would say, the MSMEs and also the startups. So any help and support that you need from, so I think size does not matter. So one is that, like Rahul said, have your vision big, position yourself, and reach out where you can collaborate, where you can get the things that you need. And one is I would suggest not to only scratch the surface. Go deep into your R&D, go deep into your system knowledge, so that you can be a differentiator, you can be a master in your own game. So that's at least my side, few words of advice.
So, few things which I have basically experienced and faced in my startup journey, right, is that uh, first thing is the picking the right problem, right? Everybody learned has to make a mobile phone. Like he chose to make robot because he felt basically there is a space there, and he can basically fulfill that space to make the global products, right? That's number one, right? Second is that like the electronics or this kind of the technology, most of our product companies are very technology centric. Okay? I think they need to be business centric as well, right? As scale and customer and all of those things, right? You can build a fantastic product, but if you can't sell it, it's become a museum piece, right? Basically, until unless you have that business focus. And third is basically risk capital being available, right? Basically, there are a lot of risk capital available for software companies and so on and so forth. There is very little risk capital available to hardware or product companies. Sangeet has been lucky a little bit on that front, but that's where the government incentives can basically help in kick-starting the ecosystem. But I think the biggest lacking thing in Indian product companies, especially in electronics, is the business focus. They are more technology focused, less of business focus. If they have to spend like 40% of their budget on sales, marketing, products, engineering, and so on and so forth, they will say, "Usse kya hota hai," right? Basically, I have done a fantastic technology, it will sell. But I think that mindset has to change to become more business focused than just the technology. So that's my personal experience and basically startup. Any other question from the audience?
Okay, so let me ask for. Yeah. Semiconductor MNCs, there has been quite a long history of semiconductor MNCs in India, right? I mean, 30, 40, 20, whatever, so few decades, right? We've had a great trickle effect in terms of, skill development, a lot of engineers getting employment, getting the pay packets, and that trickling down into the economy, say the Bangalore economy or the Delhi economy, whatever. Right? But is it even realistic in the current scenario where there is a lot of talk about Make in India and the PLI scheme and the India Semiconductor Mission scheme and all that? Probably government has started all these schemes with an expectation of these companies looking at the India market and hence putting up a fab. Is it misplaced the expectation from any of the MNCs to even start thinking about a fab? It might be a controversial question, but nevertheless.
If you don't want to answer it,
no, I think.
You are an MNC, I don't want to.
See, I think.
Facing your boss after half an hour, right?
No, I think. See, we are very sorted, at least in terms of semiconductor guys, right? So I'm very clear where I'm innovating. I'm doing a product innovation or I'm doing a process innovation. So if I'm doing a process innovation, I'll put the fabs. And put the fabs everywhere, wherever possible in the world. Wherever I get incentives, I'll go there because my focus is the process innovation. While whether if I'm a product innovation guy, I will focus more how do I get the best in class products. And with that, focus is on product. Process, I would like to be as flexible as possible. It can be a 5 nanometer, it can be a 15 nanometer, 16, 20, 2, 3. See, because Intel, right, if they were all vertically integrated and we know what kind of challenges they had, right, for some of their advanced processors, they had to go to TSMC to get their 7 nanometer processors. So I think as long as you know where you are innovating, right, what is your DNA, it's a very easy story. And then geography, yeah, so I think, so it can be anywhere. So I think Renaissance is having fabs in Japan, we have fabs in Europe and US. So I think it's just a factory. So of course, India has ambitions to set up factories, and there are players and there are Maybe in 1 year, we will see somebody coming up and setting up a fab. It will help the startup ecosystem. It will help the India ecosystem. But at least I'm clear that we are doing a product innovation, not a process innovation. So I think NXP is not very much looking forward to have fabs.
Yes. 30 seconds more, right? I think you said we have all of these companies and people, right? That's a technical pool, right? A fab or a large manufacturing unit of any type will come because if there is a market. The market pool will decide where basically things go, because if you see when US came up with the CHIP Act and TSMC and Samsung were asked to put up a fab there, incentive or no incentive, they had no choice because their customers were sitting there. AMD, NVIDIA, Qualcomm, all of those guys are sitting there, which are the biggest customers. So for them, there was basically not much of a question to do that decision, right? We don't have basically customer of the fabs in India yet, right? You might be making a lot of electronics, but we don't have the fabless ecosystem of large, basically numbers, which consumes the wafers basically from this companies, as you understand. So talent pool does not basically gives you enough reason to put up the manufacturing. The market will do basically, and I think, and second, it takes time. It will happen. Micron has happened. Basically, a couple of more things are happening. I think within 3 years, we will have at least 1 or 2 fab units in India. At least I'm very confident by end of 2024, we will have announcement of 3 OSAT, 2 compound semiconductor fab, and 2 silicon fabs.
Wow, wow, interesting. So we are all very bullish about the electronics and semiconductor manufacturing, and for all your further questions, I request you to take them offline with the panelists. To close this discussion, I would like to invite Mr. Praveen to hand over the gift hampers. Can we have a huge round of applause? Having spent 6 years in aerospace manufacturing myself, this particular discussion is something that I've been waiting for.
Sir, on photo.
So,
Sir.
with this, the next discussion that is going to kick off is advances in defense and aerospace manufacturing.
Wait. Yeah. Wait.
And for that, I would like to call the coordinator, moderator on stage, Mr. Alok Pandey. Mr. Alok has been an automotive professional and entrepreneur across various sectors, and he now helps government, startups, corporates, VCs in policy formation, regulatory clearances, and corporate strategy. Next, we have Mr. Pawan Chandana, co-founder and CEO of Skyroot Aerospace, and innovator like none other.
Madam.
Mr. Pawan leads a pioneering company in the aerospace sector in India.
Madam.
His expertise.
Place properly. Properly.
His expertise and leadership has been instrumental in driving innovation and progress in this field. Next, we have Mr. Bharat Kumar, Executive Director at Aiden Technologies. Their customer base, all major defense PSUs in the country and also major US defense contractors. Next, we have Ankit Mehta, who is the co-founder and chief executive officer of Idea Forge Technology, a design-focused UAV manufacturer of drones for defense, homeland security, and industrial applications. Mr. Vishal Chaudhary was supposed to join us today, but unfortunately he's unwell. Next, we have Abhishek Sinha. Abhishek holds a bachelor's and master's degree in chemical engineering from IIT Kharagpur and is heading the defense business for Z-Work. And with this, we take a kickstart for this session.
Madam, place properly.
Please ask for the.
So basically,
based on how it is. Is the mic working? Is the mic working? Yeah. So probably we'll have to go back as per this. Yes. Exactly.
First everybody, madam.
Yeah, thank you everyone. We're running late from the morning. I'll quickly come up to the central agenda. Thank you everyone for being here. I'll just take 30 seconds from everyone to give you the opening remarks, starting from Bharat and then going on the other panelists. Please introduce yourself in 30 seconds, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Bharat. I'm the director at IIT Technologies. We are a 15-year-old company. We manufacture space and defense related components and subsystems, and we are based in India. And
Madam.
Hey, hi, good evening. So myself Abhishek, I am heading the defense business in Jedward manufacturing business. So defense is one vertical where Jedward has entered 1.5 years back and is helping to expand the manufacturing in India through multiple SMEs which are present in India. So currently we have tied up with one of the company, Pinaka Aerospace Private Limited, which is one of the 15-year-old company in aerospace and defense, and we are expanding their operation.
Hi everyone, I'm Ankit Mehta from Idea Forge. We are a drone manufacturing company. We've been around since 2007 as a business. Quick introduction for us would be that the drone you saw in the movie Three Idiots was
I'm Pawan, I'm co-founder of Skyroot Aerospace. We launched India's first privately developed rocket to space. Essentially, we are a rocket company and into the space business. And we are based out of Hyderabad. We're a 5-year-old startup. Looking forward to the interaction.
Thank you, everyone. So it's a nice feeling to actually have some of the most legendary founders sitting here with us. I would quickly come to the central point of the entire panel, which is how do we boost manufacturing in India, given the fact that how India is looking forward by 2047 to hit $30 trillion as economy, where manufacturing will eventually contribute 25%, which is approximately $8 trillion. So I'll open up the entire panel, probably starting with Pawan, where I'd like to understand how do you think from the industry, from the sector where you're coming from, things like policy, things like private equity funding, ecosystem alliances, all of that kind of development, and most importantly, make in India to the world, all of this will eventually support aerospace as a company, as a sector, and how can the audience basically get benefit out of it in terms of contributing in this entire journey to the $8 trillion manufacturing economy from making India to the world.
So, just to look at our sector, which is the space sector, it's a super highly regulated sector. You cannot do anything without the government permissions. And in fact, until 2020, in India, our entire space sector is by ISRO. Of course, it has plenty of manufacturers outside of ISRO, which supply parts to ISRO. That was the space sector in India. And in 2020, a revolutionary policy has come up where the sector has opened up to private trade. So people can build what ISRO builds for the country and sell to the world as well. And we became one of the first beneficiaries for that. That's where policy becomes super important to enable it. And now, for example, just in the last 2-3 years, there are thousands of employees in the private space sector only designing products, space products from India for the world. And in fact, we have done a rocket launch last year, and that put India the 4th country in the world where a private sector company is able to launch a rocket to space. So that way, I think the policy is quite important. And in fact, for hardware, especially, funding is super tough. Building a rocket is rocket science, but getting funding is much difficult than rocket science. And I'm sure I would know more about it. So it's super difficult. But however, things are changing because now people realize that India has all the recipe for a great success. For example, we have the most cost-efficient talent in the world. For example, IIT is bringing one of the best talents for India in addition to several great wonderful institutes. We have the ecosystem in some areas, especially space is some area which India has 60 years of expertise, top 4 countries in the world already, right? So that way, I think people have realized, started putting capital, and more companies started coming, started building products from India for the world. And then today, I mean, when in 2020, India's share in the space market is just 2%. So even though in technology, it's top 4 in the world, its percentage share is only 2% because only ISRO was there. So now once it's opened up, now the aspiration to become 10% is 5 times in the next 5 years. And that is going to happen in India. Probably hundreds, already 150 startups are there in the space sector. Probably it's going to become 1,000. And a lot of big industry houses are going to come up and build products from India for the world. And of course, with startups probably taking an edge because of agility and innovation. And it will be a totally new sector. I mean, we can just imagine thousands of employment, very high-tech products being built from India for the world, and building like really world-class companies from India. And also that 2% once it becomes 10%, I think it's like you'll have thousands of manufacturers coming out of India.
That's nice, amazing. Thanks for the amazing insight to that fact. Ankit, I would like to understand, because in the startup ecosystem of this entire nation of 15 years that we've been all seeing, you're one entrepreneur who's taking the idea all the way to the IPO, right? Specifically a hardware startup coming straight out of college and hitting the stock market, which itself is a legendary accomplishment, right? Going forward, how do you think that all these 4 support ecosystem enablers, right, policy, funding, ecosystem development, and basically, the opening up of the entire space to actually do global markets, make in India, drone hub, as the government is saying. How do you think? What are the challenges? How do you think? What could be eased up? What could be more beneficial? What's your view on this particular thing?
Thanks, Alok. I think just to reflect in terms of what unlocked this industry was the pandemic, and the fact that people did not want to go near people, therefore they wanted to send drones to do be it lockdown monitoring, be it spraying or any other activity. Suddenly, even delivery is something people realize that if we get hit by another such event, we need means that can robotically do deliveries or do deliveries through the aerial route. So I think us realizing the opportunity or the value of an industry, often it takes our country a lot of shock to get into, to try and bring it up to speed and then start pushing it. While the world, being a little bit more foresighted, moves a fairly large distance ahead in many of these industries and grabs a very large market share. So as a country, I think we need to find a way of, just like we found a way in space, where we were able to kickstart early enough, despite the challenges of the country, and build us and get us to top 5 in the world. I think we need to do that for as many industries as we can. And to do that, we have to look at every opportunity as growth first, regulations second. We cannot be regulations first and growth second kind of a mindset when it comes to regulations forever. Even when there is a good policy, we have to still wear the lens of enabling first and then think about regulating. Because without enablement, there is no regulatory need or requirement. So that mindset is something which is very critical. And we see that it's going to be critical for the drone industry as well. We have one of the best policies in the world now that has come up post-pandemic. Now it is about how well we govern it, how well we enable, and keep the enabling mindset ahead of the regulatory, you can say instinct that we have at bay, and make sure that the industry continues to grow by leaps and bounds. The second aspect is that there are certain industries where government ends up being the largest or the only buyer. And many of those industries, particularly defense and aerospace, we are here talking about defense and aerospace, there is no other option but to sell to the government. And if the government itself is not an enabler of advanced technologies or an adopter of advanced technologies, we are not going to see a very large market opportunity fructify in our country for our companies and our businesses. Therefore, we have to find opportunities where we can meaningfully leapfrog this cycle of looking at the West and not supporting a lot of Indian companies or Indian
innovations. And I think for that, procurement processes and many other factors have to evolve, and they have evolved significantly over the last few years. And that's why we are seeing the benefits of that revolution in the form of IDEX, in the form of what is happening under emergency procurement, and many other programs where startups and the recent changes where there is no bottleneck for startups to pitch for opportunities where they can build technology and compete. Therefore, adoption is very important, and we have to find ways of integrating cutting edge technology in the way we govern our country. That's what has seen us leapfrog in the digital payments and interfaces as well, or digital payment approaches as well. And we are top 2, 3 in the world there now. Maybe we are ahead of the rest of the world there. So therefore, that has to be a way in which we are able to drive both demand, which is essential for these sectors to become large, and they are serving very large opportunities to begin with. Therefore, it won't take too much for our country to do that. And then look at regulations in a way that always enablement comes first when it comes to a nascent early industry that's poised for growth and can grow significantly on the base of the talent that Pawan just alluded to.
Sure, that's an amazing insight, because enablement first and implementation later, right? Because that is the theme which should drive sunrise sectors like this, given the fact that if drone hub needs to be developed in India. Thank you so much, Ankit. I'll move to Abhijit and Abhishek. Sorry, I'll try and understand ZWork being what ZWork stands for in terms of large scale, high volume, aggregate manufacturing ecosystem, including components, sub-components, financing ecosystem, sourcing, and all of that. How do you think ZWork can be an enabler, right? Specifically for people who are looking forward to implement the manufacturing skill sets, because the kind of manufacturing prowess that you may have, as diversified as sectors and as defense as possible, right? How do you think that those things can eventually apply to boost manufacturing from that sense? Yes.
Yeah. So the role of ZWork in terms of enabling manufacturing of defense and aerospace components in India. So as very well said by previous panelists as well as UK panel, so it's a technology which has to be developed and proven first. And once you become a OEM for those technologies, or once you become a proven technologies, it will eventually come to you. Any new player coming into the market and replacing you is a little bit difficult and a little bit tricky in that. More tricky in that sense. So now the role of ZWork. You might have heard recently there have been mega programs launched by Indian government in terms of buying 97 LCAs, 150 plus helicopters directly from the HL. Now once HL will get the order, those orders will be eventually distributed to a small SMEs companies. So LCA has more than 300 plus LRUs, more maximum majority of mechanical components, everything manufactured in India by the small players. Now they have manufactured it for a prototype. Now once it comes to scale up their operation to fulfill the demand of 100 equipments, which is just the phase 1 of the order. There might be further orders coming from the Indian government, and there will be export order coming from the other countries also for the G2 G2s. So how these small SMEs companies who have developed the prototype by putting the effort of 10 years or 15 years of their R&D, how will they scale up their operation? They will require a humongous amount of fund. They will require a humongous amount of capabilities in terms of technology, equipments, all those things. So there the role of ZWork becomes more critical. So we come as a partner for them. We help them to scale their manufacturing process. We help them to make them mass manufacturing more easy for them at a lower cost by competing with the foreign OEMs and all those things. So there the role of ZWork becomes very important. Not only this is just one part of it where the orders are coming from the government. Indian government have actually put a negative import list of more than 1,000 plus components. So all those components will now have to be either manufactured in India or has to be repaired in India. Now those type of R&D setup, those type of setup in terms of manufacturing or repairing those type of equipment which will be required for the operational readiness of the armed forces, that require a huge amount of investment. You can check, you can see with the defense as well as this one also, the cash cycle for all the SMEs are very large. So how do they manage the fund into their existing project as well as managing the fund for the new R&D development? So it becomes always a tricky balance for all the SMEs companies how to balance it out. Whether they invest more into their existing product or whether they invest more into new R&D. So all those type of tricky situations for all the SMEs companies, network always comes as a ability. Let's plan out together, let's work together, which will help to maximize the manufacturing in India, to increase the production efficiency in India, and that will cater the need of Indian armed forces. So whatever the equipment, I can give a small example also. So there were few engines or few electronic components.
If you can keep the mic.
There were few engines and few electronic components which used to go for repairing to foreign OEMs, and it used to take 10 months to 12 months for one component, one subsystems to get repaired. Now, Indian, once all those things get repaired in India, the cycle has become like 1/10 of that. The cost has also become 1/10 of that. Pawan also talked about 2020 being a revolutionary year in terms of opening up the defense and space sector for the private investors. That's the same scenario for aerospace industries also. So earlier, private industries used to get a small subsystems type of orders from DPSUs, not directly from the armed forces. Majority of all the production order or big systems order used to go to DPSUs, or it used to be directly go to DRDO. Now, after 2020 or 2019, those fields have become open for the private industries. Now, private industries are becoming a production partner for all the armed forces, which require again humongous amount of funding. So, there the role of Jadwal will be more crucial for all the SMEs.
So you get that. Basically, the proliferation and the further diversification across tier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe even tier 9 vendors, where everybody becomes part of the entire ecosystem, and the cycle becomes much more efficient, fast, and lean, including funding, orders, values, volumes, and all that. So, get it. Much thanks for that. So I'll ask, Bharat from Aiden. Bharat is into avionics and critical components into aerospace and all that kind of stuff, which is a very good business to be in, right? Can you share your experiences in terms of what are those particular components or orders or clients or those particular verticals wherein you feel that manufacturing is going to kick in big time, right? Maybe have a proliferation or maybe horizontal, like that work is more horizontally spread than idea forge or vertically. How do you think that idea is there, and how does it eventually fit into the tech space? More tech as in the information tech as well as the manufacturing tech, electronic systems tech.
So 18 has been producing, has helped almost every single satellite that ISRO has sent to space since 2016. So one of the biggest thing that we see is skilled labor. So if somebody is like working on a space-based subsystem or a component, they need to be certified first. So getting that skilled labor has always been difficult for us. We have always been training them. It takes like 3 to 6 months. So once that thing has been solved, I think our production capacity would definitely increase.
Sure. So basically, skilling is a challenge, and if skilling can eventually happen, large-scale opportunities can eventually open up.
100%.
Sure. Thanks. I'd like to understand it, maybe from Pawan or anybody from the panel. When it comes to startup founders who are typically MSME folks, right, wherein they want to participate in this entire journey, which they feel is high tech. Like, for the case of ZWork, there's always a ZWork, right? But when it comes to, let's say, space sector or maybe drones, right? There are inherent challenges of skill, there are inherent challenges of knowledge, right? I'm sure out of 200 drones, there are folks who are doing drone training and all of that. For people who are looking at using tech as an AI ML, right? And using that as an enabler to transform those sectors. Where do you think that can be incorporated into the entire journey? Whether as a skill set, as part of core design, or as part of a business strategy, wherein tech as an information tech can be used big time as a competitive advantage to global space. I'll come back to the second part, which is make in India. Anybody? Yeah.
So I think, if I look at artificial intelligence and its role in what we are doing when it comes to delivering outcomes for our customers, I think that becomes really critical because what is a drone? A drone is in many parts a sensor, which is, or like sometimes I like to call it, it's a CCTV in the air. Sometimes it carries a different camera than a regular color camera, but it's a CCTV in the air, and the analytics that you run on a CCTV could be run off a drone as well. So essentially, you need to use intelligence to deliver outcomes for the customer so that once their outcomes are automated, you can also automate operations. And once the operations are automated, you can essentially act as a force multiplier, which does not act as a burden on the already strained force and can increase their impact when they go out there in the field. So that's the constant direction in which we try to evolve technology towards, particularly while leveraging artificial intelligence. There are other aspects of artificial intelligence, like, for example, the use of AI in looking at predictive analytics for the health of our systems, looking at AI in terms of in the development stages, can we find patterns that can help us resolve problems well before the design becomes mature or otherwise. So there are many layers in which AI is leveraged as far as production, manufacturing, and even the engineering process is concerned. With the new generative AI world, I'm sure that a lot of developmental cycles may get cut, where you are investing more time in debugging the code written by AI rather than writing the code in the first place.
Absolutely. Any percentage of contribution of AI/ML right now, which you think will rise over a period of 2 to 5 years, wherein it will eventually impact scale up of manufacturing? Anyone? Percentage of contribution?
I would say it's low single digits at this point in time.
And it will double up in the next 3 to 5 years as further use cases.
Next 3 to 5 years, it should definitely enter double digits because the pace at which everyone will have to catch up with everyone.
Sure.
It's going to be accelerated by the use of this technology. It's going to grow exponentially.
Sure. Yeah.
So just adding to the point of, so like AI and ML are currently in one of the technology which is not very much explored in the aerospace and defense field. But they are taking their first step in bringing those technology into multiple systems, like maintaining the health of multiple systems. So currently, if your subsystems need to be tested, current page is suppose I take an example of an electronic system, make a flight trials. That be for 100 hours plus hours, it's a cost consumption for the government. That can be tested through AI and ML based simulators, machine-based systems. So that will help in terms of cutting down the cost, also cutting down the effort.
Absolutely. Basically,
Just wanted to add that AI is already being used in Industry 4.0 in a big way to look at machine health when it comes to manufacturing processes and plants.
Absolutely. So using AI as efficiency enabler is one part. Using AI as fundamentally, kind of disruptively growing the sector is another part. So maybe, like Abhishek mentioned that shifting from physical electromechanical simulation systems to AI-based simulation systems, because that's going to, kind of boost efficiency by quantum numbers. I just have to come back probably to a very simple question before probably we open up for some Q&As. How do you look towards maybe Pawan and Kate, anyone from the panel? The entire theory which the government is saying, make in India for the world. How do you look forward towards that the next 3 years, 5 years, even 10 years, like 2030 should be $2 trillion manufacturing economy, right? Where do you think, what could be those sectors where, startup founders, MSME entrepreneurs, small time, techie geeks can look forward and say, I want to play a part in that $2 trillion economy where 30% of what we are producing as a sector will be exported to global economies, US and Europe.
Yeah, so I think, see, the fundamental answer is that we should go beyond Make in India to design in India. So for example, so when you design in India and sell products to the world and have a significant market share, naturally, making becomes part of it, and then you have a good portion of it as well. Because when there is no market per se for Indian-made manufactured products, I mean, naturally we will not be able to make large numbers there. So already India's the skilling is going really good, and then like definitely made in India has a lot of advantages. A lot of manufacturing is shifting from China to India. So definitely make in India is definitely going. Just manufacturing in India is definitely going to grow exponentially with skilling and getting the right products to develop, to manufacture, etc. But designing in India is going to take it to the next level for sure. Where and especially from the sectors, I think space is today a $400 billion business, and it's by the end of the decade is going to become $1 trillion business globally. And beyond Make in India, I think design, develop products from India, I think is going to be a very big contributor to that. If it becomes 10% of that, it's 100 billion just there, for example, right? And then drones, and then aviation. I think India has a good role in building aircrafts as well. I mean, next generation electric aircrafts, like which probably IIT is going to look into in the future, and like that. So there are like certain sectors, and defense is though it's highly geopolitical, but still I think India has extraordinary advantages in building end-to-end different products from India for the world, and I think all the sectors, I mean, aerospace and defense, I think India has a strong big role to play, and I think fundamentally it comes from going beyond Make in India to design and development.
Correct. Basically, the ODM part, from original design manufacturer to OEM, and the entire journey of high value manufacturing. What do you think could be the challenge from this minuscule single digit number of the journey starting point from ODM all the way till mass market value manufacturing? What could be the single most daunting challenge to that effect, if you think there is one?
I feel it's the mindset which is a huge problem, right? Because traditionally we have largely been dependent on the rest of the world to give us technology. We even today talk about West giving us technology, and then us thinking that we will take a step forward or a step backward in that direction. I think having that courage to invest behind intellectual property is, I think, something which is very critical. And when we build intellectual property in India, we do it for the unique Indian conditions that we build it for. Nobody in the world has a battlefield like Siachen. At 6,000 meters plus at minus 30, minus 40 degrees centigrade, you have to make systems operate and work. You have a battlefield in Rajasthan where you have extremely hot temperatures in summers, plus 55 degrees above that. You have a marine coastline which is extremely large. You have very, very hostile territory, very, very narrow valleys. So the kind of challenges that we have to build for are already at a place where if we commit ourselves to doing that, we will be building for the world. We will not, there will not be any spot on earth that we will not be able to operate with. And therefore, we have to take that advantage and drive that advantage home by aggressively building for the country and building it for the customer who is hungry for, now at least, for Indian tech as well. And they themselves said that we'll put an embargo on not buying those things from the rest of the world. So we have a very clear line of sight, and if we aggressively invest, we should be able to get there. For example, we have opened a subsidiary in the US, and we are looking to pitch our products to the rest of the world. Hopefully, we will see a lot more self-belief once we have more successful.
Basically, self-belief and conviction. Eventually, that's what the founding system. One last question, probably Bharat is from look at it as a new sector, right? Now, because I'm from a policy background, right? Probably my question may be biased, but I think this is what the general view is. How do you think that that could be one key enabler from the policy side, right? From the government, right? Which applies to everyone, specifically starting from very highly regulated sectors like space, all the way down to assembly, sub-assembly systems like vertically centric your space, or maybe horizontally spread out like Z-work. What could be that one thing from policy before we open up for the panel?
I think the one thing I would say is, if all of us don't fight with PSUs, and then if they let us go ahead with subsystems, and then if they concentrate only on systems and then develop the ecosystem, I think that would definitely help all of us.
Probably I was expecting an answer like PLI.
I'll add to that. Yes. I feel personally that one important thing that the country needs to do, and we need to find both private and government capital for doing that, is to upfront fund R&D. Upfront invest in R&D, because that capital is not available with a lot of young companies. Pawan was talking about the lack of availability of capital when it comes to these sectors. So somewhere that funding has to come and that investment has to happen. If that happens, we will have an IP-led growth. Otherwise, we will be looking at de-risking and doing single-digit low-value addition.
Absolutely. In fact, I was just reading one of the reports from a data perspective, right? The current fiscal, the government had a 10 lakh crore capex, government capex, out of which 2.5 lakh crore, 25% is purely on infrastructure. And this has been the largest capex in the history of the independent India. So thank you, for the amazing panel. I'll just open up for a certain set of 2 questions, please. Right? Yes, please. Please try and finish your question in 10 seconds, please.
10 seconds.
Yes, please. Only the question, not the context.
Well, the question is essentially on skills. The last couple of decades, probably everyone in India is on computer science, mechanical, electrical engineers and stuff like that. In these areas, where will you get the talent from? The opportunity is huge. Where's the talent? And how do you skill them now that they are not there?
And just to add to that,
I think building from skill 0 to skill 1.
Yeah. Just to add to that, there's a lot of electrification going to happen, and so skilling for that and material science and all of that. So yeah, you just can speak on that. Yeah.
So I think basically there are a lot of mechanical engineers, a lot of aerospace engineers, but none of them take core fields. So that's the challenge. Not that the education is there in every college, at least IITs. They give equal priority to most of the departments. So you have talent, but the talent is not getting into the core fields because it doesn't pay. So a civil engineer doesn't get paid much. Preferably you go take an IT job or a finance job, you get paid more. Go into an management MBA degree, you get paid probably 10x. Right? So that's where the challenge is. So you need to have that paying potential, opportunities, which attract people to take it. That's the reason why most Indians, talented Indians go abroad, go to the US, because they offer better lifestyle, you get better salaries from mechanical engineering there. So that's where now is the time where if you are able to build great products from India for the world, you be part of multi-billion-dollar businesses built in India, and then people would love to stay in India. If you are able to pay really good, compete with the other industries, I'm sure people will stay. And numbers, and the second is the quality.
In the near term, do you see people coming from abroad for core skills?
We see a lot. In fact, a lot of people from US apply to us, and and still the limitation is paying them to reasonable justice. But still, that remains all the challenge. It's all about building the real products, able to generate $1 billion revenue. You can pay phenomenal engineers and keep the talent here. And that's very important, but still, quantity is there. Like I said, you have mechanical engineers trained, aerospace engineers, they don't take it. And still, people who end up taking, the quality is not good. That's again a big challenge which we face. In fact, we are part skilling company. We would say we take people, we skill them. We spend, I'm sure Ankit would agree to that. So we spend a lot of effort in skilling people. I think the next generation of India can be built for extraordinary skilling. In fact, recently I was talking to an investor. He was telling in China, ITI is like IIT. So that's the standard of skilling they have. and that's what I think next generation of India need to do. In the next 5 years, I think that's what India should focus on. Just skilling, make our ideas like IITs, and IITs even beyond.
That's an amazing answer. Yes,
yeah, I think I feel that there is one problem, which is when people come out of college, they don't have enough hands-on experience. So how do we increase hands-on experience? And I think it's not about, I do feel it is about people choosing a more glamorous sector in that one sense and a more high-paying sector, but it's also about not creating excitement in their education, right? I mean, if you think about it, I don't think any kid comes into college not wanting to build an automobile, not wanting to build a rocket, not wanting to build a, I mean, we are all aspirational as kids. So somewhere the education system saps out that excitement from wanting to do that. So I think I saw a very interesting experience, and I'm just sharing an example of how this could be different. For example, in IIT Bombay, they have a maker's lab, and every first year student makes a line following robot by the mid semester in first year. So you can imagine that when he makes a robot that is doing line following with his own hands, using 3D printing, whatnot, his excitement, and I was surprised to note the faculty who's leading this was telling me that he was excited to note that their families were excited that their kid built a line following robot, and they were talking about their neighbors. Like, that's the kind of culture we want to build. Like, if there is no excitement and we are all doing smithy when we go there, if it is an irrelevant skill in today's day and age, I think we should very quickly revamp the way we build excitement about doing technology, and I think it will rub off in all the right ways over the next few years.
Thank you.
Sure. I think we are running out of time, right? I'll just quickly sum up the spirit for nation building supersedes any lacuna to actually go and accomplish that. Whether it is skills, whether it is funds, and founders like yourself, everyone who are building a once in a kind of journey for the nation. I think challenges like these will be solved more from an emotional level of bond with the people that you are actually having, rather than the psychological, psychosomatic assessment of the skills and the aptitude and what they can do. So thank you everyone for being here, for being part of the panel. It's been amazing actually having you on board. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. I would like to call Mr. Praveen on stage to hand over the gift hampers.
Sir, on photo, sir. Yes, wait. Yes, sir. Wait, sir. Wait, sir. Wait. Wait, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So with that, we move to the last panel discussion for today, which is pharmaceuticals and biotech industry. And to moderate this, I would like to call on stage Mr. Rajiv Desai. Rajiv Desai is Senior Technical Advisor at Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance and a former Executive Vice President, Global Corporate Quality at UPenn. He brings over 36 years of experience in the pharmaceutical industry with a keen interest in driving quality in the pharma industry in India. Pleasure to have you, sir. Next, we want to call on stage Mr. Mahesh Balgar. He is COO and a member of the executive committee at Syngene International. He's also a member of CII, National Committee of Technology, R&D and Innovation. Pleasure to have you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Abhijit Mukherjee. He's a retired COO of Dr. Reddy's. He retired in 2018, and he's currently a partner at Advent, which is a global PE firm, and on the board of a number of pharma companies, including Bharat, Serums, and vaccines. Next, we have Mr. Krishan Venkatesh. He has about 27 years of experience in pharmaceutical industry that spans over product development, quality, technology, transfer, and operations. He's currently global head of injectable operations for Dr. Reddy's laboratory. It's a pleasure to have you here. I request you to try to take this according to the pictures. Amazing. And with that, we start.
Hello. Thank you so much. I think we have enough of people who are interested in this topic, but definitely I have a very strong lineup of panelists. So thanks to PIWOT, the IIT initiative for the world of technology, and also to look at the initiatives that the pharma industry looks at. Now, this platform that we are here on discussing the pharma industry and technology for the last mean, I've been hearing about in the different sectors. We're not different in the pharma industry, but definitely there's a lot of interest shown in the last couple of years' time since the pandemic. And the government initiative, the pharma industry initiative, have been quite important and quite critical in ensuring that this industry grows. Most important for us is the quality, affordability, and swift to market is the keywords for this industry. And as you all know that this industry, especially the pharma industry in India, brings in a lot of support to the entire world. And no wonder we are one of the largest generic suppliers to the pharma industry across different geographies. It's an honor to have a conversation with all the panel members. Nice to see you, Abhijit and Mahesh and Krishna on this panel. Work with them very closely. So it's always a pleasure to have a discussion. I'm sure that with their experience, they will bring in a lot of insight into what can be done and what's been done so far and how this industry is going to expand in the next couple of years. As normally when I conduct these sessions, I've been called as a moderator. There's somebody in the panel who is as a head of quality. But here I don't have anybody as head of quality, but definitely quality means a lot to all of these people. So to start with, I'll ask this question to each one of them. Maybe start with Mahesh. How would you describe quality as expected in the pharma industry?
I think the best way to describe, first of all, thank you for inviting, and as you said, the members in the audience who are here are truly interested. So that's why we appreciate your presence and also appreciate the opportunity for a dialogue. And I think it's actually very appropriate, Rajiv, that you're starting with the question of quality, because I think we have to think about quality in the pharmaceutical industry as not as a department or not as a function, but quality as the outcome of the work that we do, which then means that quality is embedded in everything. And then the concept that the FDA has been talking about for years together, called QBD, quality by design, is not just a concept, but actually starts to show up in the work output that we do. And in the pharmaceutical industry, we also have to realize that there's essentially two things that you generate. One is product that goes to the customer, which is the end user or the patient. There's also the documentation that goes to the regulator. When you start looking at both of these as outcomes, which both need to have a very high element of quality built in there, then you have the right focus of making sure the quality of the product is good, the documentation to support that is good, which then doesn't get us in terms of challenges from a compliance perspective or challenges from a meeting product quality expectations perspective. So I'd really like to frame the conversation around quality in that aspect.
Thanks, Mahesh. Same question to Abhijit. Just to let you know, Abhijit, for the last several years, he has been with Dr. D's in pharma. He was with Levers, and when he moved into Dr. D's, he was part of Levers. But what's important for me to understand that, as you all know, quality is all about consistency. And we have seen rapid advancements of technologies in other industries. So do you think that the same has been seen in the pharma industry, and do you think the adaptability is there?
Thank you, Rajiv. Meeting after a long time. Look, pharma industry has evolved a lot in the last 10, 15 years, and should be, because the regulatory and compliance demand is increasing, and that is the way to go as well. Going a step back, if you look at the genesis of the industry, when you design molecules in the innovation sector, which is supposed to capture the protein, disease-causing protein in the body, the organic chemistry behind it is very, very complex. And where does it, most of the preparation of those start in the chemistry labs. And historically, if you look at it, pharma industry was a scaled-up version of chemistry labs. Typically the way you see round-on flasks and all those, Bokana funnels, those who are familiar with all this. engineering was a bit of an alien word in the industry, also in the West in the 80s, and of course, India came in more towards the 90s, most in this century. Two aspects in getting robustness in manufacturing. One is, of course, the quality of development must be very robust. But more importantly, the plants which are manufacturing the chemicals and eventually filling into vials and bottles, they should have equipment which are precise, later more intelligent these days, and future will be more AI-backed. So, in the being chemical engineer, I can see the evolution of those things in leaps and bounds. Many strides has gone ahead in terms of all the unit operations which are now on the shop floor, well controlled, and it's being backed up by not just automation, instrumentation. It is also becoming more and more intelligent, capturing data, and again, AI would probably guide and sort of the equipment itself in the future. So, that is a way to go, depending on the industries and who are willing. I think there is enough now on the table to make manufacturing extremely robust. And similarly, in the dosage manufacturing, the cameras which are, sort of able to see if a blister pack has one shot tablet, or very rapid weighing systems, and the bottle is filled a little less, it throws it out automatically from the line, so on and so forth. And that's a trend of the future, and I think all companies are embracing it. India is not ahead, not behind at all. In fact, the plants are newer, I actually, earlier part of the year, I was in Italy in an API plant. I was looking at there's still some of the oncology products in glass manufacturing setup, which is long gone in this part of the world.
Thanks, Amir. Krishna, to again ask the same question on the quality. What do you expect quality from the pharma industry? That's the first question. And just to follow up on that, what changes have you seen in the pharma industry in the last couple of years' time in terms of research, technology transfers, and commercialization? And specifically, transition from, say, small molecules to the recent biosimilars, which is a buzzword now in the industry.
First, Rajiv, thanks. Thanks to PIWOT for this opportunity. I think Mahesh put it very elegantly that I think quality is not a department. It should not be a department. In fact, the way I think about it is you should not have quality assurance in your company, because quality is to be a part of everybody's DNA within an organization. And the only North Star that you need is you may actually take the product that you make tomorrow. So you or your loved one may take that product. So if you put that lens onto it, then quality is an outcome. I think Mahesh mentioned that very, very well. So, and it is not a philosophy. It is not something that is nebulous. I think it is something that has to be embedded. It has to go deep. Everything that we do, we think about the outcome. We think about impact of the patient, quality, the therapeutic effect, the safety. Not necessarily the order of safety first. So I think that is my thinking about philosophy. So when that guides everything that we do in the industry, then I think quality is a natural outcome. And the way I think about it is compliance is a very low bar. Compliance is like a set of rules that prevent you from doing something wrong. So if somebody plays at compliance, then you're actually playing with fire. So you shouldn't be playing at the border of compliance. You should be playing well ahead of it in the realm of quality. So those are my thoughts around quality. Around research, tech transfer, and manufacturing, I think there has not been a single NCE out of India, right? New chemical entity out of India. This has been true. It has been I would call it for the quality of chemistry that we have in India. I think that is something that should be remedied very soon. However, I think in terms of the innovation that we do in supplementing patents and making very, very good generic products that we supply across the world, I think we do extremely well. The bar of submitting a dossier to a regulatory agency and getting an approval, that bar in the last 10 years, 15 years has significantly increased. There is no question about it. The FDA implemented the Generic Drug User Fee Act in 2012, and since then, the expectation of what constitutes a submission has become significantly higher. So, and that has increased. That was 12 years ago. Today, that is basic requirement. So I think with that, the need for more robust development, more robust technology transfer, understanding the science behind the product, the science behind how the product interacts with the equipment and the engineering of the equipment has improved significantly, but I think it still has distance to go, and I think it will always be a work in progress. And around small molecules to large molecules, I think this is a natural progression because the ways by which you are treating diseases are changing. They are becoming more and more specific. The molecules are becoming more and more potent. Therefore, targeted delivery becomes very important. We are understanding our genetic makeup much better. Therefore, we are able to target specific diseases in a specific way, and that cannot be done with small molecules, which are very specific, which are non-specific. So we'll have to go with monoclonal antibodies, CAR-T kind of therapies, which will help us get to that disease state very, very quickly. I think in a couple of decades, we'll probably have a label with our name coming our house for the specific disease that we have, for the specific genetic condition that we have. That's what I think will happen.
Thanks, Krishna. I think you touched a very important point about India not coming out with the drug, and especially Dr. Anji, he had a big passion about, was having a lot of things in his heart. And his book about the unfinished agenda, I think it speaks so much volumes about his passion for coming out with the Indian label medicine. So we hope that it happens very soon. Coming back to Mahesh, see, as a head of organization, as a CEO, you have to balance your decisions for commercialization of a product with R&D, manufacturing, quality, and regulatory. What do you think are the areas which need focus, and what are the weak links in the whole ecosystem?
Then it's quite a broad question, Rajiv. But I'll start by saying that Syngene is a CRO and a CDMO, which means that we're in the business of doing contract research, contract manufacturing, end to end, really starting with research of brand new entities, because we work mostly with the Western pharma companies, and then of course manufacturing them as well after doing all of the development work and everything in between. So therefore, we don't have much trade-off that we need to look at for what do we put in as resources for our own pipeline, because we don't really have a product pipeline. Now that said, there is still a need to understand how do you decide between, when you're supporting clients who need to make such decisions around what is important in research, what's important in development, and where should you put your energy and opportunities in the manufacturing sector. And I think I start by saying this is where more and more technology has been coming. And I think this is not just true as a concept, but it's actually getting really, really embedded in decision making. First and foremost, let's go back to quality. We start with making sure that quality is non-negotiable. So whether you're doing research, whether you're doing development or manufacturing, it doesn't matter. It's going to be about making sure that all of the quality components that you need to have are there. Then it's also about making sure that you operate with a single quality system and start to collect data from the very beginning. In case of research labs, our research labs, for example, use electronic lab notebooks. So gone are the days where you used to write on a paper napkin and then translate that into a lab notebook and then try and understand and make sense of that. That's completely history. And the reason that you start to do that is because that's what is going to help you in decision making later on. Whether it's decision making on which molecules to take forward, or whether it's decision making on looking for efficiencies in the process of drug discovery. So there's a huge component of technology embedment that comes in terms of making such decisions. The other sort of way to look at this is when you're doing development, when you're doing research, and you mentioned the world is moving towards biologics. We heard that earlier as well. So let me give a couple of examples on where you start to collect and not deprioritize data collection in terms of research early on. In the world of biologics, you make molecules that are made in bioreactors. In bioreactors, you want to understand a number of parameters. What is the pH? What is the rate at which the cells are growing, what is the temperature profile, what is the dissolved oxygen profile, so on and so forth. So you want to collect all of that because that can help you later on to prevent a batch from going bad before it has actually gone bad. And so it prevents and it helps you from a cost of poor quality perspective. So collecting that data and using the technology angles become really important. If you go to the small molecule side of it, right, small molecules, very, very similar. You may want to control the rate of addition of something. And now if you've done reactions with different rates of additions and you did not have that data because you were not in the process of collecting all of that data, that doesn't help you solve a deviation later on, or that doesn't help you set your process parameters correctly. So putting all of those pieces together is actually what the trade-off today is not so much about what you do in your pipeline. It's not so much about how do you prioritize each of these components of it. I'll just take one more angle to the pipeline question that you asked. How do you prioritize? And the prioritization, I think we have to look at as twofold. In India, we consider ourselves the pharmacy of the world because we are heavily volume driven. Right? We know this. We are third in volume of all the drugs that are made in the world. We are 14th, however, in value. So we have to look at saying, how do we transition from the volume to value player that we really want to become? And that then becomes about where do we bring efficiency in each of the components of this value chain and not just in trying to look for one or the other. Because our real opportunity is to turn that volume into value as opposed to going for one or the other. With that, I'll stop, but I think there's a lot of opportunities there that I believe should be realized, especially as we transition this way.
Thanks, Manish. I think you came out with a very good point that India, even though we are called the pharmacy of the world, we are third in the number. The value is much behind. So which means that India is primarily into generics. That's what we started. We do boast about our capabilities in generics and the volumes that we manufacture and the cost that we can bring on. But what's important is that we need to spend efforts on research. So Abhijit, this question is to you that is there something that as an industry and the academia that we have, especially the big institutes which are into research, is there something that we can go beyond the collaboration that we are into, or something can be improvised to really look at coming out with a made in India medicine?
It's a deep question. Let me turn around the question a little bit. Academia certainly can help the industry, but how much is industry nudging, hand-holding, supporting the academia? I think that's extremely important, and I think we have some way to go in this country. Also, government has a role to play, big role to play. The R&D support expenditure is also, I think, should be a focus area, and I'm sure it will be with prosperity and the GDP growing to greater heights. I think that will happen. Right now, percentage GDP per capita here, 0.6 to 0.7% gross R&D is about 1/3 in terms of percentage of, let's leave aside US and Western markets, is 1/3 of China. And considering the Chinese GDP is about 5 times of India in terms of dollars, it's 15 times. Okay? So money has to flow into R&D. Academia has to be given the support. And last but not the least, I think a large part of this academia industry collaboration comes through startups. The startup ecosystem in this country, sitting in the city of startups, is just sort of beginning to bloom, right? I mean, we have great decades ahead. I mean, I'm very, very optimistic. But those are the 2 or 3 things where industry has to handhold, spend more, government has to support a little bit more, and the startup industry has to also flourish. Academia, I think I would not turn around and ask academia what they are doing. I think they have sort of supported and given guided into this collaboration.
Can I add something to that, Rajiv? Because I think what Abhijit has brought up is very interesting about the academia and the government. Now, I was at a similar event that was actually in IIT Bombay last week, and I ran into a startup who's been managing to analyze about 300 metabolites in a bioreactor. And I talked about how biologics are made, and we know that there are many important parameters to understand. They've gone to the extent of understanding 300 parameters, starting to build a database of how those parameters and how those metabolites and how those spent metabolite analysis can help in maintaining the cell culture at the levels that you need. Because in mammalian manufacturing, cell culture goes on for 14 days. You don't want after 14 days to find out that your batch was no good. However, that connect between, to Abhijit's point, that connect between what they are doing and the relevance of that and the opportunity of that in the industry needs to be much more capitalized through such conversations, and then also by government incentivizing them to make this as ready for industry to utilize. So I think that we have a long ways to go, while there are many enablers that are there in different pockets.
Well said. I think just before the session, I was talking to two young IIT graduates who are in the process of looking at different opportunities in pharma. And I spoke to them, I said, there are several opportunities in the early warning system in the industry, and also how we can look at those as avoiding the failures in the products, where this is such a big opportunity for us. Coming back to Mahesh, again to you, this is a general question for you. See, when you look at the pharma industry, and especially we talk about the quality, do you think that the initiatives taken by the Government of India, and specifically the Drugs Controller General of India office and the Department of Pharmaceutical, will it help minimize the surprises in product quality that we have seen in the recent times, both in India and abroad? I don't know the name of the products, everybody is aware of it, but those are something that really are quite an embarrassing situation for the industry, for people like us, when we hear these examples in countries where the products are going with inferior quality.
So let's address, as they say, elephant in the room, right? And the product quality issues that you're referring to are one-offs that are there from companies that are not doing the right thing. That's actually not the state that is representative of the Indian pharmaceutical industry. I think all three of us sitting here come with backgrounds in different pharmaceutical companies. I've worked both in the US and in India, and I can tell you that we have very high standards of how we work with our chemicals, our pharmaceuticals, our manufacturing processes, and ultimately quality control and quality assurance. So I think while there are some of those pockets of miselements, wrong sorts of decisions that may have been made, which I really don't and can't comment on. What we have to look at is what is the process that and the encouragement and the support that the Indian regulatory system is offering for making sure we have high emphasis on product quality. And I think the DCGI or the CDSCO office is actually doing a lot in that area. Let's just take the example of the new medical devices regulation that has come up. This is something that is groundbreaking. It never happened for decades together, and now it has happened. Let's take the example of what they've done on the side of biosimilars. They've started to go through a very rigorous process of collecting all of the industry input, looking at what's happening in different parts of the globe so that our biosimilars guideline is in line with what's happening around the world. And so on and so forth. Right? So there's a number of things that are happening. Now, is that enough? I would never say it's enough, because there's a lot more that needs to happen. I think there's more training that we need to do. We need to have many more drug regulators around the country that are trained within the country and outside. We also need to have an approach with the regulators and the industry that's a friendlier approach. We start out with an approach that sometimes is about, well, you have been doing something wrong, and I'm going to look for what is it that has been going on wrong. That's not the best way for a relationship to be built. I think a lot of that is getting addressed, getting improved. The amount of energy that is being spent both on training new staff, collaborating with industry, and bringing in new guidances, I believe we are all heading in the right direction. there will also then be the need to understand what is emerging threats, right? And I'll give an example of something that has hit the entire industry, not just Indian industry or anything. The nitrosamines. We were not talking about nitrosamines as a issue a few years back because it wasn't known. Now that it has been known, everybody's gotten on the bandwagon rather quickly, making sure that they have the technologies to address that sort of a problem, making sure that there are regulations and the standards available to do that. And I think this is again where I see that the CDSU and the DCI office is partnering a lot and doing a fantastic job with making sure that there's regulation around that which is in line with the world standards.
That's true. Just to let you know that the DCGI, the Drugs Control of India, happens to work with Dr. Reddy's and he's a hardcore R&D formulation person. So even when he became the DCGI and we have conversations with him, it's so easy to have communication with him. He understands the importance, he understands the requirement of the industry. Unlike in the past where it was only the bureaucrats who were taking these positions, but now we have a person who comes from the pharmaceutical background, and we hope and we expect a lot of things from him in the coming years. So that's good to hear. Thanks, Mahesh. Krishna, this question to you. Given that India has made good progress in the global market in the pharma industry, what do you think are the next steps or additional steps that can be taken to continue momentum and to boost, say, manufacturing growth? When we have reached a certain level, but there's something that additionally can be done.
Yeah, broad question, Rajiv. I will answer it in the domain in which I'm working in. So I think the natural progression towards larger molecules, biologics will continue, and we will, as a country, we will jump into it. We're already doing a lot of the work in all the companies. But I think if you look at the first case why India became very successful in generic manufacturing, and many of the companies from the West came to India for manufacturing, was low cost and high quality. Now the definition of quality over a period of time has increased. It has become greater and greater and greater. And therefore, it has now been associated with quality itself. Right? So if you go to companies, you'd see that often their most efficient factories are the factories which supply to India and to what we call as low regulated markets, right? So I think this concept of efficient manufacturing and autonomous workplace is something that India needs to really embrace and try and become more and more efficient. For a per capita productivity, for a per person productivity between India and let's say a factory in Europe, Europe is far more productive. And this has got nothing to do with cost, right? How many, for example, there is a metric that says how many thousands of, or how many millions of tablets or capsules per person does a pharmaceutical factory produce. This is a productivity metric. If you think about it, many of the factories in India will actually have lower than some of the factories in Europe. So while there still is a case for cost, but I think there is a very strong case for us to become more and more efficient, and that will only happen if there are two elements. There's one, there is a human side to it, which is culture, taking ownership. We spoke about quality earlier. Quality always comes ahead of cost. That is a philosophy that needs to be firmly embedded into our factories. The second element is thinking about new technologies and actually really forgetting about end-of-line testing becoming our primary method of control of quality. Mahesh put it very, very well, is control of your processes should actually permit and allow for parametric release. Not really at the end of the line, why should we test anything? So these kind of thoughts should come into our pharmaceutical manufacturers, because there's a long road that we can actually traverse before we call ourselves the most efficient manufacturer. And this is applicable to all industries, whether it is our bulk drug industry, whether it is our oral solids, injectables, biologics, and I would go far to say, Mahesh, it is applicable for our CDMO business as well. I think we have a long way to go in becoming extremely efficient. So that will actually make us more reliable. It will become, India will truly become a reliable partner for patients worldwide. But it will also bring our costs down progressively. And I think the efficiencies that we can gain, in my view, and maybe much higher than that is in multiples of X. It is not in fractions. So I think that is an untapped area, and that to me is the next frontier. And Industry 4.0 is going to play a very, very important role in that, because as our equipment become more and more connected, more real-time data, more ability for us to look at lead indicators rather than wait for results, and then influencing the process in a positive way to get a good outcome. These are areas that I think the engineers are going to play a very important role in. That's what Abhijit mentioned as well. Is engineers are going to play a very important role in understanding equipment parameters and how that actually indicates quality of a product before it goes bad and influences quality.
Just to add, what Krishna said, today Indian pharma industry is give or take 50 billion. Exports of 25 billion plus, and lot of headroom ahead of us. In the the legacy areas of API, CDMO, finished dosage, biosimilars, I'm talking of just these sectors itself has huge headroom for growth. And the reason is simple, and very simple mathematical terms. If you have a gross margin of, let's say, give or take 50%, and final EBITDA of, let's say, 20 to 25%, the delta, four factors. Manufacturing, basically the manpower cost for manufacturing, you have repairs and maintenance, you have R&D, and have sales and distribution. So not just the only manpower in manufacturing, but all the other aspects if you see, it's by far, we have a cost arbitrage advantage, at least today and for probably at least a couple of decades. And quality has reached global, I fully, completely agree with Krishna and Mahesh. I think we've come a long way. There is, of course, always scope for improvement. But given this, the headroom is huge in this sector. So I think the industry has to think a lot. 5.4 billion of the world population, excluding China as in emerging markets, not fully addressed in many, not just the pharma side, the healthcare also is very important aspect, how we take it there, and in industries beginning to reach out in these areas. So, I think the potential is huge, and I think the industry should look at it, those who have decades ahead of them should look at it with great optimism ahead.
Thanks, that's a good insight, Abhijit. There's one question that I would like to ask all of you. We'll talk about all these current manufacturing and the requirement of the industry for automation or technology upgradation. A lot of youngsters do come to us to ask for what are the areas that we can support, and they're very keen to support. And I was fortunate enough to work with very young IIT graduate from Mumbai, and he really came up with a very good software for the industry, and he's trying to build it more and more. I'm sure there are several examples of those kinds which can be brought in. But do you think that there are any technology challenges that we may have in our industry, especially given that we are regulated by the guidelines and the regulatory inspections, which are so much, under the companies are under pressure? So do you think that there are any technology challenges if you were to bring in, when you look at some other industries, we see so much of automation, so much of technology, but we are really, our hands are tied up for not bringing. So maybe I can ask Abhijit and then Mahesh and Krishna.
Okay, I'll take a shot and hand over to you. So look, I mean, the industry, and Rajiv, you know the best actually coming from the quality domain. We have embraced EQMS for a while now, right? And eventually, I think AI will come into EQMS fold to sort of not just being managing it through the electronically, but also guiding it by capturing and the data and leading to the problem areas and all that. The same thing is true for the manufacturing areas. But the bigger aspect of technology, in my view, because pharma is just one part of the cost. It's not a large cost in taking healthcare to the patient for curing a disease. A large part is still the point of healthcare where improvement, technology trying to ease up and reduce cost of a patient getting the right treatment, whether it is diagnostic equipments, the flow of patient to the doctor, the other treatment aspects of it. There's a massive amount of cost involved in that, and pharma can play a big role. A quick example: one of the leading nephro chains in India, I'm not going to name it, has brought in dialysis equipment. Is all digitalized and taken a patent on it. These are the things which will help them to deliver, error-free sort of treatment to the patients at a lower cost. And then the big thing is Indian industry has to think of how to take it into the emerging market. In my view, I think West has its own great advantages, value, but entry barriers because matured areas. But I know I'm a few companies I'm on the board of. We are seeing immense opportunity to sort of take the healthcare to the patients in emerging parts of the world, opening up hospitals there, opening up nephro chains, and there's massive potential.
Let me just add a different perspective, because I think what Abhijit has covered is fantastic, right? There's real life examples of where things are happening that are really touching lives. If we move up the value chain and start to say, where in the pharmaceutical industry per se, I think there's two ways to look at it. Let's look at the bigger picture of where can you bring in a whole new technology and sort of ease a solution, ease a problem, or where can you bring in incremental. Given that the pharmaceutical industry is so regulated, it's better to look at the incremental, because those are easier changes that you can get to the regulatory system and so on. And I think, I'll offer some examples, right? Even if we start using digital twin approaches for deciding which formulation is better, when you're screening so many formulations, as opposed to trying to do each and every formulation, making that formulation and then testing it, digital twin approaches can ease that process for you. If you just stay on the digital twin approach, you can also look at that for simulating which product to make on your line next, based on how the rest of the data of that product is happening, or the rest of the data of your entire product line is going on, right? So what is the uptake, what is the consumption, what is the shelf life, what are the raw materials that you have in your warehouse? Put all of that together and then make a decision around what is the next batch that you're going to fill, or what is the next batch that you're going to make. Then there is the opportunity on things to do with OEE. How do you improve OEE through such digital approaches? And I think some of those examples are very obvious. I'll offer a sort of another opportunity area, if you will, which is around the understanding of equipment performance, equipment shelf life, equipment history. Now, if we can have all of that, because that's another area that the regulators, when they come in on, they want to understand that, yes, all of your equipment has gone to the right level of calibration, the right level of equipment installation, all the way from the design to the last use that it had. And how do you get that in a seamless way? And the moment that there was an interruption, put in an automation, put in an interlock that the equipment cannot be used. These are the kinds of solutions that we can actually bring. Make sure, and this are things that even the smallest of the MSMEs will embrace, because today one of the challenges that I often see in embracing technology is the MSME sector often believes, well, it's not for me yet, it's too expensive, will I get a return? These are things that actually offer you the returns. And then the last one that I'll also talk about is with regards to sensors, right? Implementing a number of sensors which are not so expensive anymore, get you a lot of information on your equipment performance. Start to use that in predictive maintenance, build a database loop, which always is appealing to regulators, that you've made decisions based on your data, and therefore you're not just randomly going and doing something every 6 months, because you know what, historically we've been used to looking at it every 6 months. So I think that there are a lot of these opportunities, and I think India, based on the fact that we are so technologically advanced, just look at how much India has progressed in fintech. And to me, I think instead of now calling biotech, we need to call tech bio. India needs to look at it and say, just what we did in fintech, let's do in bio, let's do in biologics, let's do in biotech and pharma. and put the tech word before bio, so that we start to give that emphasis and bring value from all of this.
Great insight, Mahesh. Krishna?
Yeah, so I completely embrace what Mahesh mentioned, and I'll add to something that Abhijit said. I think technology also allows us to go today from managing illness to actually managing health. So it's a completely different thinking. And managing wellness, I will call it, rather than illness, has a very large positive impact on the overall costs of managing health for the country as a whole. Because an illness management is a drag on the economy. It reduces productivity, it reduces ability for overall, we're going to call it happiness index of the system. India leads, unfortunately, many chronic diseases. Within the population that has gotten diagnosed, is still very high in terms of diabetes and heart conditions and all that. So I think managing wellness and lifestyle is something that we can deploy much better using technology. So this is a great opportunity. The second is diagnostics, as Abhijit mentioned. I think India probably, of course, owing to the population, but also because of lack of awareness, there are many people in this country who do not get diagnosed well in advance. So they actually reached the hospital or their physician at a point where there is no return. So very unfortunate. So how can we deploy technologies that can actually go down to the grassroots? Today there is a mobile in every village. How can that be leveraged appropriately for actually getting diagnosis up? And the third is globally, and I'm sure I don't have the Indian numbers, but globally, the biggest problem with actually healthcare is adherence to taking medication. Some statistics put it at 60%, even in the United States. So people do not take medication according to the regimen that has been prescribed. So how can therapeutics actually help? How can digital therapeutics, how can digital nudging or technologies that is so easily available with us today actually help us in getting people to reminders, whatever it may be, right? Maybe even a Pokayogi solution that will poke somebody to take a medication. I don't know, but I think these are vastly underexplored areas. And I just want to add one more point to what Mahesh mentioned, is we need to transition today. We have so much technology, so many equipment with servo motor controls and data that you can sit down in Bombay and see your equipment in Ahmedabad and actually take charge and actually make the medication very well. We need to transfer our thinking and transition from going to say people make medicines. People don't make medicines. Machines make medicines. Our only job is actually to take care of machines. So this is now from a pharma skill, we need to transition into an engineering skill. This is extremely important. And I think the new way of thinking, the graduates from our fantastic universities need to come up with these engineering kind of thinking with predictive maintenance, with IoTs, and ensure that we are able to transition into a domain where we don't need to be worried about failure at all. How do we manage quality is something that we need to look at.
Thank you. Thanks, Krishna. I think since we are running short of time, I think all of you put a very nice perspective on the pharma industry, especially starting with quality. Then looking at technology and how technology can really help us to leverage on the optimization and also efficiency improvement. I can say that with their kind of experience, I mean, they are ready to imbibe on all kinds of technologies that can be made available. And I think these insights were quite useful. I leave the floor open for any questions from the audience here. We can take one or two questions. Yes, please.
Hello. So in the last session and even in this session, I see an overlap where the skilling aspect perhaps is something which might be something like that is a concern to any deep tech industry. So is that something which you guys have any thoughts on, like the quality of talent and how we can maybe kind of address that? And that's in two areas. One is, I think, just people who will operate maybe machines, and the other kind of talent will actually drive innovation and R&D. So what are your thoughts on both of those areas?
Sorry, the question is quality of talent in India, ability, the skilling. Yeah, I think extremely important. Like in was in the earlier session towards the end of the last session, and everyone was unanimous in pointing out that availability of talent and scaling is an important factor. Same is true for all industries. But look, we're a country of 1.4 billion. Okay, not everything was hunky-dory in the past, and I think it's quickly changing. It's not, ideally, if we had a much more skilled, available people, it would have been great. But all of us do play a role. I mean, I was again in the last session also, industry is playing a big role. Each of the organized industries in pharma are playing a big role in scaling and trying to so only to look up to government to do something is not very fair, because it's a big country with a lot of challenges. So I think we have to also sort of put our shoulders together in trying to scale and fully agree that's a key problem. I think the headroom for growth and value addition is enormous. So this is one of the big sort of challenges for the industry. Please.
Yeah, I think I'll address it in two areas. I think what we are thinking is, at least in our company, is there are specific areas where we need to have subject matter experts, and that is non-negotiable. If you want to have your entire system run with subject matter experts, you'll keep butting your head against the skilling problem all the time. So I'll put it at a ratio of 20-80, 20% subject matter experts, and the remaining 80% of the people should actually be doing work that is de-skilled. So, one of the targets is, for example, where I work in injectables. I need a person to come in and train for 6 to 9 months before they come in. It's a colossal waste of time. And that is because I have operations in my system that relies on a person to come in, exercise his learning and his judgment to actually manufacture a product. It's a no-no. It's not a good way to look at it. But so if I de-skill my operation through automation, through simplified procedures and all of that stuff, then it becomes easier. But you will always have a certain level of subject matter expertise that are required. And I'm talking about manufacturing. This ratio probably goes to about 50-50 in R&D, because it is more knowledge-driven, more driven around why you do things. But this ratio should be determined on what area of skilling that is important. And I think every company today, and I'm sure that is true of Syngene as well, invests very, very heavily on training. One is the regulatory training, which is required, but also around the concept of, I need good people who can think and execute what they are supposed to do and exercise their judgment when the judgment is required. So this is a problem in the industry. It is one of the impediments and actually for us to break free into the next area. And we have to focus on it very clearly. But I think small pockets of answers, there's not one big stroke that will solve the problem.
Let me add one more component to it, which is about skilling. Absolutely important. Everything that Abhijit mentioned, Krishna mentioned, is all absolutely true. However, one of the things that was brought up earlier is India's advantage today is cost arbitrage. And we have to recognize that cost arbitrage comes through labor cost. So there's a balance of, exactly as was just mentioned, how much talent do you have of what skill set in which part of your operation. And so that is a conscious decision that we have to make. That is the conscious ecosystem that we need to build on having the right level of talent with the right skill set in the right unit operations in the entire value chain. Coming to the R&D part of it, again, the very good points. The fact of the matter is that we do want to get into that, but we are not there today. So whatever nuggets of wisdom that we have and whatever opportunities that we have, we need to bring in. That's where we need to start looking at things even more globally. China, for example, has this 1,000 talent program and so on. Right? What is the equivalent of that we can bring in, where the government can participate, industry can participate, and then of course all of our friends who are in other skilled areas or industries outside the country can bring in. We as a CRO actually see a role in that as well, because today we are doing that same innovation, but we are doing it for the companies in the West. So we obviously have the talented scientists who can do that, even though in small pockets, because the CRO CDMO industry is limited within the entire value chain of pharmaceutical industry in India. but what is it that we are offering, and how can we make sure that that innovation can be brought in? So there is a number of these components that do need to be put in, because it's a question that is worth and does need to be continuously addressed.
Because they actually just in the other session, like I'll just talk without the mic if it's fine.
Yeah, sure.
So basically, I think there's a theme around lack of original work or design, let's say in the semiconductor space or the aerospace space. We are doing great quality work, but for others. And that's true, I guess, across many industries. But what is the barrier to taking it to the next step where we do that original work and create a local IP? And
so, what you're referring to is a different problem, right? Which is about how do you create IP in India, and how does India get on the value chain of actually having innovative products? Yeah, which is about how do you, we don't have any NCs and so on and so forth.
Yeah, so finally the value creation in pharma is about new molecules, new biological products, large molecules. Issue is like this, very simple. Not that we don't need it. We of course need it. You need to have very deep pockets. There is decades of wealth of experience in the West, and the depth of the ability to fund that actually. And of course, last but not the least, vibrant startup ecosystem. It's happening. My personal view, and I may be wrong, I think Japan, the way innovation started, was looking at specific diseases which are relevant there, and then slowly the larger companies, Takeda and all that, came to when they started many decades back. I think, again, back to my point of emerging markets, there are diseases which are in tropical areas which are not addressed that well, because, the prevalence of that may be less in the West. The ability, why should West fund into those when that's not a, because, the returns from these parts of the world, I think it's time for us to take a lead on those. As I said, it's a large population. Maybe it may not return as well as the West, but getting into the entry barriers are because those are sort of areas which are less explored. Whereas trying to find needle in the haystack with a ability to fund which is thin is not easy. As much as one would like to do it, and all companies are trying, in India. But I think the emerging market unmet needs is a big area. I think one should focus on.
That's very Abhijit. When you say deep pockets, the company should also be ready to say that there's no guarantee that it will work. Okay, and at the end of it, 15, 20 years later, you realize that your efforts didn't pay off. I mean, it's not that you put in money and you're bound to get some results. So that kind of NC is a very difficult thing to handle. But yeah, a lot of companies are trying to put in their money. Let's hope something comes up. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for all your time and all the knowledge and wisdom that you brought in this forum. I'm sure the audience did enjoy this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. To conclude this session, I would like to call Mr. Praveen on stage to hand over the honors.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for joining us today. It was a pleasure having you all, and I wish you all have a great evening ahead.
Let's get some going and all that. Sure. Okay.
I worked for Dr. D's also on a project.
Okay, when is it? Recently?
6 months now. So all your Vizag facilities were inspected. I do